Hello, welcome to 20th Century Adventures. I'm Nathan Logson, and today we'd like to introduce you to our very first audiobook. This book is called Motor Camping on Western Trails by Melville Ferguson. It was published in 1925, it's in the public domain, but it has never been reprinted by any service, including Google Books, and it's not available in any other formats. So the original copies can be very expensive, and not everyone can get a hold of one, but I felt this book is so important and entertaining, and especially pertains to the individuals that are enthusiasts of the early 20th century and motor camping in general, that this book needed to be made available. And so this was the easiest way with my resources to make this available so that everyone can enjoy it. Now, I have also included the photographs from the book in the first chapter and the last chapter. If you actually view it instead of just listening, you'll be able to view the pictures that are in the books in both of those chapters. I hope you enjoy it. If you do, please click like and subscribe. And this project is made possible by our website, logsonandco.com. So if you would like to go over there and maybe pick up some cool 20th century reproduction gear, that helps fund projects like this. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the book.
Motor Camping on Western Trails by Melville F. Ferguson. Read by Vic Zarley. Published in 1925 and is in the public domain. To that good comrade at the wheel, whose skill knew no obstacles, and whose pluck scouted every danger, this volume is affectionately dedicated. Preface. There is no dearth of printed information about the places one should include in the itinerary of an automobile trip across our continent, and the sights to be seen by the wanderer along our highways. Moreover, there is a considerable literature on the art of motor camping. It is not the purpose of this volume to serve as a guidebook of transcontinental travel, nor to add to the technical lore of the newest phase of outdoor recreation. Its object is, rather, to present in faithful outlines a picture of the everyday routine of a mode of travel that is yearly taking a stronger hold upon the fancy of the vacationist, who is weary of sticking to conventional ruts and who feels that life owes him a new thrill. In motor camping, there is always adventure just around the corner. That is the basis of its widening appeal. If the author shall succeed in persuading the reader who has longingly but hesitatingly contemplated a camping trip that the price to be paid in discomfort or actual hardship is negligible, and the rewards in wholesome and instructive experience rich, his mission will be fulfilled. In a word, he is an enthusiastic volunteer organizer and proselytist for the Amalgamated Order of Motor Campers. Acknowledgment is due to the publishers of Field and Stream for their kind permission to draw upon the substance and illustrative material of a series of articles contributed to that magazine by the author prior to the preparation of the present volume. Chapter 1. Making Ready for the Road. The prologue of this tale antedates by a year its beginning. The eye of a jaded city dweller, roving over the pages of a magazine, fell by chance upon the word picture of a phase of life mildly stimulating to his curiosity. The artist depicted in faithful lines the carefree existence of those nomads one meets on the country roads of a summer's day, the running boards of their automobiles laden with travel-stained camping paraphernalia, the tonneaus overflowing with hardy and often hard-looking humans. One sees them by the roadside toward evening, stretching weather-beaten canvas, unfolding complicated cots, stirring the savory contents of frying pans in the pall of smoke that overhangs a newly kindled fire. They are the new brood of American gypsies, members of the Amalgamated Order of Motor Campers. The magazine writer, proselyting, drew an alluring sketch of the joys which those only who are willing to forswear soft creature comforts may taste. The reader's curiosity gave place to interest, and interest ripened into conviction. The jaded city dweller was physically and mentally susceptible to an attack of wanderlust. The virus found a ready lodgment in his system. His impoverished blood was incapable of throwing it off. He had been looking at brick walls, the asphalt pavement, the hard, narrow canyons of cut stone for 48 years. He hated alarm clocks, the cellar heater, and the face of the conductor who twice daily punched his ticket on the suburban train. He longed for the open spaces, the scent of the moist forest, the wide sweep of the wind across the stark prairie, the gurgle of meadow rivulets, the roar of the mountain torrent, the acrid tang of burning wood. He knew that he must go. He went for a year, destroying behind him all the bridges that connected him with civilization as he had theretofore known it. He took with him a wife, 3 daughters at the threshold of womanhood, a mother nearing 80, and parents-in-law who well remembered Civil War days. 8 people, habituated to an easy routine that is carelessly called solid comfort. All of them abhorred bugs, snakes, and wet feet. Yet they turned the page of humdrum conventionality and spent a 12-month upon the road, all because of a magazine article. They traveled 18,000 miles by motor, sleeping wherever night found them, living, if not next to nature, at least only a door or 2 removed, and thoroughly enjoying it. This is the story of how they did it. When the convert had made his decision and began to consider the means of carrying it into effect, he was appalled. To plot the route of a year's journey out through the national parks of the great Northwest to the Pacific coast, down almost to the Mexican border for the winter, and homeward in the spring on a southerly trail was simple enough. But how to carry in 2 motor cars not only 8 passengers but all the camp equipment they would require for fairly tolerable living, and clothing suitable for every variety of climate, hot and cold, wet and dry, was a staggering problem. On a camping tour of a week or so, one might dispense with many conveniences that in the course of months would prove to be absolute necessities. In view of the length of the expedition, the age of some of the participants, and the ignorance of them all in the art of doing without, a way must be found of roughing it smoothly. Friends shook their heads dubiously and opined that the thing couldn't be done. They freely predicted that 3 months would be about the limit of endurance of camp life for the most enthusiastic. Besides, they held that the old folks wouldn't be able to stand it. They thought it was almost criminal folly to take a woman of 78 out into the woods to live on roots and berries and bark and herbs and to sleep under the wet leaves for a year. But we were deaf to the voice of prudence. We had set our eyes to the westward, and, fascinated by the visions we saw there, we were not to be turned back. First of all, sensing the weight of my responsibilities as the organizer of the caravan, I began a sort of correspondence school course in camping. From books and magazines devoted to the subject, there was much wisdom to be absorbed. Never was there a more faithful student of more engrossing literature. I learned, in theory, how to build a commodious habitation with no other tool than a Boy Scout axe when snowed in for the winter, how to win my way out of a forest maze without the aid of a compass, how to skin a deer, tan its hide, and make my own snowshoes, how to play and land a 30-pound Dolly Varden, how to cook a course dinner in a tomato can, how to tell edible weeds from those that have no food value, how to treat snakebite, trap bears, combat wood ticks, and build fires. Particularly interesting was the discovery that certain kinds of wood should be selected for the campfire, and that certain other kinds are to be eschewed as worthless. This was painful news, for I hardly knew one tree from another. So there was nothing for it but to buy books on trees and learn to distinguish the varieties the camping authorities recommended. This led to long walks in the country, where the nature student might have been seen, open book in hand, plucking branches and trying to trace identification marks. It was a discouraging task. Those trees that were most readily distinguished by the leaf had shed their leaves. Those one could know at a glance by their fruits bore no fruits. Studying gradations of bark type that seem as clear as daylight to the botanists is to the uninitiated like trying to read the hieroglyphics on an ancient Egyptian tomb. I never succeeded in classifying a single tree. But it mattered not. Afterward, I learned that the automobile camper is not so fussy about the selection of firewood. He gathers what he can get and is often grateful for the lid of an old soapbox or a discarded crumbling fence rail, without concerning himself about its family tree. Both of our cars were large and heavy. One was ancient but still serviceable. The other was comparatively modern. We decided at the start that the older car should serve to carry the bulk of the baggage, with the driver and one passenger on the front seat. The second car would be well crowded with its 6 occupants and such coats and wraps as the whole party would need during an average day's journey. Diligent perusal of advertisements of camping outfits helped us to compile a list of the equipment we should need. It was formidable. We used to stand beside the tonneau of the car that must carry it and measure by eye its capacity, wondering how we could ever cram into it the indispensable luggage. At length it dawned upon us that we were about to essay the impossible. It was then that we determined upon trailers. Followed an active correspondence with trailer manufacturers and a flood of circulars. We selected, after comparing the merits of all the offerings, 2 of the variety which seemed best suited to our purpose. They were of the bungalow type. On the road they looked like small delivery wagons, with box-shaped bodies a little over 4 feet deep. The vertical sides concealed double spring beds with mattresses. When the sides were lowered to a horizontal position, extending 4 feet outward from the line of the body, the roof automatically rose 2 feet. Behold, a cunning little cottage with sleeping room for 4 persons, amply ventilated by screened and curtained windows, and sheltered by a roof of compo board reinforced with narrow wooden slats and waterproofed with duck. The apartment could be divided, with a light canvas curtain hung lengthwise from the roof, into 2 rooms. At the V-shaped front were 2 triangular closets. On the left a wardrobe, on the right a kitchenette, fitted with shelving and an icebox. The one door which closed these 2 closets was a folding table buttoned in. For illumination, electric bulbs, one at each end, deriving current by connection with the storage battery of the car. Now our baggage problems were solved. The trailers weighed 900 pounds and were capable of carrying 400 or 500 pounds each. They did away with the necessity of stowing cots and bedding in the baggage car. Our culinary arrangements were somewhat elaborate, but we were resolved from the first that we were not going to live upon baked beans and canned foods. To keep up the health and the morale of the party, we must have as nearly as possible the accustomed wholesome fare of home life. This meant, especially for so long a tour, considerably more than the usual camper's equipment of utensils. So we had built, to supplement the trailer kitchenettes, a running board box of sheet iron covered with waterproof fabric for the baggage car. It was about 5 feet long, as wide as the running board, and as high as the tonneau. The front was closed by 2 doors, each hinged at the bottom and supported in a horizontal position when open with chains. The upper one was of convenient work table height. Metal shelving with raised outer edges divided off the space within for rows of containers holding such staples as flour, sugar, salt, pepper, cornstarch, coffee, tea, cocoa, and flavoring extracts, and there was ample room above for small kitchen utensils, below for pots and pans. For the opposite running board we had made a full-length metal toolbox, just low enough to permit the opening of the car doors over it. A list of the equipment with which we started will doubtless make many an old camper smile. Yet we had few unnecessary supplies, and lacked so many things for which there was subsequent demand that we found ourselves constantly adding to the load. In the trailers, besides the mattresses, sheets, and pillowcases, yes, we had bed linen, unheard of for campers. There were 16 blankets, 8 camp chairs, 8 suitcases full of everyday clothes, 8 rubber toilet bags, each containing towels, washcloth, a folding rubber basin, and the usual accessories, 3 navy dunnage bags filled with sweaters, raincoats, and heavy topcoats, and in each bungalow 1 closet full of clothing and another packed with cooking utensils and table supplies. In the baggage car, in addition to its well-stocked kitchenette and a toolbox full of general utility implements, were 8 suitcases packed with civilized clothes, for use when we put up at hotels. On the assumption that we must find periodic relief from the rigors of camp life, we planned to spend indoors 1 night in every 7. Also in this car were carried the following items: 2 2-burner gasoline stoves, 1 folding oven, 1 carbide lamp, 3 galvanized buckets, 1 folding canvas bucket, 1 spade, 1 pull-you-out, a mechanical device consisting of wire cable, cogs, and pulleys with ratchet lever handle so multiplying power that it was guaranteed to extricate from ditch or mud hole any vehicle lighter than a 10-ton truck. 1 wire cable tow rope, 1 fireless cooker, 3 spare tire tubes, 8 rubber blankets, 4 Navy ditty boxes filled respectively with medicines, sewing materials, stationery, and road maps, 1 automobile slipcover of 12-ounce duck, 1 automobile tent large enough completely to house the baggage car and sloping away from its roof to a 4-foot wall, providing on the kitchenette side a shelter as long as the tonneau and 8 feet wide. 9 poles for the aforesaid tent. 1 floor cloth for the same. 1 sheet of duck, 5 by 12 feet, with grommets closely spaced around all 4 edges for general utility purposes. 1 ball of very stout cord, about the size of a football, weighing 11 pounds. 2 cameras. 1 .22 rifle and a 16-gauge shotgun. 5 rods and an assortment of lines, reels, hooks, flies, and lures. 2 tennis rackets. 1 5-gallon water can encased in a light wooden jacket. 1 3-gallon gasoline can. 1 crowbar. 1 trench pick. 1 pair of wading boots. 1 camp grid with side oven. 1 phonograph. 2 volumes of records. 2 heavy automobile robes. 1 soapbox full of potatoes, onions, and carrots. This sounds appalling, and it looked it too, when the baggage car was packed and 2 small water cans, a battery of thermos bottles, and a heterogeneous assortment of small but necessary articles were stowed away in the vacant space provided for a 7th rider in the passenger car. And yet we added to our household goods as we went along 2 more galvanized buckets, 2 aluminum dishpans, 2 oil stoves, a spare automobile tire, a spare trailer tire and tubes, 4 spare trailer springs, a wood stove, and 5 feet of pipe, a 1-gallon kerosene can, a gasoline lantern, 2 oil lanterns, a 2nd tow rope, a 3rd gasoline stove, a 6-foot dining table supported by a removable trestle, and 5 10-foot lengths of 2x2 pine, which we tied to the top of our baggage car kitchenette and used occasionally in supporting a canvas shelter over our camp. A special rack attached to the bumper of the passenger car carried a tento bed, compactly rolled. This is a folding double cot, which, when erected, is covered with an A-shaped tent supported on flexible metal rods inserted in the 4 corners of the frame, their upper ends meeting at the termini of a light angle iron ridge pole. This was meant for our spare bedroom in case of illness, permitting the isolation of a sick person. And last came Swive, riding like a captain on his bridge, in an elevated position where he could command a general view of the outfit and all its surroundings. The addition of a 9th member of our party is a story in itself. When our plans were incubating, opportunity offered to snatch victory from a series of defeats I had suffered on the matrimonial battlefield in a long and arduous campaign. The objective was ownership of a dog. For this trip, I said to my wife, we simply must have a dog. Nobody goes camping without a dog. All the books say so. Silence. So I made haste to hold the floor. Suppose you're sleeping in the woods 10 miles from the nearest house, and a gang of tramps or a couple of bears come prowling around in the middle of the night. If we get a dog, she said, and at last I knew that the battle was over, for she had never before got as far as if. It will be only upon one condition. And what's that? We shall dispose of him as soon as we return. That must be clearly understood. Agreed, I said. You needn't grin, she added. I mean it. Certainly, I said, correcting the facial blunder, and that was how Swive came into our lives. How he managed to stay there is a confidential matter that lies between him and his mistress. We found Swive in the classified advertisements asking for a new owner. He had a pedigree certifying to a long line of distinguished Airedale ancestors, a wavy, silky coat of light brown, a body as large as that of a young lion, and a nose and eyes suggestive of the countenance of an inquisitive bear. The register called him black and tan, but the black saddle was distinguishable only by turning back the longer light hair that hid it. He rode home with us nervously and accepted our hospitality tentatively, but in 2 days he had unreservedly transferred his allegiance to his new master and established his place as a recognized member of the family. When we first thought of a dog, we pictured one the size of a fox. Here was an animal that would occupy as much room as a half-grown calf. We looked at the baggage we were accumulating and wondered where we were to put him. Grandfather found the answer. Grandfather is a handy man at all jobs and a specialist in reed work. He measured Swive and made him a rectangular wicker basket with a wooden floor, resembling the body of a small baby carriage. At the back was a door, hinged at the bottom. This basket was mounted beside the hood of the passenger car, its front resting on a bracket on the mudguard, its back supported on an angle iron frame attached to the running board on a line with the windshield. When the door was let down, its upper edge rested on the running board, making a convenient runway for entrance or exit. Here, standing only a foot lower than the top of the front mudguard, Swive rode forth and back across the North American continent, barking defiance at 10,000 other dogs, 100,000 horses and cattle, and 1,000,000 chickens. Chapter 2. First Nights Under the Stars. It was June. The sidewalk was piled high with our camping paraphernalia. The street swarmed with fascinated children. The porches and commanding windows were vantage points of observation for interested neighbors. Our departure was a bigger event than the arrival of a chemical engine to put out a fire in a defective flue. In 3 hours, a dozen willing hands had packed our belongings into the caravan that was to set forth to discover America. Later, 4 hands often accomplished this feat in 5 minutes. Swive mounted to his basket and barked farewell to the crowd. We were off, the cars groaning and creaking under their heavy burdens, and the trailers rumbling ominously behind. Uppermost in our minds was distrust of the security of the hitching apparatus. Bar and socket joints attached the projecting channel bar tongues of the trailers to angle iron racks bolted to the rear cross members of the chassis frames. Should one of these joints break, or should the rivets by which the parts were held to the respective vehicles give way, disaster might ensue. To guard against this, we had linked cars and trailers together, additionally with safety hitches of stout rope. But we lacked confidence. So every few miles, and particularly after passing over a rough stretch, we halted to examine the connections. We soon learned that this anxiety was needless. The trailers gave us no trouble. The event of that first day's run was the selection and making of a camp. We knew that once we were out of the east, we should find in almost every sizable town an automobile camping ground, equipped with conveniences for the tourist. But in the early stages of our journey, we expected to have to make our nightstands in isolated spots and depend entirely upon our own resources. For the most part, we were right. The camping books had told us just what to do. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, one must begin to look for a level, open space by the roadside, surrounded with shade trees and near to a running stream or a farmhouse where water might be obtained. At the first place answering this description, one must make camp, securing, if possible, permission from the owner of the land. To pass by a desirable site at approximately the appointed time might mean an hour or two of delay in finding another, and compel the tourist to set up housekeeping under difficulties in the dark. There were 2 or 3 things that the books did not mention. They ignored the fact that in hilly country, level places adjacent to the roadside are hard to find. Their authors did not contemplate the necessity of securing parking space for 4 large vehicles. Also, farmers have an irritating habit of building fences around their pastures over which an automobile cannot climb. And highway builders will put ditches right between the road and the loveliest camping sites. However, that first day we were in luck. On the stroke of 4, we began to look for a temporary home as per directions, but all the land seemed upended. Toward 6, we climbed South Mountain, the outpost of the Alleghenies on Lincoln Highway, and began the descent, anxiously wondering if there were any level ground east of Pittsburgh. Partway down, we came to a place where workers had doubled the width of the road in digging out gravel from the edge of the hill. The extension was just big enough at a pinch to accommodate our outfit drawn up in parade formation. We held a consultation. As a campsite, the place, being virtually a part of the highway, was too public. There was no water, and there was no room to park the cars, as convenience demanded, side by side. Yet we might go farther and fare worse. If we camp here, it was suggested, tomorrow morning we shall pass an ideal spot just around the next turn of the road. Let's go on for a mile or 2. If the worst comes to worst, we can return. We went on, and within a few minutes drew up to read a sign which said, "Public Campground, maintained by Pennsylvania Department of Forestry." The place was Caledonia Park. We followed a little by-road to a level clearing in a grove of young pines. Through it purled a clear, cold mountain stream. On the bank of this rivulet stood a rustic shelter house with table and benches. Toward the edge of the forest was a huge brick fireplace with chimney draft regulators, and 4 sheet iron cooking plates. Near this, a stack of ready-cut firewood. A tap supplied drinking water from a reservoir hidden away in the hills. Back in the woods were toilet facilities and an immense concrete swimming pool. And the state of Pennsylvania kindly supplied electric light. Now we were ready to test the system. The system, it should be explained, had been worked out long in advance and contemplated a scheduled division of labor. On making camp, each member of the party was to perform certain assigned duties. Grandfather and the 3 girls, in details of 2 each, were to unpack and open up the trailers. My task was to set up the cooking apparatus so that my wife and her first assistant might immediately begin the preparation of the evening meal. The trailers had to be swept out, water carried, the camp grid erected, wood gathered, the fire started, and the electric light cords plugged in from cars to bungalows. All this work was covered by detail. It was part of the system that throughout the trip each individual must wash not only his own clothes but his own dishes. The question had been raised, suppose some of us prove to be careless dishwashers. Must those who are more scrupulous use imperfectly cleansed utensils? For answer, we had stamped upon each aluminum plate, knife, fork, spoon, cup, and soup bowl a number. Each member of the party was assigned a corresponding number and must always use his own utensils. Vivid is the memory of that first camp dinner. The system, up to the moment of serving the meal, had functioned smoothly, and all the operations prescribed had been performed with expedition. When the coffee had been poured and the soup bowls filled and the hungry gypsies were summoned, it was remembered that the numbers had been stamped on the bottoms of the cups and bowls inside and were, of course, invisible. "Where's number 7 bowl?" "Here, I've got number 2 spoon and my number is 6. "I can't find fork number 4. To lay hands upon the right numbers when they were plainly exposed was difficult and confusing enough. Finding them under the soup and coffee was impossible. By the time the cups and bowls had been emptied and refilled and the utensils had been correctly distributed, the dinner was cold. The first trial rang the knell of individual proprietorship of tableware and of individual dishwashing. This part of the system had failed. In general, however, the plan of a job for everybody and everybody on the job worked well. We were to learn many new kinks, and each day's experience taught us how to improve upon and expedite the camp routine. By the second night, we had introduced and permanently adopted a correct formula for parking the cars. Instead of drawing them up side by side, both heading in the same direction, we found that they should be brought head to tail, standing parallel and about 12 feet apart, always with the 2 trailer kitchenette doors facing each other. This placed the cooking appliances in the 2 trailer closets and in the running board box within reach of the cook, who would otherwise have had to walk around a car to get at one of her sources of supply. In the space between the cars, we set up our kitchen table and our dining table. When later it was added to our furniture, and thus had a certain measure of privacy at mealtime. This parking formula, however, added to the difficulty of selecting a camp because there must always be room for one car to circle around the other to head in the reverse direction, an operation that required plenty of space for maneuvering, and that was especially difficult when a campsite happened to be shaded by trees closely spaced. That first night's camp brought the reassuring knowledge that our sleeping quarters were going to prove eminently satisfactory. The beds were as comfortable as those we were used to at home. They were amply wide, they did not sag, they were at once firm and soft. We slept soundly, in defiance of hordes of disappointed mosquitoes. We greeted the sunrise with the pleased conviction that we were going to like camping. There were difficulties the second night. We found a stony hollow by the side of a reddish-brown brook, a little west of Cumberland, Maryland, where we set up our camp and got our dinner underway to an accompaniment of rumbling thunder punctuated by vivid electrical flashes. In the aluminum pots on the 2 gas stoves, a shoulder of lamb simmered, and potatoes and a mess of green peas boiled furiously. The coffee was just ready to go on when a terrific downpour cut loose from the black clouds. Precipitately, we took refuge in one of the trailers and sat there 4 in a row on each of the 2 beds, watching the shower extinguish the flames of our gas stoves and drench the contents of the open running board kitchenette. Obviously, this was a time to be cheerful. "You've got to expect rain when you go camping," I remarked sententiously. "Of course," agreed my wife, shrinking from a crackling bolt of lightning. "We're lucky to have this experience so early." Everybody agreed that it was extremely fortunate that it was raining cats and dogs and spoiling our dinner, and the fact that the roof did not leak was pointed out as a highly favorable omen. We pitied poor campers whose footing was the muddy earth, while we perched high and dry and hungry in our bungalow. The storm abated, stopped. We tried to relight our gas stoves, but they refused to function because I didn't know enough to drain the water out of their mixing chambers. The cook sampled the contents of the pots and announced that lamb, peas, and potatoes were such about 3/4 done. We kindled a wood fire and boiled our coffee over it and ate the nearly cooked dinner, as was. Going to bed, we were convinced that we had now been formally initiated into camping. On the 3rd night, we camped with the farmer's permission in a pasture tenanted by an inquisitive horse afflicted with a peculiar rumbling cough. This sociable animal wandered around our outfit all night, making weird, throaty noises, peering in at the windows of our bungalows and whinnying demands for an explanation of the mystery of our presence. It amused him, too, to see us carrying our water from a well 1/4 mile distant, inasmuch as he obtained an ample supply for himself from a shallow, muddy pool nearby. We now had the Allegheny Mountains behind us and were reassured on 2 points. The cars could drag their heavy loads up steep mountain grades, and the trailers would successfully negotiate sharp, hairpin turns. We had met no difficulties. There were ample reserves of power on the longest and steepest grades, and the trailers tracked perfectly after the rear wheels of the cars. On any turn the cars could make, the trailers would easily follow. Besides, we had thoroughly tested our brakes. We had employed a carriage builder to attach brake drums and bands to the trailer wheels. These were actuated by levers connected by ropes to the front seats of the cars, and the person riding beside the driver manipulated them. Theoretically, the device worked, but it seemed to make no appreciable difference in the braking of the cars. We afterwards stripped the trailers of all this apparatus and threw it away. Near a little town in eastern Ohio, on the fourth night out, we made our last private camp of the westward journey. After a long and vigilant lookout through miles of rolling country that offered few prospects, we spotted a pleasant grove watered by a limpid stream. It was surrounded with a worn fence, but there was a point through which we could enter by removing a few rails. The owner, who lived a mile away, allowed that we might camp there and added that folks usually paid $1 for the privilege. We grasped the idea thus delicately conveyed and drove back to the campsite. 2 horses were pastured there. They seemed glad to see us. When we began taking down the fence rails, they came to the door, as it were, to give us friendly greeting. We were immensely flattered, but when we took down the last rail, they astonished us by dashing madly out and up a byroad that led over the hills. We stared after them in consternation. Grandfather has a wide acquaintance among horses, having been raised on a farm. He shouted to these in their own language, and they came to a stop and looked back at him over their shoulders. He edged toward them, murmuring soft nothings. When he was within a few feet, they kicked up their heels and scampered on. A short distance beyond, the road took a sharp bend to the left. Grandfather cut across a cornfield to head the brutes off. "Old stuff," they remarked, when they observed this strategy, and on reaching the turn they galloped off across the fields to the right and disappeared over a hilltop, with loud equine laughter, while Grandfather dolefully retraced his steps through the mud. We hated to apprise the owner of the misfortune that had befallen him, but it must be done, and Grandfather, because of his intimate knowledge of farmer psychology, was entrusted with this delicate mission. He trudged the weary mile to the farm and told his story. "Oh, that's all right," said the farmer as he started for the barnyard. The truant horses were standing at the gate. We had saved their master the trouble of driving them home. Chapter 3. Stern Justice and Smiling Hospitality. We had already been long enough on the road to learn something of the peculiarities of trailers. For one thing, while we knew at the outset that the bulk of the load must be carried at the extreme rear of these two-wheeled vehicles, to relieve the downward pressure on the hitching apparatus, we found that no matter how carefully they were packed, the baggage had a lively habit of jumping around and would not stay put. So we arranged the suitcases in a row, on end, just inside the tailboard, and held them in place by passing a rope through their handles and securing it to screw eyes in the door jambs. The rest of the load was piled on top of these and held by the same rope, which prevented it from skidding around. Also, we learned that we must proceed with extreme caution over all rough roads, slowing down to 8 or 10 miles an hour if we did not wish to break springs. But on smooth highways there was no limit save that prescribed by the law, and at high speed on good roads we were oblivious of the presence of the little houses tagging along behind. This was demonstrated after we had cleared the outskirts of Dayton, Ohio. It was mid-afternoon, and we had about 2 hours to make our objective, 50 miles ahead. I suggested to my wife, who always drove the passenger car, that if the road proved good, we had better step on it, and she nodded assent. We had a long vista of concrete, as smooth as a billiard table, stretching away over rolling ground through open country as far as we could see. Frequent signs by the roadside warned the traveler of speed traps. These, I thought lightly, must be wanting in authenticity, since it would take an army of speed cops to man so many traps. In our own state, the law provides that an officer with stopwatch must be stationed at each end of a measured course to obtain legal evidence. But in Ohio, as it turned out, there is a different system. We were bowling along merrily, coasting down each hill to gain momentum for the next rise, and taking steep upgrades with exhilarating ease, when I heard a chug-chugging behind me. Well, I thought, if this fellow is in a greater hurry than we are, he is entitled to a clear track. So I pulled over to let him pass. When he drew abreast, I saw out of the corner of my eye that he was driving a sidecar motorcycle containing a passenger. Also, it was uncomfortably evident that he was holding his hand out at right angles across my path. Lest there should be any mistake about the matter, he blew a whistle. We stopped. The man on the motorcycle smirked with satisfaction. He drew out a notebook and pulled back his coat, exhibiting a badge. "You're under arrest. The lady, too," he said, jerking a thumb toward the car behind. "What for?" I inquired, trying to register astonishment. 42, he replied, preparing to jot down our pedigrees. I did not deny the soft impeachment. Firstly, because it is useless to argue with a traffic officer. These fellows are so dogmatic and sought in their views. Secondly, I felt a slight tingle of pride to think that a car which had tipped the scale loaded at 5,800 pounds, dragging a trailer that weighed 1,400 pounds, could be legally attested to have made 42 miles an hour going uphill. So I said, "What's to be done?" "You'll have to drive back with me to the office of the nearest justice," he said. "That's 6 miles. Both cars." "But we can't turn this outfit around in this narrow road," I objected. "Cut off the trailers, then," he commanded. He was disposed to be reasonable, however, and consented to my appearance for my partner in crime. My trailer was detached, and I followed my captor ignominiously over the route we had just traversed. It developed later that he was to be paid by me so much per mile for the distance traveled, and the length of the journey did not inconvenience him in the least. The squire was very sympathetic. He read with interest the letters I offered certifying to my high moral character and law-abiding citizenship, and seemed pained to think that I should have cast off all restraint upon leaving my home. In consideration of the fact that this was my first offense, and more particularly as I was a visitor from another state, he would forbear to impose the fine of $100 for each violation of the speed limit, which he said the law prescribed, and of which he would have gotten no share, and would let me off with the costs that accrued to himself and the speed cop. These, when the mileage had been computed, amounted to $9.65. I was deeply touched by this evidence of hospitality to tourists from beyond the Ohio borders, because several cars bearing the licenses of that state had passed me on the road going in the same direction at an even higher speed just prior to this unpleasantness. But I felt relieved to be let off so lightly, and not a little puzzled in view of the judge's cordiality that he did not urge me to partake with him of the volatile medicament that imparted a genial odor to his breath. That evening, staying over at Richmond, Indiana, we were beginning to penetrate the territory of municipally maintained automobile camps, and on the following night at Lebanon, Indiana, we experienced for the first time that hospitality toward the motor tourist which is the dominant note as one progresses westward. As the Lebanon camp is typical of the small-town accommodations for visitors who come in automobiles and bring bed and board with them, it merits some description. One finds on the edge of the town a well-kept, spacious public park, of which at the time of our visit a part had just been set aside for the use of motor camping parties. A matron employed to extend the glad hand to daytime arrivals, hailed us on our approach and politely did the honors. She showed us the best available camping site, the location of the drinking water supply, and the wood pile. We were conducted to the community house close at hand, where modern plumbing was in evidence. It was too bad, the matron said, that the tourist camp was so new that there had not yet been time to install shower baths. But only 100 yards away was the grandstand of a baseball park, under which were showers fed from a tank that stood all day in the hot sun. We could have the use of these showers on application to the night watchman. If we preferred coal to wood for fuel, he would bring us some. Here were tables and benches, and if we needed more, she would order them delivered. Was there anything else she could do for us? We couldn't have expected better treatment had we been old friends. And in the course of a few hours, we bade fair to attain that status. Dinner was underway when one of the park commissioners appeared to supplement the matron's welcome. Our outfit exciting his interest and admiration, he brought the two other commissioners to see it. By the time we had eaten dinner and were ready to clear away the dishes, the news had spread all over town of the arrival of a strange caravan at the tourist camp, and the populace turned out to do justice to the occasion. At first, the visitors began to arrive in twos and threes. Some stated that they had been expecting company at home, but, hearing of our advent, had left notes on the doorsteps transferring the engagement to the tourist camp. Of course, these friendly folk wanted to see the works. We organized them in groups of a dozen or so and took them through the charge of competent lecturers. The explanations became a routine. On the road, the sides are closed up and the bungalow stands only so high. When opened, the top goes up 2 feet as the sides come down. Grandfather, turn on the lights. Yes, they are lighted by electricity. These closets, as you see, are closed by the folding table. This one is a wardrobe. The other is a kitchenette. This curtain divides the bungalow into 2 rooms. Now, if you will step this way, I will show you our running board cupboard. This door comes down, so now we have a table to cook on. These are our gas stoves. Besides, we have a fireless cooker. Oh yes, that basket is for the dog. "Here, Swive, get into your basket," and so on and so on. It was 10 o'clock when the crowd thinned out and we were able to do the dishes. If I seem to be making fun of the good people of Lebanon, it is not in an unkindly spirit. Their curiosity was perfectly natural, and their attitude was cordial and neighborly. When they learned that we were making only an overnight stand, they urged us to prolong our stay. One visitor wanted us to inspect his creamery and load up with free milk. But as he casually remarked that the town was battling with a smallpox epidemic, we feared that our schedule would not permit us to dally. From Richmond on, all the way to the northwest coast, down to Southern California and back to Pennsylvania, there was just one more instance of difficulty in locating a camping place, and that was in Chicago. We arrived in Chicago on the afternoon of the 8th day and learned from the Automobile Club that motor camping is not encouraged by that metropolis. The nearest available site, our informant said, was in a forest preserve 20 miles from the center of the city. There we were obliged to remain in a grove of scrub oak for 3 days, pending some repairs to one of the cars, which might have been attended to before we left home. It was probably the most inconvenient camp of the 123 that sheltered us during our year's journey, for the nearest water supply was 4 miles distant, and we had to haul perhaps 20 gallons a day by automobile. On our return trip late in the following spring, we found by accident a small private automobile camp on the Roosevelt Boulevard, only 12 miles from the city, with water on the spot, but this place is little known, unadvertised, and only occasionally occupied by a solitary camping party. So steady is the eastward growth of the vogue of motor camping, which is universally practiced in the West and Middle West, that I have sometimes half-seriously considered throwing overboard more conventional business to open up the gold mine that awaits development at the hands of the first enterprising chap to appreciate the opportunities afforded by Chicago, the campless city. The great restraining consideration is the fact that the proprietor of a motor camp couldn't go camping. It was in Chicago, I believe, that we first began to get seriously out of patience with our gas stoves. The two we had were of different makes, but had many traits in common. They were the most temperamental critters imaginable. Neither could be depended upon to work. Usually they could be generated successfully, but as soon as the pots were on, one or the other would begin to act up. The usual symptom was a flaring up into a high yellow flame which blackened the cooking utensils. Obviously, this indicated an improper mixture of gas and air, but it was beyond me to remedy. The valves also refused to work according to directions. Either the turning of the knob would fail to admit gas to the burner, or it would send forth an intermittent flow. When the flow was steady and adequate, the turning of the knob to the stopping point would often fail to cut off the flame. In fairness to the gasoline stove manufacturers, I must admit that we found comparatively few other parties who had trouble with their apparatus, and most of the campers we questioned declared that their gas stoves worked well. Either we were incredibly stupid in the management of ours, or the fact that we used our stoves much longer every day and subjected them to a severer test accounts for our many unpleasant experiences. It should be added also that the efficiency of the camp stove has been greatly increased since our stoves were purchased. We were driven, when our gas stoves first balked, to cooking over the wood fire in the grid, which my superior officer never liked because it invariably smudged our pots, the brilliant polish of which was the pride of her life. Before leaving the campless city, we purchased a third gas stove of still a different make, which proved the most reliable of the lot, and having laid in some spare valve needles for the others, I took them all apart, cleaned them, and reassembled them. For a day or two we had 3 stoves that would work, but in the course of the year there were not 10 days when all 3 of the stoves were functioning in harmony, and much of the time one only could be used. Months afterward, my wife's patience being exhausted by the unreliability of her stoves, the bulkiness of which at critical moments interfered seriously with practice of the culinary art, we invested in a wood-burning affair which, completely enclosing the fire, did not soil the cooking utensils. It had, however, one great drawback. Its use necessitated the detail of one person constantly to regulate and replenish its fire during cooking operations, as otherwise it would not furnish an even heat. Of course, expert campers can meet all the requirements with one iron pot hung over an open fire. But we were not living that way. Our breakfasts, consisting mainly of fruit, coffee, toast, and eggs, often supplemented with bacon, might have been managed and sometimes had to be with a small wood fire. But you cannot satisfactorily prepare a dinner for 8 persons in 1 or 2 pots over a campfire, if the meal consists of meat, potatoes, a fresh vegetable, coffee, tea, and invariably 1 or 2 sauces separately cooked. That is, you cannot do it if you insist upon having all the items of such a meal reach a state of perfection simultaneously, instead of cooking them in relays and setting them aside to keep warm and deteriorate, and that was a cardinal point with my wife. Besides, she could not be induced to abandon her shining aluminum. I used to point to the blackened coffee pots of other campers and argue that so long as the interior was clean, the exterior didn't matter. I computed that making coffee over the wood fire and letting the coffee pot get black and stay black would save over 3 whole days in the course of a year. But that mathematical demonstration didn't get me anywhere. I still look back with regret on the aggregate of precious hours that might have been dedicated to sightseeing, but had to be devoted to scouring that coffee pot.
This audiobook presentation is made possible with funding from logsdonandco.com. Let Logsdon & Co. help you step back in time with our growing line of classic attire. Whether you are into vintage hunting, classic camping, or antique automobiling, we have the outfits you need to immerse yourself in the experience of a past age. Our products are reproduced from original garments and patterns from the early 20th century and are made to be durable and practical. Our line of clothing and accessories for recreating the golden age of outdoor sporting and camping has everything you need to start your next adventure. Count on us for fast shipping and excellent customer service. Check it out on logsdonandco.com.
Chapter 4. Farewell to Paved Highways. We had laid down, with the help of blue books and road maps, a schedule of daily runs to mark for letter-writing friends our progress all the way to Yosemite Park. We thought it necessary to fix dates for calling at designated post offices. But the schedule was a great mistake. Daily runs had been conservatively figured, yet we found it impossible to keep up with them. The consequence was that being always behind time, we ever felt obliged to rush through places where we should have liked to linger. For instance, one of the prime objects of this expedition was fishing. There were 2 enthusiastic, albeit inexperienced fishermen in the party. The other 6 were disinterested but tolerant. We were prepared to cope with every freshwater species of the finny tribe, and yet, because the schedule said we must arrive in Yosemite Park by September 1st, we hastened by scores of attractive streams and lakes in Wisconsin and Minnesota, little frequented by anglers and therefore much frequented by fish. And then we fished day after day in the parks where rods are almost as numerous as the prey, merely because the schedule allotted a week or 2 of camping in these places. Time card regulation of a gypsy tour is incongruous. It was our worst blunder. The literature of the various organizations of trail boosters concerning the routes from Chicago to Yellowstone Park is tinged with rosy optimism. Still, it did not deceive us. We expected rough going, and we got plenty of it. But it was not nearly so bad as we had anticipated. Wisconsin and Minnesota are energetically building good roads, and that meant alternate stretches of fine new concrete and old dirt, plentifully sandwiched with painful detours until we were well beyond St. Paul. At that time, the hard road ended at Elk River, Minnesota, a place well graved on our minds by 2 inconsequential incidents. It was there that the advanced stage of civilization to which motor camping has attained was brought forcibly to our attention. We were eating breakfast in one of the bungalows, sitting on the beds with the 2 folding tables in the aisle between us, as we frequently did in cool or inclement weather, when we heard a loud knocking on the trailer door. "Who's there?" we cried. "Iceman." It was just like home. And at Elk River, a neighbor proudly exhibited a fine string of fish he had caught in the stream that flowed by the camp. But we were running behind the accursed schedule and must push on. Over 1,500 miles from home, after 2 weeks of travel, we met with the first of many trifling but always annoying mishaps to our equipment. It was a regular duty of the occupant of the seat beside the driver of the leading car to keep a sharp lookout for the tail end of the caravan. On this occasion I was piloting, and the vigilance of the lookout lagged. We came to a place where a car had been ditched in 4 feet of water by the side of a dirt road, and the highway was blocked by the efforts of a tractor and an army truck hitched together to pull it out. We disembarked to join the little group of spectators and unofficial advisors, and for the first time noted that our passenger car was nowhere in sight. 10 minutes passed. Reluctantly, we detached our trailer and drove back to investigate. We came upon the other car 2 miles away, the occupants patiently awaiting our return. The body of its trailer sagged strangely. There had been a snap and a crash in passing over a "thank you, ma'am." All the leaves of one spring had given way. It is amusing now to recall that we regarded this as a great calamity. I had to drive 4 miles to the nearest town in quest of help, and returned with a mechanic and the inevitable helper, and a new spring. Thereafter we carried spare springs, at first 1, then 2, and finally a stock of 4, and by the time we had broken half a dozen, we had come to regard a fractured trailer spring as merely an unexpected half-hour's delay. After that first experience, we never enlisted professional service in the replacement of springs. As it turned out, this mishap occasioned no loss of time, for the road was blocked long after the repairs were completed by the attempts to rescue the ditched car. Long strings of automobiles were lined up on each side of the salvage operations, the tourists watching the futile efforts of truck and tractor to conquer North Dakota mud. Finally, the power of the wrecking crew was augmented by the strength of about 40 men pulling on a long rope, and the mired car plowed up the bank to the hard surface of the road. At Jamestown, North Dakota, we encountered a new form of hospitality. Hardly had we parked and disembarked at the tourist camp when the Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce appeared to welcome us in the name of the city and its leading businessmen and make us feel that he had been awaiting our arrival. This was to be our home, he explained, as long as we could be induced to stay. He pointed out the location of the conveniences maintained by the Chamber of Commerce, inquired feelingly about our origin and destination, begged us to accept a current copy of the local newspaper, and presented literature which dealt enthusiastically with the past, present, and particularly the future of Jamestown, North Dakota, where it seemed folly for a forward-looking businessman not to locate. Then the secretary pulled out a little notebook and got down to the real purpose of his visit. "How much money," he asked, "do you expect to spend in Jamestown?" This was staggering, for we had not considered the subject. Perhaps he felt that the question put a mercenary complexion on his welcome, for he hastened to explain that he was gathering statistics wherewith to demonstrate to the businessmen who supplied the funds for the upkeep of the camp that they were casting bread upon the waters. This seemed reasonable, and after a hasty calculation, I replied that we should probably part with $15. He credited us with that amount and moved on to interview some other new arrivals. As a matter of fact, our expenditure very largely exceeded the sum named, as we found that in addition to the gas, oil, and food supplies I had figured upon, we needed a new tire and some minor repairs. In our case, at least, Jamestown's hospitality paid. The time came on our arrival at Miles City, Montana, when the sacred schedule cracked wide open. It provided for a one-night stand in this hustling cattle country metropolis. We made camp there in a pretty public park crowded with nearly 200 touring parties on the last day of June, and learned that on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of July there was to be a big roundup. There was no getting away from the conviction that we must stay and see it. Here, settled for a 5 days' rest, we established a somewhat elaborate camp, erecting for the first time our big tent and sheltering the passenger car with its slip cover. There was no sense in putting up the tent for the ordinary single night stops, but there was no valid reason why we should not have covered the newly painted passenger car every night, for the job took only 5 minutes. But we were like a chap we were to meet later in California. This man, a fat, good-natured Italian, was dawdling along the road ahead of us in a flivver, skirting the shore of Half Moon Bay. One of his rear tires was flat. We had followed him for some time in the single car in which we were sightseeing from a base near San Francisco, when I said to my front seat companion, "That fellow will ruin his tire. We had better catch up with him and tell him about it." As I pass him, you call his attention to it. I stepped on the gas, and at the correct moment my wife leaned over the side, pointing at the tire. Before she could open her mouth, the driver rumbled with a wide grin, "I know, but I'm too lazy," dwelling with peculiar unction on the lay. We too were too lazy, and not until the paint was worn off our car by constant exposure to the dews of night falling on a body baked all day in the hot sun did we learn to make regular use of the cover provided for the car's protection. Our Miles City camp was doubly luxurious in that, profiting by the experience of a welcoming shower, we stretched our 5x12 general utility canvas together with some odd pieces between the two cars and trailers, thus sheltering the workroom of the cook from the sun and rain. From that time on, we always erected this shelter when remaining in any camp more than one night. Here, too, Grandfather manufactured our dining table, which cost us 65 cents for materials, and served throughout the remainder of the trip, making us independent of the park tables, sometimes provided but often requisitioned in advance of our arrival by other campers. And here we learned the art of making handy little tabourets out of soap boxes by nailing legs at the four corners inside. The inverted box then serving as a repository for cooking utensils and odds and ends of the kind that are in constant use around an outdoor household. The Miles City Roundup, a novelty to us, was an affair of a type familiar to seasoned travelers in the West. It brought together hundreds of picturesquely apparelled cowboys and Indians who engaged in the sports peculiar to the cow country, the breaking of broncos, riding of wild steers fresh from the range, roping of cattle, and bulldogging. Tame as these amusements may be to all but tenderfoots, the roundup of whose money was one of the prime objects of the celebration, this last sport, involving the leap of a skilled rider from the back of his horse to the horns of a madly racing steer, and the throwing of the terrified brute by a sudden twisting of his neck, was not without its thrills to the participants. One poor fellow, at least, borne away on a stretcher to the waiting ambulance after his steer had wickedly gored him, can attest the truth of this. It will not do to pass over Miles City without a word of A. B. Chutney. Mr. Chutney, which is not his real name, of course, was a large, red-faced person attired as a cowboy. That is, he wore a vivid green shirt, the inevitable Stetson, a pair of shaggy chaps, and the conventional spotted red bandana about his thick neck. Such is the regalia cowboys wear for exhibition roundups. On other occasions, green and pink and purple shirts are not much in evidence. Mr. Chutney rode up and down the tourist camp on the days prior to the celebration, always leading one or two extra horses. Perhaps he was a hostler in the local livery stable, exercising the steeds, perhaps a genuine cowboy. In any case, he was not indifferent to the admiring glances of the tenderfoots, and he did not hide the light of his horsemanship under a bushel. Moreover, he always had one eye open for the girls. It did not take him long to spot the presence of 3 young women around our camp, and he seemed intuitively to know that all of them ardently desired to learn the art of horseback riding. After the manner of a peacock displaying its gorgeous plumage, he curveted around a while, exhausting his repertoire, of plain and fancy stuff, and then nonchalantly dismounted at our tent. "I am A.B. Chutney," he announced to me. "If you don't believe it, ask anybody in town. They all know Chutney." I expressed polite credence and tried to convey by a look of bright interest mingled with gratification that I felt highly honored. "Perhaps one of them young ladies would like to take a ride," he suggested. Two of the young ladies, one more than Mr. Chutney had counted upon, thought they would. It was stipulated that they should not go beyond the borders of the spacious campground. Mr. Chutney hastened to introduce himself. "You young ladies don't know me, but everybody else does," he informed them. "I'm A.B. Chutney. You will find my name in the telephone book. Look," he added, producing a sheaf of yellow papers. "Here's a stack of telegrams addressed to me. See the name? A.B. Chutney." Having thus established his identity, Mr. Chutney, who seemed to be a good-hearted chap, but somewhat eccentric, took the girls for a short ride on horses guaranteed to be gentle, and on the following days took all of them in turn, always two at a time, on short tours around the camp. But on every occasion he exhibited the telegrams, together with letters, bills, and receipts, piling proof upon proof that he was A.B. Chutney, and urging inspection of the telephone directory and inquiry at the bank, the post office, and the Chamber of Commerce. His conduct was exemplary, but I suspect that his real name was Smith. Chapter 5. The Scenic Approach to Yellowstone. One might take a map of the United States and block off in 3 colors with fair accuracy the territory in which virtually all automobile tourist camps are free, that in which a fee for their use is imposed by the towns, the business associations, and the individuals that own them, and that in which there are so few public camps of any kind that they may be regarded as non-existent. These areas would not be contiguous, but each of them would be largely and clearly defined. The pay camp belt occupies all the Pacific coast and is rapidly extending its borders eastward. We were now approaching its solitary, isolated outpost at Billings, Montana, where for the first time westbound tourists encountered a public automobile camp to which admission was charged. Our numerous fellow campers regarded this as a great outrage, and there was much loud grumbling. Many of them recorded their opinions of the city and its Chamber of Commerce in writing on the fence which surrounded the campsite. Some of them set up their outfits on a dreary sandlot on the outskirts of the town rather than submit to extortion. As a matter of fact, the fees charged were moderate here and elsewhere, and we were later to discover that pay camps are much to be preferred to those in which admission is free. There are only 2 classes among campers: a relatively small number of professional hobos who are so skillful at panhandling that they can afford the luxury of motoring in fourth-hand flivvers, and a rousing majority of amateur hobos like ourselves. The sign proclaiming an admission fee excludes the professionals. It was our plan to enter Yellowstone Park through the Cody Gateway, by way of Shoshone Canyon. Therefore, a little west of Billings, we turned off to the southward, deserting the Yellowstone Trail, and camped after a very short day's run at Bridger. The next morning, we were warned that we should encounter a little detour a few miles from town where a bridge had been washed out. This was our first experience with Western methods of dealing with a washout. Back in North Dakota, we had found one piece of road covered by a lake several feet deep and a quarter of a mile wide, and had had to travel 7 miles to get around it. And upon another occasion, we had followed a well-defined trail plumb through the middle of a field of growing corn to avoid a mud hole. But there had been no washouts. Soon we came to the point where traffic was barred, not far from the edge of a deep draw. Wheel tracks led off in a winding line across a barren stretch of sand and rock, pock-marked with gopher holes. Some pioneer had blazed this trail, groping for a spot where the banks of the draw were not quite vertical. We came rather abruptly to the brink of a yawning chasm. The temporary road shot downward at perilous angles, both forward and sidewise, to the rocky bed of a shallow stream 20 feet below. The baggage car was leading, and I got out to examine this dangerous-looking ford. There was plenty of evidence that other cars had been through and climbed the opposite bank, though it looked as if one must surely upset with the wheels on the right side 2 feet higher than those on the left. However, there was no avoiding it. I crawled in with painful caution and managed to make the bottom and leap the stones of the creek bed without mishap. Then I rushed the ascending bank. The car bravely took the beginning, but 3/4 of the way up the wheels began to spin in the soft ruts. The old boat shuddered, stopped, began to slide backward. With locked brakes, we slipped to the foot of the slope and came to rest in a foot of mud. Happily, the trailer tracked perfectly in the ruts in its downward progress, and no harm was done. Had it taken a notion to turn, as it almost invariably did in backing, we should inevitably have been wrecked. With the aid of spade, blocks, and jack, we got chains on our wheels and made the grade. My wife, who had waited at the top of the bank to see how I should fare, skillfully drove down, and her car climbed the ascending slope with ease. Then we had a long, slippery crawl up Bridger Canyon, and at the top, in a heavy shower, 6 miles of deep mud in which the cars swung from side to side of the slippery road, heaving like ships in a storm. But before the afternoon was far advanced, the sun came out gloriously and baked a rich crust upon our caravan, and we pulled into Powell, Wyoming, as dry as punk. It rained that night and most of the next day, and we remained in camp. On the following morning, we made the shortest day's run on record, 24 miles, from Powell to Cody, and it was plenty. 3 short but very steep and slick hills lay on our way. At the bottom of each was a narrow bridge over a draw, with no guardrails. The road approached these draws on high fills, leading down to sheer walls with muddy streams below. On the bridges there were about 2 feet to spare at the sides, and to skid on the way down and miss the planking meant a plunge into an abyss. At the crest of the first descent, we stopped to explore the ground, on foot, calculating the chances of being able to stick to the crowned road. When we decided to take the dip, Grandfather walked by the side of the car with wooden blocks in hand, ready to thrust them under the wheels. We inched our way down without mishap and followed the same procedure safely on the remaining hills. Then we crossed the roaring Shoshone River, climbed a long, mushy grade, and almost stalled when we suddenly encountered a herd of horses on a hairpin turn. When we reached Cody about noon, after having sloshed through 4 or 5 miles of little ponds, we thought we had had enough of driving on dirt roads just after heavy rains and went into camp to await drier weather. Cody was full of tourists who had heard that the rains had made the road to Yellowstone Park unsafe, and who were not going to move until there had been a few hours of sunshine. But for 2 days it rained intermittently, and the camp grew more and more overcrowded with new arrivals. Startling yarns were current about the terrors of the road through Shoshone Canyon. Other tourists surveyed our trailer-burdened outfit and declared flatly that we could never make Yellowstone Park through this entrance. Why, the road wound for miles along the very brink of a precipice 2,000 feet high, with a rock wall on one side and eternity on the other. And it was so narrow that in but few places could 2 cars pass each other. What should we do if we met another car in view of the fact that we could not back our trailers? Besides, the turns were so sharp that a car with a trailer couldn't get around them. To clinch the argument, there was Sylvan Pass, 8,000 feet high, with a terrific grade. We could never make it with our load. One camper who had come down from the park and was eastward bound regaled us with a tale of his experience. His wife, as the car entered the canyon, took one look over the wall and began to scream. She threw an automobile robe over her head and flung herself upon the floor of the tonneau, where she lay shrieking until the driver assured her that he had emerged into open country, and now she was a nervous wreck. These lugubrious representations finally got on our nerves. All the can't-do-it predictions we had heard before about the difficulties of certain parts of the road behind us had proved mere bugaboos, and we had learned to discount scare stories based on the experience of drivers who had strayed from city streets and flat country for the first time and were trying to climb mountains in weak-lunged cars that ought to be taking the air in the junkyard. But there was such unanimity of opinion about Shoshone Canyon that we began to think there might be something to it. However, every day throughout the season, heavy stages carrying big loads traveled the Shoshone Road in both directions. We finally came to the conclusion that what they could do, we could. But we acted upon the one morsel of sensible advice which we had received. "Start at daybreak," said a neighbor, "and you won't meet a soul coming down, for those who leave the park the same day won't have had enough time to reach the Narrows." Following a sunny afternoon came a bright dawn, and we broke camp without waiting to eat breakfast. The first obstacle to be overcome was Soapstone Hill, significantly named just outside of town on the far bank of the Shoshone River. The soapstone was rather moist, but we made it in low gear. Then a few miles of meandering across the mesa, and we reached the gateway of Shoshone Canyon. For scenic beauty, this whole day's ride is almost unequaled. We mounted along a shelf of rock blasted out of the sheer wall of the canyon, with a roaring torrent pouring through a narrow cleft far below us, and towering battlements rising on our right. The road was narrow, it is true, but it was certainly amply wide for one car, with never less than 4 or 5 feet on the outside edge, and there were frequent widenings where 2 cars might pass. What matters it how many 100 feet of drop lie beside the road? Had the dip been 10 feet, no one would have thought of worrying about the danger. Yet it might be just as unpleasant to leap into a river from a height of 10 feet as to tumble 1,000. Death would be quicker and less painful in the latter case, perhaps, but that's all. Shoshone Canyon is no place for an inexperienced or inebriated driver. It will not do to pilot a car through it without looking at the road, but it offers no difficulties for any careful motorist whose steering gear is trustworthy and who knows enough to drive at a moderate pace and keep a sharp lookout on any winding road. It's human nature to magnify the dangers we have passed through. It gives us, in our own estimation, a tinge of heroism, an agreeable smack of daredeviltry. That accounts for a lot of the tales one hears about hazardous motoring, and particularly of the tremendous difficulties of the Shoshone Canyon Road. The canyon is short. At its head is the renowned Shoshone Dam, impounding the waters for power and irrigation, and creating a long, narrow lake set in a frame of grim and rugged mountain peaks. Beyond this stupendous wall of concrete, the country opens up into a lovely, pine-clad valley, watered by a dashing, rock-bedded stream. Having passed through the Narrows and pierced their half-dozen tunnels without meeting a single car, our anxiety gave place to thoughts of breakfast. We had airily dismissed the subject, confident that on such a well-traveled road we should surely find plenty of refectories. But the needs of the travelers seemed to have been overlooked, and by 10 o'clock we had given up hope. Just as we had resolved to stop and prepare a roadside meal, which involved a deal of unpacking, there loomed up ahead of us the sign, Richard Ranch, 2 miles, meals and lodging. Our pace quickened. It was a long 2 miles. We came at last to a house which we thought must be the place. Investigating, I found an open door giving upon a living room. On a large table were the traces of a meal, dirty plates on a sheet of smeary oilcloth, a few scraps of bacon, a tin basin full of soapy water. It did not look inviting. No one was about. We hoped this was not the Richard Ranch. A young girl passing in the road reassured us. We went on. We came to the ranch in a few minutes, a big old house set well back from the road, fronted by a spacious porch. I knocked at the door, and a woman answered. "Can you serve breakfast for 8? "Oh, goodness," she answered, evidently dismayed by this wholesale application at such an hour. "Well, I'll see." She retired, and I heard fragments of a whispered consultation. Another woman appeared. "I'm Mrs. Richard," she said. "I guess we can get you up a breakfast if you'll wait half an hour." Could we wait? I waved to the hungry occupants of the cars, and they piled out pell-mell, advancing in solid phalanx toward food. The good lady ushered us into an immense living room. I can see it now, walls adorned with mounted heads of big game, a massive center table covered with a skin, a gun rack in one corner well filled with arms, a stand of fishing rods in another, great deeply upholstered chairs, furs scattered here and there on the polished floor, a broad open fireplace. At the back was a sort of dais raised by 2 steps above the general level of the floor, and on that dais a table, and on that table our hostess was setting forth gleaming silver, sparkling glass, and snowy napery. We kept our eyes on the table. Such a ranch, such a breakfast. My mouth waters at this moment as I think of it. Perhaps it doesn't sound alluring to stodgy, overfed folk who dawdle over today's repast before last evening's late dinner is digested. Just ice-cold orange juice in tall, thin glasses, a flock of crisp bacon fluttering about a golden mound of scrambled eggs, solid regiments of fragrant buttered toast marching up in close formation to be mowed down like grass, a steady inflow of reserves gallantly leaping into gaps in the ranks, coffee poured from a silver pot into china cups, wafting an incomparable aroma toward hungrily sniffling nostrils, generous pitchers of thick pale yellow cream, towers of smoking hot griddle cakes leaning precariously toward our plates, and real, honest-to-goodness maple syrup. Not a regular breakfast, of course, still very creditable considering that it was rustled up in a hurry. When I had put the tongue of my belt buckle through the last notch and was able to breathe again, I whispered to my wife, "There's no telling how much this is going to set us back, but whatever it is, it's worth it." My partner is economical, but she agreed with me. At Sylvan Pass that afternoon, some pessimistic predictions were nearly verified. We stuck. I stopped my car to take a picture of a corkscrew turn where the road makes a complete circle and crosses itself on a bridge. This compelled the driver of our passenger car to come to a standstill on the worst part of the grade, and when she attempted to start, the wheels kicked up loose sand. It developed that she needed about 1 cat power to get going. Grandfather and I, of combined strength more than equal to that of the lacking feline, gave a push, and off she went. That night we camped at Canyon in Yellowstone Park. Chapter 6. Camp Life in Geyserland. You can't get into Yellowstone Park without paying your initiation fee at the first ranger station. There are other ceremonies. You must pass a short civil service examination and have your guns sealed up to give the bears a 50-50 chance in getting away with your provisions, and paste your membership card on your windshield. Have you a dog? This question is a mere form, for every camper has a dog. Then you must keep him tied up, and here's a set of printed rules you must observe. They are not very stringent. Don't hang your wash by the roadside. Don't pick wild flowers. Don't violate the traffic regulations. Don't molest the game. The last is a poor rule because it doesn't work both ways. There is nothing in the contract forbidding the game to molest you. Goodness knows what the bears of Yellowstone Park would do for a living if there were no campers. Their regular lunch counters are the hotel garbage dumps, but they much prefer the tidbits which are to be gathered from the commissaries of the tourists. Woe betide the camper who neglects to suspend his bacon, meat, and sweets high on the slender limb of a tree. One chap hid a side of bacon under the hood of his car. In the morning he found the radiator pulled off and the hood tossed away, but he didn't find the bacon. We were glad that Swive must be kept on the leash. We didn't want him to kill any bears. On the first night at Canyon Camp, a couple of pounds of liver was cooked for the dog, and what he couldn't eat for his dinner was saved for his breakfast and placed on our dining table under an inverted dishpan. To ensure against depredations, we put the table in front of the baggage car, close up against the radiator, within 5 feet of the driver's seat on which Swive spent his nights. We covered the table, laden with breakfast dishes, with a rubber blanket. We hoped no bear would risk his life by approaching that liver. About the middle of the night, we were awakened by a terrific clatter. I drowsily associated the noise with a dream in which a Ford was racing over the corrugated iron roof of a railroad freight shed. Clang, bang, whang! Leaping from bed, I threw open the door of the bungalow. There, in the bright moonlight, stood a bear in front of the table, making swipes at the dishes with his huge, clumsy paw. The rubber blanket and a slew of plates and cups were on the ground. I seized a bucket and rushed out, yelling like a Comanche and beating on the bottom of my improvised drum. The bear fled precipitately into the shadows of the surrounding grove. The liver was still untouched. I gathered up the scattered dishes, covered the table, and was about to return to bed when it struck me that if I turned on the headlights of the car and shed a glare directly on the table, the bear, doubtless watching my proceedings from a safe distance, might be deterred from a second venture. As I reached over the car door to throw the light switch, Swive, who was slumbering peacefully, stretched, yawned, grunted luxuriously, and licked my hand. A fine bear dog. After that first night, we took no chances with Bruin, but followed the example of more experienced campers in protecting our food. The bears were very chummy and made free with the property of 2 or 3 of our neighbors in broad daylight. One young man came home from a visit to the Canyon Hotel and found a bear rummaging inside his tent. The wife of another chap had set breakfast on the table and sounded the come-and-get-it call. It fell upon the ears of a lady bear who had taken 2 hungry children for a stroll. They beat the family to the table and coolly devoured a stack of hot cakes and all the fixins, while the humans looked on in helpless indignation. In still another case, but of this we know only by hearsay from the lips of an eyewitness, 2 young fellows traveling by motorcycle with sidecar attachment and camping at Tower Falls in the park had hung their food to the branch of a tree and thoughtlessly left the motorcycle directly under it. In the night, awakened by a creaking noise, they saw a bear standing in their sidecar attempting to claw the suspended food, which was just out of his reach. With every wave of his paw as he struck at the bundle, the springs of the car sagged and rebounded, and the bear bounced up and down with a violence that must have made his head swim. Yet the brute was set in his determination to get that meal, and would doubtless have succeeded had not the loud laughter of the owners on witnessing the ludicrous spectacle diverted his attention and frightened him away. In strict regard for property rights, the Yellowstone Park bears ought to be kept on the leash, and the dogs should be allowed to run free. Before we had been a week at Canyon Camp, Grandfather, who was the fireman of our expedition, had become an expert in the art of securing fuel. The woodpile provided by the park authorities was a long distance from our establishment, and at first Grandfather and I painfully dragged the heavy sticks to our fireside to be chopped up. But he found an easier way. He would get up bright and early and make the rounds of the camp, where there were always 20 or 30 transients, to mark the size of the woodpiles and note signs of impending departure. There were always some tourists foolish enough to drag in more wood than they needed. If any of these seemed to be packing up, Grandfather kept an eagle eye upon their progress. At the psychological moment, he would stroll up to the head of the party and open a casual conversation. It would run like this. "Going to leave us today?" Yes, we're moving on." "What are you going to do with all that wood?" Of course, there could be but one answer, and Grandfather would lighten his labor by carrying ready-cut firewood a few feet, instead of dragging whole saplings an eighth of a mile. By this same device of a kindly and early interest in the departure of other tourists, he acquired in the course of time various permanent additions to our stock of camp furniture, among them a small, light but very serviceable table, which is still a part of our equipment, and which thereafter served as a support for our battery of gas stoves. Always he made a point of inspecting vacated campsites, and thus came into possession of discarded trifles, including a large collection of iron tent pegs. Once, in one of our Southern California camps, where we made a long stay and used the whole of our outfit, my wife bewailed the fact that we had been unable to secure any of the little green benches which the establishment provided. These were something less than table high, but were very handy repositories for small articles one wished to keep off the ground. The camp was well filled with tourists, and when we arrived the benches were all in use. "I think I can get you one," said Grandfather. The next morning he brought in 2 benches. As our stay lengthened, the number of these conveniences in and around our tent multiplied mysteriously. When we were ready to depart, we were shocked to discover that we had a total of 14 of them. "This is scandalous," said my wife. "I had no idea we were monopolizing the things. Why, I'm ashamed to uncover such an exhibit. What will the other campers think of us?" "I'll fix that," said Grandfather. He went out with a couple of the benches. Soon they had all disappeared. "What did you do with them?" my wife asked. "Oh," he answered, "I played fair with everybody. I gave them 2 apiece, all around." In Yellowstone Park, we caught tremendous quantities of fish on dry land. We hadn't reached our first camp when a casual acquaintance asked if we liked fish and presented us with a large string of trout. Everybody we met seemed to have been fishing and had a surplus and insisted upon sharing with us. And yet, when we ourselves fished... Of course, anybody can catch fish in Yellowstone Lake. Even we did. But these cutthroats are said to be wormy and are disdained by knowing anglers. We were anxious to drag a few from the rivers, but never got a strike in running water. When we moved from the canyon camp to Old Faithful, we saw hundreds of trout jumping in the Firehole River. This was more than I could stand. Though we were in a hurry, trying to beat a coming thunderstorm, we stopped and whipped the stream. Wherever a trout jumped, there we laid a fly, only to see the perverse fish leap from the water 100 feet away. We tried all the flies in our collection, but the foolish trout preferred natural food. It must be the wrong day of the week, or the wrong phase of the moon, I decided. So we gave it up, and later made a special trip to the same spot, with a like result. The only fish we took in Yellowstone, whether from our own hooks or from friendly donors, came from the lake. At Old Faithful, we had our first experience in making camp in a pouring rain. It was a nasty job, but we managed to get by without soaking any of our belongings except the clothes we wore. When everything had been made snug for the night, the rain ceased, and Grandfather, building a fire, dried out a stock of wood against the needs of the morning. This he sheltered with rubber blankets under one of the trailers. Later came another deluge, and as grandfather listened to the rain hammering on the roof, he congratulated himself upon his foresight. We arose late. The sun was shining brightly. Our fireman sought his private hoard of dry wood. It had vanished. Next to us was a campsite which had been occupied the night before by a clergyman. It was now vacant, and no trace of occupancy remained save the embers of a campfire. "The parson took your wood," said a neighbor, observing grandfather's perplexity. "I thought you must have told him he could have it." That was one of the 2 trivial thefts of which we were the victims throughout the whole journey. A minister stole our firewood, and an Indian later stole a chunk of raw meat from our camp in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Inasmuch as we often left our entire outfit absolutely unguarded for the better part of a day when we were sightseeing, this record speaks volumes for the general honesty of the tribe of motor campers. And the Indian, be it remembered, was not a camper. Keep your eye on the clergy. And that reminds one of the subject of holdups. Before leaving home, we had thought of them as a possibility. So too had other campers, judging from the stacks of small arms produced when 6 cars lined up at a ranger station to have their owners' guns sealed. We carried a gun in the front pocket of each car. We traveled thousands of miles of rough, sparsely settled country, and in the Northwest it was not uncommon to roll along for 20 miles at a stretch without seeing a soul, let alone a habitation. Ideal country for rough stuff, but the hold-up men seem to prefer the cities. Probably tourists afford poor pickings. We had just one scare, and that was conjured up by our own imaginations. It was on the rough road between Yellowstone and Glacier Parks. For us, a 3 days' journey. Someday, no doubt, our wonderful national parks will be connected by good roads. At present, official trails with high-sounding names exist on paper. They merely mark the least objectionable routes. We were following one of these through those wild, barren wastes north of Great Falls, Montana, winding up and down rocky hills in an uninhabited region too poor to sustain cattle, as evidenced by shriveled carcasses within sight of the faintly outlined trail. We saw ahead of us, on a hilltop which we must climb, one of those solitary horsemen who put pep into dime novels. He was facing toward us. Suddenly he wheeled his horse around and disappeared. Out of a depression to our left at the same time rode another horseman. It looked as if the solitary horseman were companionably, if paradoxically, hunting in couples. The second man galloped furiously, parallel to our course, and seemed to be heading for the hilltop where the first had appeared. At his present pace, he would intercept us. I hurriedly buried my roll in the crevice behind the seat cushion and got out my gun. I don't know what I should have done with it had my suspicions been verified. Probably I should have handed it to the brigands and asked them to keep it to remember me by. We reached the summit, half expecting to look into the muzzles of automatics leveled by masked road agents, according to the best traditions of the glorious West. But our fancied adventure was concluded before it had begun. The assumed desperadoes were just visible in a distant cloud of dust in fierce pursuit of a herd of horses vanishing over the horizon. That was the lame end of our only thrill. We met thousands of tourists in the course of the year and swapped yarns with them in the glow of the campfire, but we did not encounter any who had ever been held up. You must stay in the centers of civilization if you want that kind of excitement. I know what it's like to stick my hands up and feel the pressure of a gun against my tummy, but I learned that within a city block of my own home. Perhaps these harmless cowboys might have been tempted had they had an inkling of the treasure we were carrying out of Yellowstone, a fresh-killed chicken. But who would have dreamed it? One might sooner be suspected of having discovered orchids in the desert. Yet we had found, on the last day of our stay, a park workman, a sprinkling cart driver, who was quitting his job and moving out of the country. He lived in a little cabin, and we heard rumors that he kept chickens. Now, fresh meat is unobtainable in Yellowstone except by guests of the hotels, and chicken is an unheard-of luxury. We ran the rumors down and found them to be true, but almost too late. The old fellow had sold all his chickens but one, and had crated the lone survivor to take it along on his journey. This one, he explained, is a pet. We liked him best of all. No, we couldn't sell him. See, he is nailed up in his box, all ready to go. We could see just how the old man felt about it, and told him so. We had turned to go away when he called us back. How much would you give for him? It was rather a small bird, and we appraised it at $1. Poor little feller, he exclaimed, peering into the crate at the household pet. Still, a chicken is only a chicken. Come back in half an hour and he'll be ready. Before we were out of hearing, the axe descended on the block with a whack, and we knew that the poor little feller was no more. If I had the job of writing up the points of interest for a road guide of the route we took between Yellowstone and Glacier, I should dismiss with a line or two Livingston and Great Falls, the busy marts of commerce in that section, and concentrate upon Nyhart and Browning. Nyhart is unique. It is one of those tragic deserted towns that abound in worked-out mining regions. It has one long main street, unpaved, edged by the ruins of frame dwellings and stores. Once the windows of these were glazed. Now even the doors are smashed in as if by the invasion of a German army. And yet, at intervals of about 100 feet, for a mile, the street was ornamented with newly painted, bright red fire plugs. No large city in the United States has so many fire plugs to the square yard as Nyhart, Montana. And one would think that the scrap iron value of the town's protective system must be greater than the worth of all its real estate improvements. Browning, about 20 miles from Glacier Park, the metropolis of the Blackfoot Indian Reservation, has another claim to distinction. Nyhart goes in for fire plugs. Browning's fad is collecting of dogs. The human population is largely, almost wholly Indian. The canine population is of 1,000 races, intricately mixed. We judged from cursory observation that each family owns at least 10 dogs. What a heaven for fleas.
This audiobook presentation is made possible with funding from logsdenandco.com. Let Logsden & Co. help you step back in time with our growing line of classic attire. Whether you are into vintage hunting, classic camping, or antique automobiling, we have the outfits you need to immerse yourself in the experience of a past age. Our products are reproduced from original garments and patterns from the early 20th century and are made to be durable and practical. Our line of clothing and accessories for recreating the golden age of outdoor sporting and camping has everything you need to start your next adventure. Count on us for fast shipping and excellent customer service. Check it out on logstonandco.com.
Chapter 7 On Glacier Park's Dizzy Trails. The backbone of our continent runs directly through the middle of Glacier Park. In fact, the park rests upon it like a saddle. A tolerable automobile road skirts the eastern edge of the saddle, and from it 3 byroads branch off to the west, bringing up against the motor-proof mountain barrier. You can follow the main road, which lies outside the park boundaries, and gaze at the tops of the vertebrae, or you can drive for several miles up any of the byroads and get a closer view of the principal humps, but you cannot see Glacier Park by automobile. Its real beauties lie hidden among an awesome jumble of titanic ice-capped peaks. Yellowstone is laid out like a city playground. Fine, broad roads sweep through and circle around it, smoothing your pathway to its principal scenic wonders. And you can see most of these by walking a few steps from your car. But Glacier is wild, rugged, and undeveloped. The roads lead merely to bases from which you must ride or hike many miles into the mountain fastnesses to scrape the barest acquaintance with nature in her fantastic mood. We camped a couple of days on the shore of St. Mary Lake, and then established more settled headquarters near McDermott Lake, at the terminus of the northernmost byroad. Here, at Many Glacier Camp, in a forest of slim pines on the bank of Swift Current Creek, an icy, tumbling glacial torrent, we were at the very foot of the towering, hoary-headed sentinels that turn back the presumptuous motorist. Up to this time we had felt somewhat disappointed in Glacier Park. We sensed its grandeur, vaguely, but it was not quite what we had expected. Our attitude was as unreasonable as his who should look at the outside of a theater and conclude that the critics had overrated the play. The fact is that we were a little spoiled. Motoring was so comfortable that we did not relish the idea of long walks. We felt that Uncle Sam was remiss. He should have hewn out and blasted highways to the points of interest featured on the map. As to riding on the backs of beasts, we were all inexperienced in that means of locomotion and had very definite misgivings. But in the end we walked and rode, and rich rewards soon stirred our enthusiasm. After we had explored to the limit of our capacity, which was about 15 miles, the foot trails radiating from our camp, we determined to hazard a horseback ride. Every day, long strings of tenderfoot tourists, stopping at Many Glacier Hotel a mile away, passed our camp on their way into the mountains, and we observed that the animals they rode were not particularly spirited, and that none of the riders were brought back on stretchers. And anyone could see that most of them were novices, for they sat on their steeds like sacks of meal. 6 of us, as part of a group of 16, left the hotel early on the morning of that first pilgrimage, in charge of a bored and, I suspected, cynical guide. For about 5 miles, very gradually ascending, we followed a string of little lakes connected with one another by Swift Current Creek. The trail was bordered with thickets and hemlock forest, and there wasn't much scenery save for occasional glimpses of the water and of meadows colorful with dense mats of the short-lived bloom of the carpet pink. Presently we reached the bank of the creek at the foot of a mountain, where the stream came rushing down over a glacier after its sources had dropped in several rivulets from the top of a rock wall 1,000 feet high, forbiddingly thrust athwart our path. Here we stopped to rest and water our sedate steeds. The guide remarked that we were going over that mountain, and pointed to a sockdolager that loomed up a little to the right of the rock wall. It was so steep and looked so inaccessible that we shrewdly surmised he was amusing himself by trying to affright his charges. We mounted and sure enough headed right for the mountain. Soon we began to corkscrew up its frowning face. The trail crawled upward in steep zigzags, rising so fast that the guide who rode at the head of the procession could look down at times upon 6 levels, each with part of his 16 followers riding on it. The persons on alternate levels, of course, proceeding in opposite directions. The higher we got, the more fearsome became these switchbacks, as the guide called them, but as the horses, in turning at the edge of the precipice to make the next flight of stairs, always headed toward the wall, their riders did not feel as if they were pitching off into space, as was the case coming down. After we had gone up 1,000,000 feet, we rode for a little way on a level trail cut out of a perpendicular wall. This shelf was almost 3 feet wide. On the right was a sheer drop of 800 feet, but there was all of 3 inches between the edge of this and the horse's hoofs. This shelf carried us around the last high shoulder of the mountain to the more gradual slopes beyond. A mile or so more of climbing, and we passed over the Continental Divide through the Swift-Current Pass at an altitude of 7,300 feet, and descended a short distance into the valley on the other side to lunch at the Granite Park Chalet, a rough-looking but neat little hostelry built of native boulders and hand-fashioned timber. The guidebooks describe this ride as very scenic. The scenery was there all right, but it always seemed just about ready to jump up out of the valleys and hit one in the eye, especially when the horses were picking their way around those zigzag, corkscrew, switchback jumping-off places. We had stopped about 3/4 of the way up so that we might drink in the view without fear of being instantly splattered over it. A little above us was the tongue of a glacier licking the brink of a precipice. Over the wall flowed in white ribbons streams of its melting waters, streaking the rock face with glistening vertical bands. Directly below us, perhaps 2,000 feet down, was Swift-Current Creek, winding away from the rock wall to tumble itself into the first of a chain of 4 lakes that we could see, the blue links fading away into the distance down the green, sloping valley. Away at the far end we could glimpse the turquoise water of McDermott Lake, but could not see the hotel, just out of the picture around a bend. Opposite us, at nearly the same level, were other mountains, some of them tree-clad, but 1 or 2 quite bald and rocky. Looking down at certain places, we could see little scratches on our mountainside. These were portions of our trail. Going down the switchbacks on the return trip, the guide led, as before, and I brought up the rear. My wife was just ahead of me. When we made the first turn and the horse stuck first his head and then his neck and finally his forequarters over the edge of the wall before swinging his body around on his hind legs to make the turn, I looked down at the scenery. I saw more than enough and immediately took a peppermint lifesaver, of which I had providently laid in a supply before leaving the chalet. At the next turn, I looked hard at my wife's back. As she swung around the corner, I followed her with my eyes and concentrated on the pattern of her sweater as I felt my own beast pivoting on two hoofs at the precise second when it seemed that he was about to commit suicide. It struck me as prudent to fix my attention upon keeping in my saddle. I could look at scenery any time, but did not often have the opportunity to enjoy a horseback ride, so it seemed wise to make the most of it. We got down quite safely. Everybody does. The guide said that some people prefer to walk down these switchbacks out of consideration for their animals, and that a good many of the women cry and want him to ride beside them and hold their horses. But as only a Pegasus could take the outer edge of that 3-foot trail, he doesn't do it. We did most of this 18-mile trip at a walk, but on our return camp we all felt a strange aversion to sitting down. Grandfather was particularly insistent upon keeping on his feet. He declared that he had had a poor horse, ill-adjusted stirrups, and an armor plate saddle. When he had reached the resting place on the bank of the creek on the downward journey, he had dismounted and sat on some rubble by the side of the road. He said the loose stones felt soft after that saddle. Rummaging in his pockets, he produced 3 large handkerchiefs and stuffed them away where he thought they would do the most good. Then he folded his coat and adjusted it over the saddle. The guide warned him to fold it in such a manner that he would not sit on the buttons, but Grandfather replied that the way he felt a few buttons wouldn't make any difference. Perhaps not. On another occasion he had complained all day of a suspicion that there was something in his boot. His boots were high and laboriously laced, and so troublesome to take off that he postponed investigation until, toward nightfall, he could stand the discomfort no longer. He took his boot off and found a spool of cotton in the toe. That, gentle reader, is not fabrication. It is solemn fact. A word or two should be said for the benefit of other campers about food supplies in Yellowstone and Glacier Parks. We had been warned to load up with provender before entering Yellowstone, as we should find prices high. They were. Milk, for instance, of a very bluish tinge, was 25 cents a quart. Fresh meats were not attainable at any price. All staples were sold at figures which must have been based on the theory that a year's profits must be realized on the sales of a 3-month season. Vegetables, except in cans, were non-procurable. But at the Many Glacier Camp in Glacier Park, the tourist can get anything he likes if he is willing to pay for it. We had to do our marketing at the Many Glacier Hotel, the sole source of supply which institution graciously opened its storeroom to the public at certain hours each day. The doling out of provisions was entrusted to a saturnine individual who looked like the typical butler of the movies, and whose manner gave purchasers distinctly to understand that they were very fortunate indeed to be able to exchange their tainted money for the hotel company's food. The shelves of the storeroom were piled ceiling high with canned goods, and crates of fruit and vegetables stood on the floor. You indicated what you wanted, and the custodian, consulting several sheets of typewritten flimsy, told you how much it would be. Meat emanated from some mysterious place called Down There. You ordered it sight unseen, and the storekeeper vanished. He came back from Down There with the meat wrapped in paper. It had been cut and weighed in secrecy, but the price was divulged without hesitation. Many other articles not in sight were delivered to you hidden in bags. Who were you to pick and choose? 6 potatoes weighing 3 pounds sold for 30 cents. If one of them turned out to be decayed, you could exchange it the next day if you were willing meekly to accept a little ironic comment on your fussiness. By way of making marketing more convenient, the hotel company has devised an expeditious system of payment. When one's order is assembled, the bored storekeeper makes out a bill. The purchaser must take it to the hotel office about 300 feet distant from the storeroom, where he makes payment when he reaches his turn in the line of guests transacting more important business with the cashier. When he carries his receipt back to the storeroom, he may have his purchases. Uncle Sam advertises his great playgrounds extensively and urges the motor camper to come and enjoy them. Someday, undoubtedly, he will extend his hospitality further by establishing government commissaries where the supplies the campers must have may be purchased at reasonable prices and served out with courtesy and expedition. The reform will be most welcome. One camps in the parks with an uncomfortable conviction that the hotel and transportation companies resent the intrusion of persons unlikely to patronize them and that their influence is great with the authorities. Until this situation is corrected, every motor camper will find it wise to carry with him into Yellowstone and Glacier as large a proportion of the supplies he will need as he can pack into his car. Glacier Park is described in the official literature as an angler's paradise. I am admittedly incompetent to pass on that claim. Acquaintances at the Many Glacier Camp took many fine muskellunge from Sherburne Lakes in the course of a few hours, inspiring us to emulation. We went there the very next day and caught just 1 fish. This was not wholly due to lack of skill. The weather, with a high wind whipping the water into whitecaps and preventing us from navigating a half-rotten, homemade flat-bottomed boat more than 50 yards from shore, was against us. We religiously fished Swift-Current Creek day after day. It was full of trout, but they needed time to grow up. Most of those we caught had to be put back. An incident that occurred at camp one night raised the question in my mind whether we shouldn't have returned all of them. We were dining on fried muskie steaks, the fish donated as usual by a neighbor, when a man in uniform approached the table. "I am the assistant chief ranger," he announced, "and I am looking for a Mr. Ferguson." This sounded ominous. I wished I had used a ruler in determining the size of the trout I had retained. Grandfather halted his fork halfway to his mouth. He, too, had something on his conscience. There was a nicely stacked pile of cut firewood near the ranger station, and he had asked my opinion a few days before as to the propriety of his gathering his fuel there. "Go ahead," I had said. until somebody in authority tells you to quit. Quite likely that wood is intended for the campers. It developed afterward that the girls were agitated over the fact that Swive, following the example of many other dogs in the camp, was enjoying complete freedom despite the rules prescribing that he must be kept tied. And my wife had a wild idea that by some supernatural omniscience, the government at Washington had discovered that we had lawlessly brought into the park, in our medicine chest, a half-pint of approved snakebite remedy. The silence had become unbearable. I broke it by admitting my identity and inquiring what the trouble was. "No trouble at all," said the ACR genially. "The chief ranger is away. He heard that you were coming here, and he left orders that I was to hunt you up and find out if there was anything we could do for you." I was puzzled as well as relieved. No brass band had heralded our approach. How did the park authorities hear of it? It turned out that the superintendent of Yellowstone Park, himself a Pennsylvanian, with whom we had come into contact during our stay there, had, by mail, bespoken hospitality for us. But there was only one thing the ACR might do for us, and we didn't like to mention it. If he, an experienced campaigner, could have taught us how to sleep standing up after a day in the saddle, we should have been grateful indeed. Chapter 8. A Detour into Canada. I have touched upon one side only of Glacier Park. Its western slopes over the mountain wall are reputed to be equally enchanting, but we could not reach them. In normal times, the motor tourist ships his car by rail from Glacier Park Station to Belton, whence, after exploring the western side of the park, he may continue his journey to the Pacific coast by road. But at the time of our visit, a railroad strike had resulted in an embargo on the shipment of cars, and we could reach Belton, about 50 miles distant, only by a 500-mile journey, largely over rough and narrow mountain roads. The federal government is now building a road which will carry automobile traffic through Logan Pass at an elevation of 6,600 feet, connecting the east and west sides of the park. An alternative route through Marius Pass, following the Great Northern Railroad south of the park, is projected. Both of these highways should be open for traffic by the summer of 1928. But for us, the only alternatives in making connection with the main highway to Spokane were a long detour to the south, which meant the retracing of a large part of our journey, or an invasion of Canada. We were within a few miles of the border, and were advised that the Canadian route, of about equal length, was much to be preferred. Having seen part of the other, we did not find this a tax on our credulity. An Easterner would hardly call the erratic, meandering wheel marks that lead northward from Babb, near the edge of Glacier Park, a road. They date back, of course, to the days of horse-drawn vehicles, when some vacillating nag, urged on perhaps by a bibulous driver, steered his own course across the dreary wastes. Balked here by a draw, he ambled along its angular banks to find a sloping crossing. Faced by a pile of rough stones in his path, he circled widely around them, A clump of rank grass by the edge of a distant wash diverted him sharply from the line of duty. The tracks made by the original wagon drawn by that eccentric steed are the highway of today. And unaccountably, after curiously passing through the gateways of fenced ranches and over private property, they lead unerringly to the approaches of two modern iron bridges over considerable streams. When one reaches the border after running the gauntlet of two very primitive custom houses, things are different. A broad, smooth dirt road sweeps away through Cardston, northward to McLeod. There, crossing at right angles, the main artery of travel that leads from Winnipeg on the east to the far side of the Continental Divide. We stopped at Cardston, the town which boasts a $2 million Mormon temple ministering to the spiritual needs of a population of 1,800, to lay in some supplies, and were amazed at the contrast between the prices prevalent there and the scale at Mini Glacier, but a few hours distant. At Mini Glacier, it had been almost an extravagance to feed the dog. The cheapest meat we could buy for him, 2/3 bone and fat, was 25 cents a pound. At Cardston, my wife went marketing with a $2 bill and came back with 2 pounds of sausage meat, 2 pounds of lean beef for stewing, 2 pounds of dog meat, 10 pounds of potatoes, which item by itself would have cost $1 at Mini Glacier, a pound of rice, 2 dozen eggs, and 3 loaves of bread, and she had 10 cents change. There were the usual terrors ahead of us in Canada. A traveler who accosted us as we were taking gas at a little town in the shadow of the mountains told us it would be impracticable to take our trailers over Crow's Nest Pass on account of the narrowness of the road and the sharpness of the curves. How familiar his remark sounded. We crossed Crow's Nest Pass that day without being aware of it. When we asked a passerby where it was, he said it was behind us and camped at Fernie, British Columbia, where rains delayed us. Fernie lies in a cup rimmed by mountains 4,000 to 8,000 feet high, and the clouds settled on the tops of these for a whole day. It was a Sunday, Visitors' Day, and we were not neglected. The townsfolk hoped we should be able to get over Morrissey's Hill, 15 miles west. It was a terrific climb, and a great many cars were unable to make it. Just today, a car coming down had gone over the bank. It was awful slippery after a rain. How much did our trailers weigh? Oh, well, that was a pretty hard load to drag up Morrissey's Hill, but we were all right for the rest of the way, if we could get to the top. Once more we permitted ourselves to worry needlessly. We should have known better by this time, but the unanimity of opinion made us fidgety. The passenger car headed the procession when we departed from Fernie. A mile ahead, visible now and then on the straight stretches, was a flivver. As we drew nearer the eminence named after Mr. Morrissey, we shortened the distance enough to see on the curves that the little car carried 6 men. If that car leads us up the hill, I said to myself, we shall have trouble, sure enough. The road was a little too rough to enable us to put on the speed necessary to pass our pilot, and at the foot of the hill he was lost to view around a bend. Turning the same curve, we found ourselves on the steepest part of the grade, and there was the flivver, stalled exactly in the middle of the road. Its occupants succeeded in sidetracking it by hand power, and then there was room for us to get by. But our passenger car had come to rest in loose sand, and its wheels refused to take hold. "Come on, boys," I yelled to the Ford crew. "You put us here, now help us to get out." They lent a hand willingly enough, and at the first push off we went. The baggage car stopped in a more favorable place, started again without difficulty, and we sailed away to the summit as easily as if we had been loaded with feathers. That same day we recrossed the line into the United States. There was a little formality at the frontier. A customs inspector looked us over and made a few perfunctory inquiries. He wound up with a more pointed question. "Have you any alcoholic beverages in your cars?" "Before answering that," I said, "I want to put a hypothetical question. Suppose you were camping and had brought from home and had in your medicine chest, still sealed up, about half a pint of—" "I'd forget it," he interrupted. "Well, I have no alcoholic beverages that I can remember," I said. "Very good. Pass on." The Canadian road is not exactly a boulevard, but we felt just a little bit ashamed of the USA as we noted the contrast the instant we crossed the border. We were in Idaho. We found ourselves traveling a highway surfaced with loose cobblestones, varying from the dimensions of an orange to those of a coconut. It was not very different from the bed of a dry mountain stream. At intervals there were excavations in the bank that edged one side of this road, where highway maintenance workers procured fresh supplies of small boulders to renew the surface where the old ones had been worn so small that automobiles could leap over them without danger to their springs. It took us 2 hours to do 12 miles of this stuff, and darkness forced us to make camp in one of these roadside cuts near a creek, there being no other level space large enough for our requirements. At that camp, we counted up and found that we had been just 65 days on the road. The 8 hotel suitcases, at first packed near the topmost stratum of the layers in the baggage car, had now gravitated to the bottom, where they lay accumulating dust. We had not had them out of the car since we left home. Our original intention of stopping at hotels once a week had now been definitely shelved. At the end of our first week, nobody had mentioned the subject. When we had been on the road 2 weeks, we began to think of it and to boast that we had stuck it out for some time without hankering to return to the luxuries of civilization. Gradually, the conviction had grown upon us that we did not need hotels at all. Certainly there was no difficulty about keeping clean. On making camp, one of the first chores was the setting up of the little grid, the kindling of a fire, and the heating thereon of 2 buckets of water. These buckets always dedicated to this one use, and therefore, begrimed with smoke and soot, soon became known as the black buckets, to distinguish them from the drinking water bucket, the mule bucket, which held 20 quarts, and a 5th unnamed pail. All the time we were in camp, the hot water supply was kept replenished, and in the 2 bungalows, while dinner was being cooked and in the evenings, we took turns in bathing. This arrangement was crude but satisfactory. Later, during the winter, when it would have been rather chilly to take a bucket bath in a bungalow, we were much of the time in California municipal camps, boasting bathhouses and hot showers. The camper may have to put up with liberal doses of dust on the road, and he is bound to get a little spotty while gathering and chopping wood and handling the equipment. But from nightfall to the beginning of the next day's work, at least, he can be as clean as if he were at home. No one whose touring is confined to the paved roads of the East and who feels aggrieved if a day's run includes 10 or 20 miles of dirt detour can understand the feelings with which we struck, 18 miles east of Spokane, the first pavement we had seen outside of a city since leaving the eastern edge of Minnesota. For nearly 8 weeks we had been roughing it in earnest much of the time so far as roads were concerned, and now, as we came to a broad gray ribbon of concrete, the kind with an absolutely flat surface and a neat little binding on the sides, the two drivers lolled back in their seats, touched the steering wheels lightly with the tips of their fingers, stepped on the gas, and looked at the scenery. For the driver, looking at the scenery in the sort of country we had been traveling is a rare privilege. Only a few can do it with impunity. We saw the wrecked cars of many who had tried, lying in ditches and at the bottom of embankments. Some people do seem to have a canny sixth sense that enables them to stick to a difficult road without appearing to look at it. Months later, when we were in Southern California, we made a trip into the Laguna Mountains, piloted by a friend. We were descending a long grade on a very rough and deeply grooved road where getting out of the ruts would entail the risk of plunging over the edge of a long slope that fell away into a deep valley. Our friend went down this mountainside at 20 miles an hour and soon left our crawling cars behind. We came upon his machine standing in the road as we rounded a curve. One of my daughters was sitting in the front seat, alone. We asked her what had become of the driver. She pointed down the mountain where we could barely make him out, struggling through the underbrush a half-mile away. He saw a coyote at the bottom of the valley, she said, and went after it with his rifle. While we were feeling our way down this grade, not daring to lift our eyes from the narrow track we must follow, our friend, traveling at more than double our speed, was regarding the view so attentively that he was able to see a coyote a mile distant. So there are some people who can safely look around when driving dangerous road. Probably we are excessively timid drivers. As we approached Spokane, the first big city on our route since we had left St. Paul, the surroundings began to take on a changed aspect. We had come out to get away from the very things the signs of which now looked so gratifying, the concomitants of industry and concentrated population. Tall towers carried big strings of power cables. There were huge advertising billboards, distant smokestacks, scurrying electric cars. Neat little bungalows lined the highways at first, each with its orchard at the rear, and most with tempting displays of fresh fruits and vegetables for sale at stands out in front. Then gasoline filling stations, crowded so closely together that one wondered how their proprietors could make a living. A growing volume of business traffic, and at last the bustling city. Spokane has 2 delightful tourist camps. We fell by chance upon the one at High Bridge Park, where we had every comfort the most exacting camper could desire. Our memories of Spokane chiefly concern rehabilitation and the fruit supply. To deal with the latter first, we had come suddenly from the land of canned goods into the heart of a fruit belt richly endowed with a wide variety of the choicest kinds, and at the height of the season, we simply reveled in it. The markets of Spokane were gutted with the things for which we had been famishing. In my childhood, I had seen and been deeply impressed by a highly colored picture of two emissaries of the Israelites returning from Canaan, whither they had been sent to spy out and report upon the productivity of the land. Between them they bore, suspended on a pole, a bunch of grapes, each of which was as large as a watermelon. That picture conveys some faint idea of how the luscious displays of the fruits and vegetables in the attractive marketplaces of Spokane looked to the eyes of a horde of hungry campers from the arid Northwest invading the Promised Land. As to rehabilitation, cars, trailers, and travelers needed it. There were many minor repairs to be made, brake adjustments, cylinder cleaning, and whatnot, and 1,000 miles of dusty road had demonstrated to us that something must be done to keep the dirt out of the trailers. Theoretically, they were dust-proof, but the outside curtains had shrunk so after the first week or two that they could not be buttoned down. We decided, therefore, to have a slip cover of waterproof duck made for each trailer, to cover it completely when it was ready for the road, and to be tightly fastened to the body with buttons. A tent maker was summoned, and before he made his measurements, we told him that above all things he must allow for shrinkage. The material must be shrunk before it was made up, and if danger existed of further diminution in the size of the covers, he must provide for it in placing the eyelets around the bottom. He assured us that this would be attended to. By the second day after we had left Spokane, these new covers had shrunk 2 inches and couldn't be buttoned. In a week they had climbed up 2 more inches, and at Seattle we had a new set of eyelets made and the buttons on the bodies relocated. And still the covers continued to shrink. In fact, from that time on, the buttoning down of the covers was always a gamble. In dry weather, we could fasten perhaps half of the buttons. When it was damp, the canvas could nowhere be stretched to meet them, and we had to tie the flapping thing in place with ropes. Thus far, I have said little about camp custodians or caretakers, who are as varied in type as the camps they watch over, and who are a study themselves. At a little town in Washington, on the way from Spokane to Seattle, we met an interesting specimen. He accosted us at the entrance to the campground with a book in his hand and entered down such data about ourselves and our cars as was customary. Then he read aloud from a printed slip the rules of the camp. This was a labor of supererogation, as the rules, 14 in number, were conspicuously painted in large letters on a billboard directly in front of us. Besides the usual prohibitions, we were forbidden to make speeches on the campgrounds or to peddle merchandise there. Nevertheless, we decided to stay, and after paying our fees, proceeded to make our camp, the caretaker designating the exact spot where we must park and superintending the job. When he had made sure that we weren't going to do any speech-making, he disappeared. But in a few minutes he remembered a few other things that we must not do, and came back to tell us about them. Lest we should doubt the authenticity of this information, he showed us a tin badge identifying him as a police officer of the neighboring town. Alternate disappearances and reappearances with new rules, perhaps of his own devising, continued throughout our preparations for dinner. The night was chilly. There was an ample wood supply, but it was ordained that no camper might have a fire except for cooking purposes. We asked our august supervisor if there could not be an exception to this regulation on a cold evening, but he was adamant. He intimated that if we were uncomfortable, we could keep warm in bed. Swive, however, came to our rescue. We had a large piece of beef for him, and he said he wanted it boiled, and well done, too. So after our own dinner, we replenished the fire and put the dog's meat on to cook and sat around the pleasant glow in a circle where we were joined by several shivering fellow campers. The custodian hovered in the offing from time to time and sniffed the atmosphere suspiciously, but always it was pervaded by an undeniable odor of cooking, and he could not allege a violation of the rules. Swive had a long wait for his dinner, but doubtless it would have consoled him to know that he was rendering a distinct public service. Chapter 9. Where They Pamper the Camper. It would open the eyes of those who have never gone in for motor camping, as at first it opened ours, to visit the automobile camps of any of the big Pacific Coast cities. Spokane, Seattle, Portland, Sacramento, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, or San Diego, and learn how widespread is the Western practice of gypsying. All sorts and conditions of people are on the road. The businessman on vacation, the farmer whose crops have been harvested and who seeks relaxation in gadding about, the migrant removing from one section of the country to another and not ready to settle down until he has looked the field over, and the hobo whose only worldly goods are the clothes on his back, a ragged blanket, and the dilapidated vehicle, resurrected from a boneyard, in which he travels. Many of the migrants, literally homeless, combine business with pleasure. The head of the family, usually an artisan, finds a job in the city where his camp is pitched, works 2 or 3 weeks at painting, carpentering, or plastering, acquires enough money to pay his road expenses to the next center of population, and repeats the performance until he finds a place of more permanent residence to his liking. We found many of these big city camps entertaining from 1 to 200 touring parties every night. It was interesting, too, to observe how varied were the types of camping outfits. Near us at Canyon in Yellowstone Park had camped a party of 11 people traveling in one small car, 6 adults and 5 children. They had a little tent which housed the women and the smaller children. The men and boys slept in a row on the ground beside the car. That seemed to be the minimum of comfort. The maximum, I think, was attained by an elderly couple touring in a fairly large house mounted on a truck chassis. It was fitted with windows, electric lights, and a running water supply, a comfortable full-width bed, a wood stove for cooking, a kitchen table, a cupboard for dishes, a clothes closet, and a couple of rocking chairs furnished the interior. Through the rounded roof projected a length of stovepipe. The driver's seat, partitioned off from the body of the house, was enclosed with glass. It was the front porch and sun parlor. When the proprietor of this establishment wished to make camp, he let down the back steps and the thing was done. When he had eaten breakfast in the morning, he pulled up the steps and drove away while his wife washed the dishes. That task finished, she joined him on the porch. There were limitations to his speed, but he enjoyed compensations. Considering the length of his day on the road, beginning long before the others could pack up, and continuing after they had to stop to make their camp, he doubtless could cover as much ground as the best of them. There were many of these house trucks on the road, some of them planned with great ingenuity. But aside from the speed handicap, they had two great drawbacks: a bulk that sometimes proved troublesome, and an inappropriateness for sightseeing purposes. Camping a mile or two outside a city, for instance, and wishing to go marketing or to visit a theater or other place of amusement or interest, one would hardly wish to drive downtown with a house on wheels. We met one truck driver who told us he had been obliged to cut some timbers from an overhead railroad bridge before he could manage to squeeze beneath it, and he said that having to stop to amputate a branch from a tree overhanging the road was a common occurrence in his travels. But to get back to the hospitality of the West Coast, in the Northwest, particularly the cities, vie with one another in ministering to the visiting tourist, and there was a very hot rivalry at the time of our visit between Portland and Seattle in the matter of holding out enticements to campers. Take the Seattle camp as a type. It occupied the whole of a large city park on the shores of a suburban lake. There was an abundance of old shade, and water was piped to hydrants scattered all over the grounds. Cut firewood was available to all who wished to make their own campfires. But in addition, there was a big central community kitchen, where huge fireplaces clustered around an immense boiler, simultaneously heating iron plates for cooking and water for dishwashing. At one side of the park, overlooking the lake from an eminence, was a recreation building fronted by a spacious and comfortably furnished enclosed veranda, where a great log fire in an open fireplace blazed merrily of an evening. The inner room was fitted up as might be the lounge of a country club. Wicker easy chairs, writing desks, reading lamps, tables littered with magazines, a piano, a phonograph. Here the young folks danced on a hardwood floor, while those too weary for this diversion joined the companionable semicircle around the fire or wrote letters to the folks at home. Beneath the roof of this recreation house, in each wing, were washrooms with hot and cold showers for men and women. In the basement, a well-equipped laundry with stationary tubs, ironing tables, wringers, and electric irons. All this with electric lights, police protection, and a spirit of hospitality thrown in for 50 cents a day or $1.50 a week, and in the afternoons, civic and social organizations of the city took turns in providing entertainments and serving tea. Most of these camps were kept scrupulously clean. Signs appeal to the guests to do their bit, and caretakers are constantly on the job. Nevertheless, the combined efforts of visitors and caretakers sometimes fail. We found one of the most popular camps in the Northwest so littered with trash that we were disgusted, having just come from a city whose tourist park was as neat as a new pin, and rashly we expressed ourselves to a newspaper reporter who was picking up paragraphs among the campers. After making the usual inquiries about our tour and our equipment, this chap had asked, "What do you think of our camp? How does it compare with the rest?" He was expecting a boost. We tempered our praise with some observations about camp housekeeping. The campers themselves, we said, would keep this place clean if your folks would provide a few more receptacles for the rubbish. All those old papers and cans are thrown on the ground because the people don't know what else to do with them. The reporter must have repeated this information to the superintendent, for that evening a garbage can mysteriously appeared near our outfit. The next morning, one of the day workmen who had just come on duty approached us, bearing a large galvanized iron cylinder on his back. "Why, you've got the garbage can," he exclaimed with a rich brogue and a shade of indignation in his tone. "I see by the paper this morning where Mr. Ferguson is complaining you have no place to put your trash, and I brought you a can, but it seems that you've got one." Talk about service. From Seattle, we flitted by night to Tacoma. Not that we liked night riding, but because after we had packed up in the morning, a mechanic who was to have spent an hour or two on the replacement of some trailer bearings took all day to the job and delayed our departure until after dark. At the Tacoma camp, we received friendly counsel from a caretaker who heard we were going to Mount Rainier. "Take plenty of firewood with you. You'll not find any up there in the clouds," he warned. So we stopped from time to time along the road to pick up fuel, and soon had every available space about the 2 cars filled with wood. Sticks 6 to 10 feet long were tied to the bumpers and laid along the hoods, and smaller pieces were stuffed inside wherever we could find room for them. Within a few miles of the tourist camp at Paradise Valley, the highest point attainable by motor cars, the road narrows to one-way dimensions and the last long climb begins. Here there is a ranger station at the foot of Nisqually Glacier, and traffic is controlled by the clock. You go up at fixed times and return on the alternate hours. We were delayed half an hour awaiting the arrival of a string of descending cars. A fellow tourist, looking our outfit over as we waited, made no effort to conceal his amusement. "You don't need to tote wood up to Paradise Valley," he said. "There's a big wood pile right at the camp." We were much chagrined to think of the time we had wasted in gathering our firewood, but decided that it would be less laborious now to carry it on than it would be to unload it. Therefore, after we had watched a score or more of cars winding down 4 levels of road on the side of the mountain before us, the wood went on up to the camp that nestles in a clump of pines at the very edge of the eternal snows. Well, they had a woodpile at the camp, sure enough. It consisted of long, thick tree trunks denuded of branches that would have served well for telegraph poles. There was a 2-handled saw hanging on a tree nearby. 2 husky campers seized it and began to cut through a log. We watched them for a while and noted that it took 15 minutes of hard labor to make a single cut. In a jiffy, we had our own fire going, and neighbors stepped over to inquire where we had found the small wood. Later, a tourist came and borrowed one of our longest 4-inch sticks. He said he wanted to use it in jacking up a car for some repair work, but he forgot to bring it back. We were fortunate in the time of our visit to Mount Rainier. For days we were told its icy cap had been obscured by mists. Now it jutted up into a clear sky, glistening in the sun by day and silvered at night by a nearly full moon. From time to time, fleecy clouds dropped upon it from nowhere and vanished as suddenly into nothing. A terrific thunder shower broke over it without warning and passed as swiftly as the accompanying lightning. It sent the campers scurrying to cover in the pitch darkness, but they popped out immediately to pick their way among the puddles by the light of the moon. In the hollow in the shoulder of this titanic peak, at the fringe of the timberline, 50 carloads of visitors were making themselves at home. And only a few years ago, this was a solitude which only hardy mountain climbers could penetrate. Up to this time, we had been unable to answer from experience the question so frequently asked. What do you do when you come to a turn in the road too sharp for your cars to make without backing? We had always replied that we thought we could make such a turn as one could back a few feet despite the idiosyncrasies of the trailers. But if we couldn't, we should unhitch and run our bungalows around the corner by hand. The descent of Mount Rainier put this matter to the test. There were 4 sharp hairpin curves. Our passenger car had a much shorter turning radius on the left than on the right, and it just happened that in the ascent the worst of the hairpins turned to the left and could barely be negotiated. Coming down, my wife was unable to make this turn at the first try. She had to back up to get around and accomplish the feat without the slightest difficulty. So that disposed of another bugaboo for the rest of the trip. A few days later we reached Portland, and thence we traveled the wonderful Columbia River Highway as far as the Dalles, where an important decision confronted us. The next objective was Crater Lake, and our itinerary had been planned with a view to taking the direct route thither, almost due south from the Dalles. But the road was reported to be so bad that we weighed the alternative of returning to Portland, striking south along the Pacific Coast Highway to Medford, and thence going east to the lake, thus following 3 sides of a rough rectangle to reach a point which was, of course, much nearer along the line of the 4th. Absurdly, we vacillated in the choice between the 2 routes, setting the advantages of a 500-mile ride over roads mostly good against those of shortcutting 282 miles on poor dirt trails, and consulting every traveler and native who would listen to our problem. A dozen times we finally and, as we thought, irrevocably made our decision, only to revise it within an hour or so. The thing was discussed for the last time as we were breaking camp at the Dalles, all the arguments pro and con being carefully canvassed, and the die was cast in favor of the short route. We were pulling out and shouting goodbye to the people who had camped next to us. "Where are you heading for?" one of them yelled to us. "Bend and Crater Lake," said I, going into second. "You've got an awful road ahead of you. We've just been over it. Never again for us. It was terrible." I stopped my car. "Let's go back to Portland," I suggested. "That's the way I feel about it," my wife responded, and this time the decision really stood. We camped that night at Salem, Oregon, and the next day penetrated a wild, mountainous country interspersed with fertile valleys. Road construction was in progress at intervals all along the Pacific Coast Highway, and we crawled over many rough detours. The approach of nightfall found us in the heart of a vast forest, far from any big town, but providentially we came upon a camp in a place where one would have last looked for it. This place was a specimen of unique enterprises that are springing up all over the country. The proprietor had bought, for about the value of the standing timber, 7 acres of forest in the heart of the mountains, on the edge of the highway. He had thinned out enough of the trees to provide a score or more of campsites in the grove, erected a gasoline station and repair shop adjacent to the road, put up a log cabin dwelling in the rear with a storeroom front for the sale of provisions, piped water from a spring on the mountainside, built a few stone fireplaces, and wired the grounds for electric light supplied by a little dynamo in the garage. It was a delightful place with the scent of pine needles in the air and the smoke curling cheerfully through the treetops from a dozen fires, and quite as many comforts as one finds in the average small-town camp. We have special reason to remember it, for as we sat around our fireplace in the evening on two benches flanking the blaze like the seats of an ingle nook, our cook concocted a pan of fudge. Fudge was always an event in our camp life. We wondered how the owner of this camp could make a living in such an out-of-the-way place, and after inveigling him into joining the fudge party, we asked him. "Well," he said, "I've just started, but I'm doing pretty well. It's late in the season, yet I have 10 to 20 cars here every night. I'm clearing up more ground for next season, right now. The trees I want to get rid of will furnish firewood for the next 20 years, and the whole thing, land, buildings, and all, stands me less than $1,000. A revenue averaging $8 a day for the camping privilege alone through the season, augmented by sales of food, oil, and gasoline, and by repair work. Not bad for so small an investment, needing only one man to look after it. Probably much better, considering the work involved, than small farming. No wonder hundreds of little camps are coming into being along the main arteries of travel all through the Great West, and even blossoming in the benighted East, where the art of motor camping is yet in its infancy.
This audiobook presentation is made possible with funding from logsdonandco.com. Let Logsdon & Co. help you step back in time with our growing line of classic attire. Whether you are into vintage hunting, classic camping, or antique automobiling, we have the outfits you need to immerse yourself in the experience of a past age. Our products are reproduced from original garments and patterns from the early 20th century and are made to be durable and practical. Our line of clothing and accessories for recreating the golden age of outdoor sporting and camping has everything you need to start your next adventure. Count on us for fast shipping and excellent customer service. Check it out on logsdonandco.com.
Chapter 10. From the Cascades to the Sierras. So good an advertiser is Uncle Sam that he has made most of us familiar with the gem he treasures in the heart of the Cascade Range. That highly polished sapphire set in the vent of an extinct volcano, which he calls Crater Lake. On the subject of the roads leading thither, his literature has little to say, for the best of reasons. The time is not far distant, if it has not already arrived, when a paved road running northward from Tijuana just over the Mexican border, and at this writing completed to a point about 200 miles north of San Francisco, will carry the tourist comfortably in all weathers all the way to the Canadian line. Long links of this route between Redding, California, and Canada had been concreted in 1923, and the construction was being pushed rapidly. Medford, Oregon, on this highway, is the point of departure for Crater Lake, 82 miles distant. Every day in the season, stages make the round trip from Medford to Crater Lake. We thought ourselves lucky, having a late start, to get as far as Union Creek, 25 miles short of Crater Lake, before dark. The first 20 miles of the road at that time was good, and then came 7 miles of the most difficult driving we had yet undertaken with the trailers. The highway was being rebuilt, and the methods of dealing with traffic at various points of the construction work were highly erratic. Sometimes we were diverted to a temporary trail parallel with the new grade, but several feet below it, to which we had to descend on embankments tilted at a sharp angle. There were little wooden bridges battered to pieces by the heavy trucks of the road builders, where planks flew up and splintered when our wheels passed over them. At some points, there was no alternative to passing over the foundation layer of the new road, composed of large, jagged rocks of volcanic origin, with sharp, cutting edges. Now and then came a stretch of sand 6 inches deep. Getting beyond the construction, we soon discovered why it was being undertaken. And even here, occasional culverts were being laid in anticipation of extension of the highway. At one of these, we had to make a detour down an abrupt declivity to ford a stream. On the rise was a truck, heavily laden with pipe and builder's supplies, stalled. It occupied the whole width of the road. The driver had deserted it. Back in the woods was a road workers' camp where the manufacture of concrete drain pipe was in progress. "Where's the driver of that truck?" we asked. "Oh, he's gone up the road a couple of miles to get help," was the reply. We sat around and waited a half hour, during which time several other cars appeared on the scene. The occupants tumbled out, and there was a real social gathering. The general opinion was that the truck driver ought to be hanged. When he returned, he was driving a pair of mules. The spectators laughed at the idea of getting that tremendous load up the steep grade through 4 inches of dust with the aid of 2 mules. But the truck driver probably had had previous acquaintance with the animals. He hooked them up, started his engine, and said, "Giddy up." The mules seemed hardly to tauten the traces, but the truck moved and kept on moving to the top. It may be that the mules had nothing to do with it, and that all the extra power that load needed was furnished by the 10 men pushing at the back. At Union Creek, we found a government forest reserve with rangers in charge and a public camp. We decided that we had dragged our trailers far enough, considering the roughness of the road, and that we would make this our base of operations, proceeding to Crater Lake the next day in the passenger car alone. We found an ideal campsite in a level little glade among giant firs on the bank of an ice-cold, crystal-pure mountain stream. Just below us, alders arched their branches over the brawling water, and a fallen log bridged a deep basin. It looked as if it ought to be full of trout, so while dinner was in the making, I cast a fly, first in the riffles and then in the quiet shaded pools in the heart of the forest primeval. Nothing doing. At night, we had a roaring campfire and chatted for hours with a melon grower from the Imperial Valley who had been spending several weeks at this one camp, hunting. I believe deer were the object of his quest, but his only quarry thus far was a chipmunk that he had trapped and caged. We asked him if he thought it would be safe for us to leave our equipment there the next day while we made a trip up to the lake, and he said he and his party were away all day, every day, and had never missed so much as a stick of firewood. With this assurance, we went on our expedition the next day without misgivings, leaving our 2 trailers and our carload of baggage behind, and found on our return that nothing had been disturbed. It is not the purpose of this volume to describe national park scenery, for the striking things to be seen along the beaten pathways have not been neglected in the literature of travel. I am dealing only with the daily routine of the motor camper, so I may content myself with observing that though there are difficulties in the way of reaching Crater Lake, it is well worth a longer visit than we had time to make. We circled it, and I was tempted to descend the trail to its shores and test the reports of its fame as the playground of huge game fish. But on the rim I met a dejected angler who saved me the trouble. He said he had been fishing for 4 hours and hadn't had a strike. There is an excellent camp at Crater Lake for those who wish to remain there overnight, but we did not regret our choice, for it is much colder at that high elevation than at Union Creek, and we could not have found within 100 miles a more attractive campsite than the one to which we descended for the night. It's queer how little things engrave indelibly in the memory of the characteristics of various camps. Some inconsequential string pulls the curtain and reveals the whole picture. On leaving Union Creek, for instance, we joggled back to Medford and passed the night on the summit of Mount Ashland, at a camp always to be remembered as the place where the entire water supply was contained in 3 barrels, hauled by wagon from a distant spring. The next morning we entered California with the shimmering top of Mount Shasta towering over before us, and pitched our camp in its shadow at Dunsmuir, where there was an ice-cold swimming pool, the recollection of which makes us shiver. And then Joyland, oh patent misnomer, a private camp 5 miles north of Red Bluff, where there were 1,000,000 yellow jackets and where we broke our trailer hitch. This was the first and only occurrence of that disaster which we had feared from the beginning, and it did not prove so serious after all. The breakage was due to my own carelessness. The campground lay at a level 4 feet below the highway, and the descent was rather sharp, but carelessly went down diagonally so that when the car was at the steepest tilt, the trailer still stood on the level road. The consequent wrench fractured the ball plate, and the nose of the trailer, but for the safety rope hitch, would have dug into the ground. We dragged both trailers into the campground with the passenger car, and while the other members of the party made camp, I took the baggage car into town and found a blacksmith to weld in place the spare ball plate which we carried. 2 or 3 times later on, rivets in parts of our hitching apparatus were sheared off by the jolting over rough roads, but the safety rope always held, and the rivets could always be speedily replaced with cap screws. Our original itinerary had provided for a southward course on the east side of the mountains from Crater Lake to Lake Tahoe, but we had learned that we could make better time by sticking to the highway and penetrating the range again from Sacramento. For unencumbered cars it would be but a 1-day journey from the capital city to Lake Tahoe, but we had to make 2 bites of this cherry. On the last lap we saw some grades that might possibly have balked us had we been going in the opposite direction. There was one descent in particular that must be a terror to heavily laden cars attempting to climb it. The slope was 22% according to the map, and about 35% judged by the eye. Right in the middle of it was a main-line grade crossing where the tracks were concealed for a long distance in each direction by a completely enclosed snow shed. Any but the most reckless driver, ascending, would feel obliged to come to a full stop at this dangerous crossing, and with a heavy trailer behind he would have difficulty in starting again. We had often speculated on what we should do if we encountered a grade that could not be climbed with our load in low gear. Ordinarily, in these circumstances, a car could turn around and back up, but that would not do for us. We thought that if the emergency should arise, we would hook the 2 cars together and drag the trailers up one at a time. but we never had to resort to that desperate measure. Once, indeed, the clutch of the passenger car went out of business on a hard grade, and our ancient baggage car, which had 75,000 miles of hard work recorded on its speedometer, was used to tow the other car and its trailer to the top, where adjustments were made. That little incident gave us great confidence. At Lake Tahoe, we camped again in a government forest reserve under the superintendence of a ranger. Would that all camps were presided over by these efficient, courteous young men who have a knack of making the tourist feel that he is neither a mendicant nor an intruder, but a stockholder visiting his own property to inspect the investment. It was long after dark when we reached this camp, set back on the fringe about caution in handling our fire and an offer to lend us shovel and rake for the tidying of our front yard, and then he made out a fire permit. "Where are you going from here?" he asked. We told him. "Then you'll want a permit good for some time," he added. "We usually issue these for this camp only, but I'll make out a permit valid for 3 months, which will authorize you to build a fire anywhere in the state. Now, when you've fixed your camp, come over to the ranger station. We have a big community fire there, and all the folks are welcome. We have plenty of chairs. Come and join us, and we'll swap yarns." This record speaks volumes for the general honesty of the tribe of motor campers. And the Indian, be it remembered, was not a camper. Keep your eye on the clergy. And that reminds one of the subject of holdups. Before leaving home, we had thought of them as a possibility. So too had other campers, judging from the stacks of small arms produced when 6 cars lined up at a ranger station to have their owners' guns sealed. We carried a gun in the front pocket of each car. We traveled thousands of miles of rough, sparsely settled country, and in the Northwest it was not uncommon to roll along for 20 miles at a stretch without seeing a soul, let alone a habitation. Ideal country for rough stuff, but the hold-up men seem to prefer the cities. Probably tourists afford poor pickings. We had just one scare, and that was conjured up by our own imaginations. It was on the rough road between Yellowstone and Glacier Parks. For us, a 3 days' journey. Someday, no doubt, our wonderful national parks will be connected by good roads. At present, official trails with high-sounding names exist on paper. They merely mark the least objectionable routes. We were following one of these through those wild, barren wastes north of Great Falls, Montana, winding up and down rocky hills in an uninhabited region too poor to sustain cattle, as evidenced by shriveled carcasses within sight of the faintly outlined trail. We saw ahead of us, on a hilltop which we must climb, one of those solitary horsemen who put pep into dime novels. He was facing toward us. Suddenly he wheeled his horse around and disappeared. Out of a depression to our left at the same time rode another horseman. It looked as if the solitary horseman were companionably, if paradoxically, hunting in couples. The second man galloped furiously, parallel to our course, and seemed to be heading for the hilltop where the first had appeared. At his present pace, he would intercept us. I hurriedly buried my roll in the crevice behind the seat cushion and got out my gun. I don't know what I should have done with it had my suspicions been verified. Probably I should have handed it to the brigands and asked them to keep it to remember me by. We reached the summit, half expecting to look into the muzzles of automatics leveled by masked road agents, according to the best traditions of the glorious West. But our fancied adventure was concluded before it had begun. The assumed desperadoes were just visible in a distant cloud of dust in fierce pursuit of a herd of horses vanishing over the horizon. That was the lame end of our only thrill. We met thousands of tourists in the course of the year and swapped yarns with them in the glow of the campfire, but we did not encounter any who had ever been held up. You must stay in the centers of civilization if you want that kind of excitement. Chapter 11. Through Tioga Pass to Yosemite. That omniscient companion of the tourist, the Blue Book, says, "Pass Leavening Ranger Station on left, 33.5. Following sandy road through canyon. Ascend grade 36.9 and follow winding road with frequent passing spots through Tioga Pass. Reach summit, elevation 9,941 feet, 46.1, entering Yosemite National Park just beyond." Thus prosaically does our pathfinder dismiss the most sublime scenery accessible to the motorist in the high Sierras. Among all the magnificent gateways to the Yosemite, Tioga is preeminent, opening a passage through the rugged mountain barrier, close to the highest of its peaks, by way of a road that sweeps past a bewildering panorama of forest and meadow, lake and waterfall, cloud-kissed towers of rock and abysmal valleys, every turn opening up a new vista of enchantment. What a shriveled soul must the Blue Book pilot have, plodding along this strip of dirt that disfigures the Garden of the Gods, with his eyes glued to the odometer and his pencil in hand, ready to record the tenths of a mile at which he passes some easily recognized landmark. And yet, if he were to drop his ugly statistical prose for poetry, how soon we should be lost. When he nods, we are gone. Such a moment came to us when we had passed Mono Lake and were ready to head toward the mountains. We came to a fork, turning to the right, which an ancient and weather-beaten sign pointed out as the road to Tioga Pass. As our odometer reading did not agree with that given in the Blue Book for a right turn, and as the byroad showed signs of only the lightest travel, we concluded that this was some abandoned route, and eschewed it. But soon we came to what is called in Blue Book language a reverse fork, bearing a similar sign. Probably these two roads joined somewhere up in the hillside and were the sides of the triangle of which the main highway was the base. This second road, being much worse than the first, we turned around with considerable difficulty and got back to the original fork. This now was also a reverse fork, and so sharp was the turn that we could not possibly get around it, nor could we run off the road as before, because of the drainage ditches at the side. We were debating whether to run back over the road a mile or two in hope of finding a turning place, or unhitch the trailers and turn them by hand when my wife solved our problem by suggesting that we should build our own road between the highway and the fork by filling the ditch with rocks. We all fell to work tossing stones into the depression until we had built it up to the level of the two roads. In 10 minutes we had completed a sort of causeway which made a well-rounded loop on the inside of the acute angle, and over this we crossed in triumph to ascend the first of several preliminary grades that brought us to the foot of Tioga Pass proper. Here we were confronted with a continuous 7-mile climb. The road was narrow, but its surface was in excellent condition. It carried us first above a broad stretch of green meadow watered by a meandering stream. Then it began to crawl obliquely up the side of the tremendous chasm from which the stream issued. Higher and higher we mounted on the right-hand wall of this 3,000-foot V, doubling now and then on our course over a hairpin turn to mount to a new level, and once in a while seeing another car miles away, above or below us. Halfway up we came suddenly upon a drove of 200 cattle on their way down from one of the higher valleys to winter in the lower altitudes. There was scarce room for the poor brutes to pass in single file, but the cowboys herded them on, and they tried to crawl through in a solid mass, jamming against our mudguards and scrambling into the scraggly underbrush on the steep slope at imminent risk of their necks. It took nearly a quarter of an hour to urge this herd past our barricade, and even then one of the cowboys had to ride back in search of a wandering calf that had taken advantage of the confusion to lose itself on the mountainside. As we proceeded, the head of the valley, canyon would perhaps be a better name, came into view, crowned and with a splendid waterfall hurling itself over a rock precipice. There the road took a right-angle turn to the left and began a new ascent along a ledge of rock to the very summit. At the top, nearly 10,000 feet above sea level, we made a new altitude record for our trailers. From Bridgeport, where we had camped the preceding night, to the floor of the Yosemite Valley is but 121 miles, and it should have been only a day's run. The average car could easily make it, despite the terrific grades and the awful roads of Yosemite Park. But again, the trailers held us back, and there was another and quite unexpected delay. We reached the first Yosemite Park checking station at Tuolumne Soda Springs at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The ranger in charge looked hard at Swive. "You can take that dog through the park, but not into the valley," he said. The valley, which is that mile-wide flat floor between 3,000-foot rock walls 7 miles long, in the heart of the park, was our destination. We knew that no dogs were permitted to enter it, and we had planned to find a boarding place for Swive somewhere outside before we descended into the chasm. "Unless you are going to camp at the next ranger station, you will have to stay here," added the ranger. "Parties with dogs are not allowed to camp anywhere out of sight of the ranger stations." We learned that the next station was 40 miles away. We could count upon nearly 4 hours of daylight. It sounds easy, but we had driven through Yosemite once before and knew something about the roads. It would be very rash to count upon more than 7 miles an hour for our outfit. There was nothing to do but remain where we were and waste the better part of the afternoon. This was only the beginning of our troubles with Swive. The next chapter came after a day of struggle with the jinx. We had hardly got out of sight of our camp the next morning when we broke the rivets on a trailer hitch while jumping over the rocks. A little later, when we came to the steep Tenaya grade, we found the road full of loose dirt, newly smoothed out by scraping machines, and we stalled 3 times in making the climb. On each occasion, we managed to get going again by dint of unloading passengers and pushing. But the stops impeded our progress, so it was late in the afternoon when we made Carl Inn, less than 50 miles from our starting point. Our road, after having passed through a part of Yosemite Park, here ran for many miles outside of its boundaries before re-entering, and we had counted upon finding hospitality for Swive at this hotel. The proprietor of the inn cold-bloodedly and most emphatically vetoed our program. He had formerly provided accommodations for man and beast, but some beasts disturbed his guests, and dogs were now on the prohibited list. He was not particularly interested in our dilemma, but thought that a rancher a few miles up the road might take Swive in. It turned out that the rancher had 4 dogs of his own and did not care to add to the collection. We went hopelessly on and reached another ranger station at Crane Flat, 17 miles short of our destination, just at dark. The ranger in charge was sympathetic but powerless to help us. We positively must not take Swive down into the valley. He would be glad to take care of the dog himself, but this was forbidden. We might camp where we were, but it looked as though we should have to murder the dog or drive back 40 or 50 miles toward the settlements to dispose of him. If we had to travel that much more bad road, we might as well cut Yosemite off our program. By telephone the next morning, the ranger stated our case to the supreme authority, the superintendent of the park. Here were 8 tourists who had come all the way from Pennsylvania to see the wonders of Yosemite, and a dog was keeping them out. How about it? Superintendent Lewis was human and liked dogs, but the rule was inflexible. No dog could enter Yosemite Valley as a dog. Freight was another matter. At El Portal, the railroad terminus, there was a little hamlet where surely someone might be found willing to board a dog, but it could be reached only by descending to the valley. Now, if we were willing to put Swive into a crate and carry the crate so that it would be out of sight, he might pass in transit through the valley to El Portal. So Swive, the only dog to enter Yosemite Valley that season, went through ignominiously as a freight parcel in the curtained baggage car and found happy lodgment with a kind-hearted woman at El Portal, where he remained for a fortnight. Here he endeared himself to his hostess in no time and rendered a much-appreciated service to her daughter, a miss of school age, by humiliating her teacher. The pedagogue, visiting his pupil, ventured too near a tree to which Swive was tied, and, being mistaken for a trespasser, suffered the loss of the seat of his trousers. The little girl wanted to keep the Airedale forever. It is difficult, incidentally, to understand the attitude of our National Park Administration toward canines. Nearly every camper has a dog. A dog is a virtual necessity on a camping tour. This fact is recognized by the rules of Yellowstone and Glacier, but not by the Mount Rainier and Yosemite regulations. Assuming the existence of special reasons for the prohibition in the latter cases, the superintendents of Mount Rainier National Park make suitable provision for the care of dogs brought to the boundaries of the park but not allowed to enter. Yosemite does not. Since Yosemite is visited by so many long-distance tourists, it seems rather inhospitable of Uncle Sam to fail to take into consideration the inconvenience to which his anti-dog rule subjects them. Someday a congressman with a dog will seek to enter the Yosemite Valley, and after that the authorities will provide a public kennel where, for a suitable fee, dogs may be cared for during the visits of their owners. The crawl down the rock wall into Yosemite is steep and rough, but perfectly safe, inasmuch as the traffic is controlled and cars are not allowed to travel the road in opposite directions at the same hour. On the floor of the valley, the roads are as fine as they are execrable up on the rim. We made camp on one of the numerous sites provided for tourists, just 3 weeks later than the scheduled time for our arrival, and so near the end of the season that the valley was almost deserted by visitors. The first thing we heard was that there was no wood to be found at Camp 16, for the hordes of tourists that crowd it in the summer had stripped it bare. There has never been a time when Grandfather could not find firewood. So resourceful is he that on one occasion, when we were camped near a small plank bridge and heard a terrific clatter as a car passed over it, it was believed that he had removed a part of the bridge flooring for fuel. But this theory proved erroneous. On this occasion, however, he scouted through the camp and came back empty-handed. There is a big fallen tree back in the woods, he reported, but it would be an awful job to carry it over here. We went down to the banks of the Merced River and found it full of driftwood, but in pieces too large to be carried. In particular, there was a partly submerged raft made of logs 6 feet long and 8 inches thick, bound together with wire. We had to have that raft. One of the cars was driven close to the riverbank, and a tow rope was passed around the raft. In a jiffy, we dragged it up the bank and to our camp. Afterward, we towed other logs from the river, and when that supply was exhausted, Grandfather reverted to his fallen tree, which, with the help of motor power, soon adorned our woodpile. Just as all this accumulation was falling low, for we enjoyed splendid campfires at night, we came into possession of a huge stack of cordwood in a curious way. We had planned a sightseeing trip to Glacier Point, that towering precipice which reared its granite front within a stone's throw of our camp. In an airline, the top of the wall was distant perhaps 3,000 feet. By road, it was 28 miles. On the way up, we noted scattered along the trail every few hundred feet stove lengths of wood that had fallen from wagons hauling cut fuel from the mountainside. Coming down, we gathered these in and had the car so full of them by the time we reached the foot of the grade that the occupants could hardly wiggle their toes. How the other campers, warming their hands at night over the flickering flame of an old orange crate or a soap box, did marvel at our limitless supply of wood. And how many of them were attracted to our roaring blaze at night and sat around the circle with us, discussing the adventures of the road. It was at Yosemite that we met the Birdman and the Bearded Man. To us, the latter was always a figure of mystery. He was a little chap who was camping by himself and had left his razor at home. Every day we met him at all sorts of unexpected places, and every night he spent an hour or two in our society. He piqued our curiosity by talking upon every subject under the sun except himself. He knew us all by name, but never divulged his own. Where he lived, what he was doing in the park all alone, how he passed his days, what was the shadowy business to which he made occasional vague allusions, remained unfathomable secrets. We built up our own theories. He was in turn a Secret Service agent, a criminal hiding from justice, a bootlegger, a nobleman traveling incog, according to our latest fancy. But the bearded man's story was a closed book, and he never accorded us so much as a glimpse of the cover when he questioned us about ourselves. The Birdman, on the other hand, worked and played in the light of day. He, too, lived in solitude, in a tent remote from the quarters of the other tourists, where he labored with deft and loving fingers at a fascinating task. Out of squirrel-gnawed pine and sequoia cones, acorns, almonds, walnuts, feathers, twigs, and bits of gnarled root, he fashioned grotesque figures of absurd, outlandish birds to be sold as souvenirs to park visitors. The man was a genius, an artist of high rank, who combined with incredible manual dexterity in the manipulation of his materials a creative imagination of the rarest type. He had studied nature, and by exaggerating its eccentricities, caricatured it in the construction of new species. No two of his products were alike in form or character. He could convey to the features of a ridiculous artificial bird, by the subtlest touches in shaping its beak or cocking its eyes, a meaning that would be the despair of the most finished movie actress trying to register, by a facial grimace, an emotion to be caught by the camera. Joy, suspicion, sorrow, anger, hatred, anxiety, inquiry, stupidity, jealousy, fear, surprise. Can you fancy such expressions imparted by the angle at which a bird's head is turned, the pose of its body, the tilt of its tail? The Birdman managed it. His strange creatures, upon which he conferred bizarre names of his own invention, came into being day after day in the little tent in the woods which was his workship. There he lived in close communion with the feathered friends whose antics furnished his inspiration, hobnobbing, too, with the squirrels who slaved to provide his material. For every cone he used as the body of one of his birds must be gnawed just so, in their natural state, before the squirrels shaped them with sharp teeth, to get at the seeds that lay at the bases of the scales. They would not do. The Birdman was very exacting, and when he went afield in search of material, he often spent a whole day examining cones found on the floor of the forest to secure half a dozen suited to his purpose. When you visit Yosemite, you will see specimens of the Birdman's handicraft at the curio shops. Perhaps you will gasp at the price, but 1 or 2 a day are the output of his studio. Go over to Camp 16 and see him at work, and if you are fortunate enough to get a peep at his private aviary, the rare birds that money cannot buy, you will feel doubly repaid for your visit. For 2 weeks we camped at Yosemite, exploring the trails of the valley, harmlessly fishing, reveling in a luxurious rest. Grandfather helped to make our stay particularly comfortable, hovering about the outfit of a departing camper soon after our arrival, a camper who had spent the whole season in the park and had thus accumulated a wealth of gear, Grandfather fell heir to an automobile load of improvised furniture. There were a cupboard with hinged doors, 2 chairs, 4 or 5 camp-made tables, a coat rack, and a score of wooden boxes from which we manufactured various conveniences. It was the biggest haul of Grandfather's camping career. Nothing that can be made out of soap boxes was lacking at our Yosemite camp, and the possibilities of boxes as the basis of camp furniture are almost limitless. Chapter 12. Just inside the Golden Gate. It was October. In the high altitudes, the nights were growing chill. Soon the snow would be flying. Even now, a premature blizzard might close up the motor exits from Yosemite for the season. 3 weeks after our departure, as it happened, came the first heavy blanket of white. But down in the valleys toward the coast, the days were still hot and the nights warm, and the fruits of the land were continuing to flow into the packing houses for eastward shipment. Our route to San Francisco lay through the heart of the irrigated melon fields of the San Joaquin Valley. Who could dream that there were such mountains of melons in all the world? Stands, piled high with brown and golden beauties, lined the roadside. Melons lay rotting in the fields. Others actually littered the highway where they had fallen from trucks on the way to the shipping stations. Fine big honeydews that would have brought 40 or 50 cents apiece at home were offered by the vendors at 4 for a quarter. Casabas were equally cheap, and enormous Persian melons, pink-meated, sweet as sugar, solid almost to the center, sold at 3 for 2 bits. We loaded our baggage car with them as high as the roof. I was tempted to throw out the hotel suitcases to make room for more. You can buy a suitcase any day, but Turlock melons, fresh from the fields, might come for us but once in a lifetime. The fertile valleys of Washington, Oregon, and California are blessed with such a superabundance of fruit that we had reveled in it all the way down the coast. The small growers evidently found it more profitable to dispose of their surplus at ridiculously low prices at roadside stands on their own premises than to pack them for the higher eastern markets. Apples, peaches, and plums sold for a song, and we sang lustily. Luscious watermelons were 10 cents apiece up in the Sacramento Valley, and now, after passing through the melon belt, we were coming to a land abounding in grapes, figs, and apricots, in addition to all the varieties that flourished further north. And oranges, but that story belongs to the winter, when the crop of Valencias was at its height, and when the big fellows were a cent apiece, and Coles, small but sweet and juicy, were offered at 25 cents a hundred. It would be pretty safe to say that San Francisco, toward which we were heading, is the only city west of the Mississippi River that has no automobile camp. The tourists can find campgrounds down on the peninsula 10 miles from the business district or across the bay at Oakland. We established ourselves at Oakland at a camp that differed from any we had yet seen. It was a fenced enclosure of about 4 acres on which had been erected 300 one- and two-room cottages arranged in rows on long streets. These rough frame shacks were spaced just far enough apart to permit the parking of one car in each of the intervening spaces. They were equipped with gas plates, sinks, running water, electric lights, tables, and chairs. The camping fee covered the use of parking space and one of these cottages. The campsite was located on flat ground not far from the bay, and through it ran a so-called creek that was little more than an open sewer, receiving the drainage from the cottages. The place was smelly and unsanitary, and the tenants were of a different type from those we had previously encountered. Many of them were living there permanently, high rents driving them to that sort of life. The camp swarmed with children, none too cleanly in appearance. Large families lived in very close quarters, and there were no trees save newly planted, spindling saplings along the edges of the streets, and none of the usual attributes of healthful camp life. It was altogether unlovely. Nevertheless, here we were quartered for 2 weeks, for want of a better place, while we explored the surrounding country. The vicinity of San Francisco, within a radius of 100 miles, is rich in scenic attractions, and we covered it rather thoroughly, to the great advantage of the ferry companies, for there is a great deal of delightful country to the north which can be reached only by the use of the ferries, and the charges for car transportation are high. One afternoon, we were riding along the shore of Bolinas Bay, north of San Francisco, when we observed vast numbers of aquatic fowl reposing on the surface of the placid waters close to the road. The birds seemed to be feeding and ignored our presence when we passed within 100 yards of them. Now, Grandfather and I are not sportsmen in the general acceptance of that term. We have the instinct, but lack the experience. We delight to fish, but know nothing of the technique of fishing, and hence seldom catch anything. Neither of us had ever fired a shotgun, but we had one back at camp, an old blunderbuss which had been brought along in case. We looked at these birds and surmised that they were ducks. If so, how was it that the bay, so near a big city, was not covered with the boats of hunters? Were ducks out of season? We came upon a little cottage fronting on the water. In its garden an old man was weeding. We stopped to gather information. I wished, if possible, to conceal our ignorance. "Plenty of birds hereabouts," I ventured. The old man cocked an eye skyward. "On the bay," I added. "Oh, you mean ducks? Yep, they're feeding inside the bar today. Isle drives 'em in." "Isle?" I asked, puzzled. "Yes, Isle from that wrecked tanker that lays just outside the bar. It's all over the beach. Ducks usually feed on the bar, but they can't stand the Isle, so they come in here." "Out of season, I suppose," I ventured. "Nope." "What? Anybody can shoot them?" "Sure. Stand right here in the road and blaze away if ye want to." "How is it, then, there are no gunners about?" "There are. They're out in the blinds. There goes one now." We heard a faint report, and a flock of ducks in the distance rose in flight. Grandfather and I looked at each other. The next day we came back to Bolinas Bay all by ourselves and hired a boat. There were a dozen skiffs being paddled around, where there had been none the day before, and only a tenth as many ducks in sight. I carried the gun, and Grandfather rowed. He did not like to fire guns. He would rather take a chance of having his head blown off. We headed toward the nearest flock of ducks. Soon we came close to a dark object floating on the water. It was a dead duck. Perhaps it had been dead a week, perhaps less than an hour, but the same thought struck both of us and we gathered it in. It would not look well to return empty-handed. With great stealth we crept up on the outpost of the gambolling ducks. I had no idea of the range of my gun, nor did I know whether or not it was sportsmanlike to shoot at a duck innocently enjoying itself in the water. But when we were as near as it seemed probable we could get without alarming the prospective prey, I blazed away. The shot splattered the water all around the duck, and it took wing. Later, we came upon a smaller bird and got considerably closer. When I gave it the first barrel, it dived and came up smiling, but made no effort to escape. Thereupon I let fly the other barrel with the same result. The bird accommodatingly waited while I reloaded. "Confound you," I said. "I'll get you yet." This time the gun gave a terrific kick, but feathers flew and the bird turned its toes upward. When I proceeded to remove the empty shell, I found there were two. I had fired both barrels at once. "Grandfather," I said as I looked at the prize and compared it with the one somebody else had killed, "isn't it a pretty small duck?" He agreed with me that there were certain peculiarities about it. Its bill was quite different in shape from the accepted standard, and its slender feet and toes did not look duckish. Fearful lest we had unwittingly bagged some sort of protected bird, the shooting of which might get us into difficulties, we hid it away in an empty shell box and proceeded on our quest. We gathered up another floater and killed one really and truly duck, but after that the fowl were wary. Little wonder, for the number of hunters continued to increase, and the reports of guns echoed all over the bay. By and by, the receding tide threatened to leave us stranded, and we had to work hard to get back to the boat landing. When we returned to camp, we showed the mysterious bird to a neighbor and asked his opinion. "That's a hell diver," he said promptly. "Only an Injun would eat it. Get any ducks?" "More than we could eat," I responded airily. It was perfectly true. The two floaters we had picked up dead we had surreptitiously slipped into a garbage can. Our stay at Oakland was marked by a distressing incident. Swive, our heretofore docile companion and guardian, fell a victim to a brainstorm and made a violent attack upon our youngest daughter, with whom he had always been upon the most amicable terms. His outbreak and its consequences cast a spell of gloom upon our party that lasted for weeks. It happened one night in the cottage. We were sitting down to a game of cards after dinner when the girl called the dog over and asked for his paw, which he promptly presented. "The other paw," she demanded, and he offered it. The instant she grasped it, he flew into a towering rage and sunk his teeth deep into her arm, her shoulder, her leg. The girl screamed. The room was in turmoil, the table upset, dishes flying in every direction. The dog persisted in his savage attack while I beat him with my fists, having no weapon handy, until someone outside, hearing the commotion, opened the door, at which Swive fled. We rushed the victim, in a condition of nervous excitement bordering on hysteria, to the nearest doctor to have her wounds cauterized and dressed. One incision was an inch deep. Airedales have long fangs. As to the culprit, he concealed himself for a while and came forth with abject apology expressed in the droop of his tail, the furtive cast of his eye, and an ingratiating attempt to lick his way back into favor. But his self-abasement was futile. For 10 days he must be incarcerated in the city pound for observation. If no symptoms of rabies appeared in that time, he would be freed, but must be disposed of. It was unthinkable that we should keep so treacherous a beast. Meanwhile, as the girl's wounds, daily dressed by the physician, healed, We sought an explanation and excuses for his deed. The doctor, himself a dog lover, was of the opinion that Swive must have had a sore paw. A reasonable theory, as we had frequently observed him prowling around a rubbish pile in the camp, which was full of slivers of splintered window glass. But it was held that even if he suffered pain when his paw was grasped, he should not have indulged in reprisals. A dog that would turn and rend his best friend when accidentally injured was held to be a dangerous animal. More than a year has elapsed since Swive's banishment was decreed, and he is with us yet, more beloved in spite of his black past than ever. When the time came for his release from the pound, his frenzied joy at reunion with the family and his especial desire to merit the forgiveness of his victim won him a reprieve. We were afraid of him and kept him tied and for a time muzzled, but we could not bear to turn him over to strangers. The date for the publication of an advertisement offering him for sale was postponed till tomorrow, next week, next month, and then was never spoken of more. And since that era of his youth, he has had a clean record, but we never squeeze his paw. When he offers it, we let it rest lightly in the palm of our hands. When I speak of a clean record, I refer only to the dog's attitude toward members of the family. He has the Airedale's usual characteristic. He does not like strangers. None may approach the car. He regards it as his personal property. As a rule, he ignores people he doesn't know unless they make overtures to him in the absence of his friends. This he always resents, suspecting, I suppose, that they have nefarious designs. There was an occasion when he snapped at an unoffending stranger, but that was a misunderstanding. We had been in the habit of setting him in pursuit of a mythical cat, theoretically lurking under one of the cars or trailers, and at our words, "Get out of here," addressed to this invisible intruder, he would grow frantic in his search for it. It happened one day that one of our neighbors lacked gasoline to move his car, and we presented him with a few quarts from our emergency supply. He insisted upon paying for it, and we refused to accept the money. Finally, as he advanced toward me holding out a $1 bill, I said laughingly, "Get out! I won't take it." Swive, who had been up to this point a disinterested spectator, pricked up his ears at the words, "Get out." Here at last was the visual embodiment of the thing he had been vainly hunting for under the camping outfit for months. He went for it at once, believing he was doing his duty. The victim was frightened but unhurt. However, the incident taught us a lesson. You have to be careful what you say in the presence of an intelligent dog.
This audiobook presentation is made possible with funding from logsdenandco.com. Let Logsden & Co. help you step back in time with our growing line of classic attire. Whether you are into vintage hunting, classic camping, or antique automobiling, we have the outfits you need to immerse yourself in the experience of a past age. Our products are reproduced from original garments and patterns from the early 20th century and are made to be durable and practical. Our line of clothing and accessories for recreating the golden age of outdoor sporting and camping has everything you need to start your next adventure. Count on us for fast shipping and excellent customer service. Check it out on logsdenandco.com.
Chapter 13. Outdoors in Southern California. We began to feel the urge that was sending the migratory birds and the professional hobos southward. Our next long stop was to be at Santa Barbara, but on the way we made 3 camps. We spent a few days at San Jose to explore the interesting country around the foot of San Francisco Bay, 2 more at Salinas as a base for a side trip to Monterey, and a single night at San Luis Obispo to break a long journey. No 2 camps, except those in government forest reserves, are alike. The distinctive feature of the San Jose establishment was the arrangement for accommodating campers, tents, and all under a roof. I quote from a letter to friends at home. I am sitting on a bench under a large shed, about 60 by 120, walled up at the ends, but open on the long sides, with pyramidal roof supported along the edges by 2 by 3s, spaced just far enough apart to let a car pass through. This is the community house of the camp. One end of it is partitioned off into a number of small stalls bordering a crosswise aisle, in each of which is a 2-burner kerosene stove, which you may have the privilege of using for the modest sum of 2 bits per diem. Outside the shed, on both sides and one end, lies a grove of willows and cottonwoods with a fairly level floor. This grove is a basin about 10 feet deep, for the streets along the outer edges are that much higher than the campground. As a matter of fact, this place was once a brickyard, and when the clay had been dug out, it became a picnic ground and finally a camp, the trees having been planted here years ago by the present owner, a thrifty, very thrifty German who spends his days in guarding the kerosene in the tanks of his stoves and his evenings in anguished contemplation of the slow but costly revolutions of the hands on the dial of his electric meter. Both our cars are under this shed, and our trailers are just outside. When we came here, there were but 2 other cars under the shed, and 2 out in the grove. But there has been a sudden influx of guests, and they have wisely chosen to get under shelter. The shed is now pretty well crowded with 8 cars and 4 tents, besides tables and benches. The footing is gravel, luckily, for it is raining. Hard. Has been raining all night. Almost a cloudburst after daylight. We lay awake listening to the hammering on our roofs and to the chatter of the early risers. And we're thankful that we had no leaks and we didn't have to get up till we felt like it. All our belongings are under cover and dry. Margaret can cook conveniently here, rain or shine, for she has a very long table only a yard from the kitchenette, and on it is a 3-burner kerosene stove for which we made special application. One of our 3 gas stoves is in good working order, and we can eat at our own table beside the kitchen table under the shed without annoyance from flies, fleas, or ants. And as the roof is whitewashed underneath, and there are electric lights right over our site, we get very good illumination, while it lasts. The proprietor is an early-to-bed man, and when he goes to bed, everybody must follow suit, for the lights go out. On Wednesday night, he put them out at 8:30. We were at the movies and did not get back until 11. We were not much inconvenienced at finding the camp in darkness, but remonstrated with him on general principles and scared him so that last night he let the light burn until 9:09. We returned from a visit to town at 9:08. He must have seen us come in, for as soon as the car was parked, we found ourselves in a position to consider the plight of Moses in similar circumstances with sympathetic understanding. Yesterday, we fiddled around until it was too late to make a long trip, and finally set forth for Santa Cruz on the seacoast, 36 miles from here. Concrete all the way. Level road to Los Gatos, 11 miles, where are 2 enormous stone cats, the work of the eminent sculptor, what's his name? None of us remember it, though it is set forth on a placard by one of the pedestals. These cats stand one on each side of a driveway leading to a private estate. Just what is the connection between them and the name of the town, which means the cats? We do not know, for surely the town must have been here before the cats were carved. Anyhow, and regardless, we had winding and kinky climbing on an easy grade over the Santa Cruz Mountains, passing on the summit the Holy City Garage, look reverent, please, and corkscrewing down to the city of Santa Cruz, which proved to be an out-of-season deserted shore resort. It has a municipal pier, which is the headquarters of the fishing industry. We spent some time on the pier, watching the fishermen arranging their troll lines and mending their nets, and following the luck of a Jap who was catching smelts with hook and line from the end of a pile, casting mashed sardines into the water to lure the fish into his vicinity and hooking them with worms. He had a nice mess of small fish. The beach in the vicinity was crowded with gulls and pelicans attracted by the offal thrown into the sea by the fish cleaners. These birds were bold and saucy. A group of them were especially interested in the proceedings of our Jap friend, standing around him in a semicircle at a respectful distance, but making rushes in his direction every time he landed a smelt. It was comical to witness the struggle between their greed and their prudence. The fisherman was taking no chances. He hurled mussel shells and other missiles at the fowl when they grew too familiar, and put his fish away in a paperoid satchel as fast as they were caught. Prolonged residence in any camp develops social intercourse. One meets the same people day after day in the community kitchen, around the campfires, and in the recreation room, if there is one, and certain intimacies spring up. It is not necessary among the camping fraternity to know the names of your acquaintances or even of your friends. We chatted daily with people who knew the salient facts of our history and told us in return the stories of their lives, but in very few cases did we learn their names, or they ours. We were 2 weeks at Santa Barbara, 3 at Pasadena on our first visit, and 3 at San Diego. At these 3 camps we came to know more or less intimately the Dutchman, the old gent, the woman with the green sweater, the busybody, the old hen, Jack the Hatter, the woman with the long skirt, the red-headed woman, Rapid City, the people with the parrot, the fat man from Kansas, and Cody. We did not invent these names. They grew. Nearly everyone in camp knew and used them except the persons thus designated. There is not the slightest doubt that we, too, had our nom de tour secretly bestowed upon us by our neighbors, not in malice, but for purposes of identification. One's peculiarities, especially if external, cannot long be concealed in camp. There were many unflattering names that might appropriately have been, and probably were, attached to us. The cataloging of Cody prompts a digression. He serves to illustrate the trite reflection that the world's a small place after all. Months before, we embarked on the camping adventure, but when plans for it were taking shape, we had perceived ahead of us on a road near our home a battered flivver on the back of which was painted in crude white letters the legend, Cody, Wyoming. Overtaking this vehicle, we halted it and scraped acquaintance with its driver, a grizzled little old man whose weather-beaten face peered out of a bristling thicket of whiskers. He was camping, as was evident from the burdens piled on his car, and told us something of the roads. When we met him, he was headed toward New England. While we were encamped at San Diego, a car bearing a Wyoming license plate rolled in. It looked familiar. When the driver crawled out from beneath his load of baggage, he proved to be the same old chap we had encountered nearly 9 months before on the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. Months later, crossing the Mojave Desert, we stopped a moment to make some trifling adjustment. Cody rolled by. Still later, when we were attending a lecture at El Tovar, Grand Canyon, the door opened to admit a latecomer. Again, it was Mr. Cody. Much of the social intercourse of the camps originated in the community kitchen. There, the women folk were deeply interested in one another's culinary operations and exchanged samples of the results. There, too, we got daily information on what other people were eating. The woman in the green sweater certainly had an easy life. My wife would report, "Do you know what she is cooking for dinner tonight? Frankfurters." Yes, sir, she and her husband are dining on frankfurters, coffee, a sliced tomato, pickles, and grapes. Or the old hen would ask, "Where did you get those strawberries I saw you eating last night? They don't seem to have them over at the store. Do you have to go downtown for them?" If the woman with the long skirt made cookies, the news spread like wildfire through the camp. Sauerkraut, of course, disseminated its own intelligence, and the manufacture of waffles, for even waffle irons were provided at some of the camps, always aroused great excitement. When we were settled for a week or two in one place, our cook grew ambitious, and we lived for a time on the fat of the land. She accomplished some really remarkable feats with her pots and pans, as, for instance, the baking of perfect pies in a tin oven on the ill-behaved gasoline stove, and the roasting of a turkey to the exact prescribed shade of delicate brown with the same crude equipment. But even when we were on the road, she took care that we were always well fed, and I believe that our wholesome and satisfying meals, from which canned goods were barred as far as possible, and to which a plentiful diet of fruit was added, contributed as much as outdoor sleeping and plenty of exercise to our continued good health. It is a rather significant fact that in a whole year of camp life, not one person in this party of 8, including at least 2 who knew more or less illness at home, was incapacitated for a single day. Each of us occasionally caught a slight cold, but colds do not seem to hang on in the open air as they do among house dwellers, and we shook them off readily. There would be bad times for the doctors if everybody were to take to gypsying. Los Angeles is, of course, the mecca of West Coast tourists, and it has scores of camping places. The municipal automobile camp consists of a series of shelves on a very steep hillside, where the tourists are perched like cliff dwellers on the face of an ancient rock. The shelves were too narrow to accommodate our wide-spreading outfit, and none of the other camps which we saw in the course of an all-day tour of inspection looked inviting. They were all more or less congested, and some of them had a decidedly slummy aspect. But at Brookside Park, Pasadena, only 10 miles from the heart of the larger city, we found a delightful, cleanly and well-kept camping grove adjacent to an attractive and very modern municipal playground. This became our Southern California headquarters, and during the course of the winter and spring we made camp there on 5 different occasions. The caretaker of this camp was a character. He was a veteran of 5 wars, and he, combined with a sunny disposition and executive ability that did wonders for the morale of the camp. He knew how to handle men, and women too. Brookside Park Camp was always scrupulously neat. Its gravel floor was raked so clean that even a burnt match there would have been conspicuous. The caretaker didn't do much of the raking. He had a better system. By wheedling and battery, he managed to inspire among the city's guests a spirit of rivalry in the matter of good housekeeping, and spurred them on to new and higher standards of cleanliness within the camp buildings and around the grounds. A whisper to the red-headed woman that Jack the Hatter's wife had tidied her domain with broom and rake twice in a single day would result in 3 sweepings of Jack's front yard, and if the canny veteran inquired who had polished the spigots in the cookhouse so brilliantly yesterday, there would be a dozen volunteers to do it today. Danny had a mysterious way of dealing with those campers whose notions of cleanliness and order did not accord with his own. In a day or two, they simply disappeared. It is not to be supposed that he did away with them and buried the evidences of his crime, for their tents and cots vanished with them. There are means of making things unpleasant for an undesirable guest, and Danny had made a study of them. It didn't matter at the Pasadena camp whether you were touring in a fifth-hand flivver or in a new Pierce Arrow. Yes, we saw Pierce Arrows in some camps. If you were tidy, you could stay, and if you were dirty, you could get out. The application of Danny's methods everywhere would decidedly improve the tone of the country's camps. Chapter 14. The Hawaiian Lure. What's the poor motor camper to do in winter? Well, there's Florida. Rather hard going from Southern California points, but some of the gypsies do it, joining the overflowing colonies of camping tourists from the Atlantic seaboard states who congregate there to escape the rigors of the northern climate. Most of those who remain in California hibernate in cottages and make but the poorest pretense of camping. A few stay out all winter in the southernmost cities, such as Los Angeles and San Diego, but they find the nights chill and raw, the thermometer often hovering uncomfortably near freezing point, and the pleasures of outdoor life are dampened by copious and frequent rains. We had airily planned to step out into southern Arizona for the winter. Literature issued by the local boosters at the region we had selected drew glowing pictures of Arizona as a winter resort. But a virus was working in our blood, and in the end it violently altered our program. Back at Sacramento, we had casually met a camping party from Honolulu. They suggested that conditions in the Hawaiian Islands were ideal for camping. The temperature was always balmy, summer or winter. There were hundreds of miles of good roads and no end of scenery. We thought we could not afford to go to Hawaii. When we had inquired about passenger rates and automobile freights, we knew it. So we definitely decided we could not go and sailed for Honolulu on December 30th. Our process of arguing ourselves into doing the things we cannot afford to do is always the same. Prudence says sternly, "You contemplate a gross extravagance. You are trying to Rolls-Royce on a Ford income." And Desire answers, "Hold your tongue, Killjoy. We have now a golden opportunity which will never come again. We have the time, and unless we use it for this purpose, it will be gone forever. Away with you." The Hawaiian Tourist Bureau, too, encouraged our design. Diligent inquiry among people who know other people who had been in the Hawaiian Islands failed to shed any light on the question whether motor camping is practiced there as it is on the continent. It was generally agreed that the conditions for outdoor life were favorable, but no one seemed to remember having seen any camping parties on the island. So we appealed by mail to the Tourist Bureau and received an enthusiastic reply. It is the business of the Bureau to be enthusiastic. That is what it is maintained for. The optimist who answered our letter pictured the islands as a camper's paradise and enclosed a map of Oahu, the island upon which Honolulu is situated, with automobile roads delineated in red ink and edged at frequent intervals by Kármán stars of great magnitude. These stars, the accompanying legend said, denoted public parks and automobile camps. So that was settled. The writer admitted that in the winter months there was more or less rain, showers, I think he said, and concluded, "Come on over if you do not mind an occasional warm wetting." So we went on over, and at last the hotel suitcases had to be dug out of the bottom of the baggage car to now. Not only because we should require them on the steamer, of course, but because on the last night of our stay ashore we were driven into a hotel. The cars and trailers had to be delivered at the dock for shipment on the day before sailing. As we glided by the frowning, wrinkled face of Diamond Head on the dawn of a Sunday morning, 8 days later, a rainbow arched over the mountains and dipped gorgeously into Honolulu harbor at the exact spot where we were to land. We regarded it as a highly favorable omen for campers. We were lined up on deck for quarantine inspection for over an hour and had ample opportunity to study the aspect of our semi-tropical paradise. The brilliant green slopes of the interior mountains were plainly visible, but the tops were hidden by lowering black clouds from which rain was pouring in sheets. On the very edge of the ocean, 2 extinct craters, their brown and red eminences vertically ridged like the setting of a precious stone, reared their heads. Deep gashes in the rising land on each side of Cocoa Head and Diamond Head, running inland, were similarly grooved on their steep sides. Those corrugated slopes, as we afterward learned, are the most striking characteristic of the Hawaiian landscape. Straight ahead of our ship, overlooking directly the city of Honolulu, was a third and somewhat smaller crater, the Punch Bowl. Little patches of blue showed through the chinks directly overhead, and the rising sun tinged the galloping fleecy clouds with ever-changing colors. But the dominant note was the salmon pink, and only the edges of the clouds took their hues from the magnificent rainbow. And all the while, as we skimmed noiselessly toward the harbor mouth, scarce a mile from the deluged area, storms swept back and forth across the inland mountains, meeting, merging, separating, dropping a curtain now here, now there, revealing and concealing mountains and valleys, and ever presenting new pictures, like the shifting of scenery on a gigantic stage. I am not one of those who weep freely at the dictate of sentiment. It usually takes the rapid slicing of a fairly strong onion to move me to tears. Music may soothe, but seldom agitates my savage breast. Yet, as our stately ship drew close to land after 8 days of lonely faring, and a band concealed beneath the pier shed unexpectedly burst into the plaintive strains of Aloha, which I have always detested as rendered by a phonograph record, I found moisture gathering in my eyes. I cannot explain it. I just admit it. We looked around and saw that many handkerchiefs which had been waving to the gaily apparelled crowd on the pier were now being put to other uses. Is there any other music as sweetly sad as the characteristic Hawaiian melody feelingly interpreted? In the course of an hour or so, our cars and trailers were hoisted out of the hold and deposited on the dock, and the representatives of the local automobile club hospitably towed us to a filling station, for all the gas had been drained from our tanks. Then we examined the map provided by the Hawaiian Tourist Bureau and made our choice from among the scores of public parks and automobile camps. There was a nice red star on Kapiolani Park, adjoining the far-famed beach of Waikiki. It would be pleasant to camp so near Waikiki, and only 5 miles from the heart of the city. So we asked the way to Kapiolani Park. The park was thronged with a Sunday crowd. It had a decidedly military aspect. The uniformed men almost outnumbered the civilians. A soldier was being dragged away from the zoo for sharing his cigarette with Daisy, the elephant. This incident enabled us to segregate a policeman from all the other wearers of khaki. We asked him to show us the automobile camp. He said there wasn't any. He seemed never to have heard of such a thing. We waited until the policeman had disposed of his soldier. Then we renewed the subject. We showed him our map. He scratched his kinky head, for he was a dark-skinned man with a flat nose and thick lips, whom we afterward came to know as Pete, the traffic cop, a Jamaica Negro, and advised us to consult the superintendent of the park, who dwelt in a little house nearby. A barefooted native woman, the superintendent's wife, told us that the lord of this domain was asleep and could on no account be disturbed. By perhaps about 5 o'clock, he would awake and we might see him. It was past noon, and the idea of lingering around for hours before settling the important question of where to establish our home was disturbing. We pressed the matter upon the lady, and she reluctantly agreed to take a message to her master. I do not think she went near him, but she brought back word that 1. There was no camp in Kapiolani Park. 2. There was no camp near Kapiolani Park. 3. There was no camp, so far as her husband knew, on the island of Oahu. The situation was becoming serious. We again sought counsel of our friend, the policeman. "You better see the mayor," he advised. "He's a bigger man than the superintendent." I unhooked my trailer and drove 3 miles to the residence of the mayor of Honolulu. This ruler over the destinies of 85,000 people proved to be a good scout. He listened sympathetically to my tale of woe and looked at the allegorical map. "I've been telling my people for years," he said, "that we ought to have an automobile camp. I've seen 'em in California, and I knew that before long campers would be coming over here, and now you've come. You're the first. We'll have to find a place for you." He added that the city owned an undeveloped park on the beach near Wailupe, now used by picnicking parties, where we might camp, and if we'd bring our outfit around, he would lead us to it. In half an hour, His Honor, the mayor, beside me on the front seat of our ramshackle old baggage car, was piloting us to our new home. More than that, he spent an hour or so helping us to select the choicest location and to set up housekeeping. The site was a strip of beach 1,000 feet long and 100 yards wide, bordered by a good road and covered with a young growth of thorny algaroba trees. There were no conveniences, but city water was obtainable from a Japanese and a Chinese farmer across the road, and firewood was abundant. We were at liberty, our guide said, to cut down trees if the supply of firewood gave out, and we were welcome to stay there as long as we liked. At Makiki, a suburb 2 miles cityward, there were stores where we could purchase supplies. It was not a bad camp. As we sat around our fire that evening, marveling at the balmy temperature which differed hardly 2 degrees from the warmth of midday, we wondered what would have become of us if the mayor had not come to our rescue. Overhead was a canopy of blue, studded more brightly and thickly with stars than we had ever seen it. Suddenly came, incredibly, a patter of rain and then a brisk shower. There was not the faintest wisp of cloud to be seen. Who ever heard of rain falling from the stars? This phenomenon occurred frequently during our stay at Wailupe, but for several days we did not learn the explanation. The clouds, it seemed, formed behind the mountains out of sight and wept there copiously. Strong winds carried the spray over the mountain crests and deposited it here on the coast in a still atmosphere. During that first afternoon, we had scraped acquaintance with our Japanese neighbor and secured permission to use his hydrant. This was observed by an aged Chinaman who cultivated the adjoining farm. At nightfall, he paid us a visit. He had an urgent message, which he strove to deliver with the aid of signs, Chinese, and an English vocabulary of about 16 words. When he finally managed to put it across, we gathered that he desired us to honor him by using his water and not the Japs', that he had plenty of water, too much water. We were to bring big buckets, and incidentally, he had very nice chickens for sale. Later on, we negotiated for some chickens, but the old man, it developed, was only a sort of press agent for the poultry interests. We must do business with young fella Baimabi, come Honolulu, speak English. The young fella had a fluent command of our language. When he came from Honolulu, where he was employed, to engineer the deal for chickens, we found that he knew at least 30 words. The dialogue ran something like this. "You have chickens for sale?" "Huh?" "Chicken. You got chicken?" "Yeah." "What kind of chickens are they? Are they young?" "Huh?" "Let's see chicken. You get chicken." "No catchy." Chickens live. Bimabe catchy. Bimabe, we were beginning to learn, means any time in the future. In this case, it probably meant the following day. The chickens had retired for the night and were not to be disturbed. How much are your chickens? Huh? Chicken, how muchy? 9 cent 1 pound. How much do they weigh? Huh? Chicken 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound? Yeah, 1 chicken, 2, 3 pound. You bring 2 chickens tomorrow. Yeah. The next morning, before we had breakfasted, the accomplished linguist appeared at our camp with a live chicken under each arm. 2 chicken, 4 pound. You likey, I killy. You no likey, I no killy, he said tersely. We turned our thumbs down, and the chickens were led to the slaughter. In an hour, the youth returned with 2 paper bundles. He unwrapped one, and my wife exclaimed in delighted amazement. The fowl was dressed in Chinese style. Not only was it picked clean without the slightest bruise of the skin, but the head and feet had been scraped, and the beak and nails had been carefully clipped. Evidently, we were expected to eat the head and feet, as the vendor would have done. That's a very nice chicken, said my wife. Huh, said the Chinaman. Other chicken more nice, and it was. But at 90 cents a pound, the Oriental was not ill paid for his labor. About this time we were honored with an informal introduction to the population of Honolulu. The mayor, nothing averse to letting the city know that his previous efforts toward the establishment of a motor camp were based on a prophetic view of the future, and that campers were beginning to arrive, communicated a tip to one of the newspapers. A youthful and pert reporter turned up at camp to secure an interview. No doubt we presented a ludicrous appearance in his eyes. For that I do not blame him, and he felt it incumbent upon him to turn out a lively and humorous story. So we were represented in his paper as having started to unload our household goods and make ourselves at home among the flower beds of Kapiolani Park. Chased thence by a policeman, so the story ran, we erected our camp on the mayor's front lawn, and there His Honor, on his return from church, found us making free with his property. This veracious account was implicitly believed by the gullible readers of the facetious journal, especially as it was backed up by an atrocious picture of the campers in which we looked capable of anything he said of us. Thereafter we were recognized and identified on the streets of Honolulu as the people who camped on the mayor's front lawn. Chapter 15. Paradise Lost. 4 days of mellow sunshine, with now and then a fleeting shower to relieve the monotony of almost too perfect weather. Then came a twilight marked by a stealthy but continuous mobilization of clouds. The old Chinaman, baggy trousers flapping against his bare shins, paid us an agitated visit. He cocked a knowing eye at the sky and conveyed by illuminating signs accompanying his unintelligible jargon his belief that we were going to have rain. Muchy. I think he feared we should dissolve like pillars of salt. We showed him the interior of one of the bungalows, and he seemed relieved to learn that we had a place of refuge. The rain came, a steady, purposeful downpour in the midst of our preparations for dinner. We had spread canvas over the outdoor kitchen, but we had to set our table in a trailer. The brown dust underfoot needed but the admixture of quantities of water to convert it to the consistency of thick glue. It was slippery and it clung. Great dripping cakes of it encased our shoes as we marched into dinner. Afterward, we had to shovel the soil out of the bungalow with a spade. All night, the weeping clouds beat an angry and insistent tattoo upon our roofs. Though the storm blew over by morning, our camp was now untenable. The low spots were little lakes. On the slithery surface of the higher ground, it was next to impossible to hold a footing. When the sun had half-baked the dough the rain had made, we sent out a scouting party in search of another camping place. Surely there must be some spot closer to the city and on firmer ground where we could make our temporary home on private property. By chance, we stumbled into paradise. I wish I had the gift to paint an adequate picture of the garden which for 2 months was ours as we first knew it. Visualize, if you can, a broad and velvety lawn, encircled completely by towering, wide-spreading algaroba trees. Back of these, on one side, a clump of still higher coconut palms reared their spreading fronds into the sky, like giant feather dusters ready to flick the cloud specks from the heavens. Seaward, for we were but a biscuit toss from the restless surf, a grove of ironwoods, or Australian lines, shadowed the very beach, the gentle wind crooning a lullaby through their myriad of long, drooping needles. Parasitic vines wound themselves around the trunks of the great algarobas and concealed them with a lush foliage of immense leaves. Within the ring of the sheltering trees was a lower screen of luxuriant tropical shrubbery, crimson hibiscus, glowing with blossoms 6 inches in diameter, tall crotons with variegated leaves of a dozen merging shades, incomparable oleanders, gorgeous stately poinsettias. A cottage vaguely seen through a gap between the trees was resplendent with bougainvillea. In the very center of our emerald lawn, a lone papaya, laden with golden fruit, stood guard over a circular bed of grasses, and 2 spindling young breadfruit trees nodded over the stretch of greensward. Between this garden and the beach to one side was a second small cottage, screened with palms. The finishing touch was added to this Eden by several plots of thriving ferns around its margins. It seemed a desecration to drive our cars over that virgin lawn, but we had to do it to reach a hard, sandy floor beneath the outreaching arms of 2 of the algarobas. Here we established ourselves more elaborately than we had at any of our short-term camps, and settled down for a long stay. Fortunately, as it turned out, we did not at once set up our big tent, but contented ourselves with stretching canvas from roof to roof of the cars and trailers. Later, when we did erect the tent, we made a thorough job of it. Each of its 6 poles terminated, in the usual style, in slender metal pins. We braced them in every direction with saplings cut to the proper length and bored near the ends with the holes to correspond to the pins on the tops of the poles. These saplings, laid from pole to pole like ridges, made a firm and substantial structure that would have stood in ordinary weather without the use of stay ropes, but we staked off the ropes as an additional precaution. One of the numerous water taps placed for the sprinkling of the garden was immediately behind our camp, and nearby was a cord of firewood upon which we were permitted to draw. Electric light from the adjacent street shed its radiance over our quarters by night. Across that street dwelt the owner's Japanese yard boy, or caretaker, and his wife, who could supply us with eggs and papayas. And within 2 city blocks was the upper end of Kapiolani Park, the star on the map to which we had ineffectually endeavored to hitch our wagon in the first place, which meant that we were close to the beach of Waikiki. Our own beach was not to be despised. There one was tempted to idle away hours in one of the rocking chairs which the owner had placed under the cool shade of the ironwood trees, fascinated by the kaleidoscopic changes in the hue of the shallows near the shore. Taking its color from the slabs of lava that floored the area within the distant coral reef, the water shifted from green to blue to gray as its depth varied with the wind, wave, and tide, and sometimes at dusk it almost matched the purple sunsets. Sand sloped down sharply from the shadow of the trees to a low shelf of volcanic rock, pocked with potholes over which the waves broke into white foam. At low tide one could wade as far out as the reef, and indeed the sheltered area thus protected from the incursions of sharks was usually dotted with native or Japanese fishermen, casting with incredible skill their throw nets, or peering through glass-bottomed boxes at the ocean floor in search of the delectable octopus or squid, whose tentacles are highly esteemed by the Hawaiians as an article of diet. Chief among the fishermen was Fukunaga, our yard boy, whose organized crew of 6 Japs made daily hauls with a seine that usually netted 100 or so of mullet. Not satisfied with the profits of this joint enterprise, Fukunaga might be seen twice a day making private excursions on his own account, clad in short trousers with a burlap sack tied about his waist. Over his arm was draped the throw net, and as he cautiously picked his way among the slabs of lava, he kept an eagle eye upon the waters for schools of mullet. Suddenly the net would fly through the air, unfolding as it went, and descending in a perfect square upon the hapless fish, whose gills would become entangled in its meshes as it settled over them. At a single throw one day during our stay, Fukunaga captured 52 mullet. This most delicious of all the edible fish that frequent Hawaiian waters sells wholesale at 40 cents a pound. As the fish weigh from 1 to 2 pounds each, it was not a bad afternoon's work for a Japanese yard boy. For just 3 days after our advent into Eden, we lived in an ecstasy of enjoyment of the perfect camp. Then came the big storm. It is a sad and terrifying memory. One Saturday night the rain began, accompanied by a high wind. It was a bona fide tropical cloudburst. Prior to that time we had laughed uproariously over our landlord's solemn declaration that it never rained on his garden. The limit of the rain belt, he said, is at the end of the car line, which was less than 1,000 feet distant in the direction of the city. To our unbounded amazement, this had seemed to be true. No matter how thoroughly the daily showers soaked the city, we always found a dry belt as we approached our camp. Once in particular, it had rained steadily for an hour when we were downtown, and as we headed homeward, we said to one another that this time surely the old man was wrong. But the sun was shining on his garden, and the asphalt street outside was not even damp. Diamond Head, looming above us, served as a barrier to ward off the storms that swept down the valleys from the interior mountains. On that Saturday night, all the rules that governed the local showers were indefinitely suspended. The shelter of Diamond Head no longer availed. The fitful wind, seeming to veer at random to all points of the compass, tugged and strained at our canvas and showered our roofs with small twigs from the trees, and the rain fell in opaque sheets. Toward dawn the storm abated, and in the early morning it seemed to have passed over. We sallied forth to find the roadway between us and the town along the edge of Kapiolani Park covered with 20 inches of water. The open-air zoo was flooded 2 feet deep by the overflow of a torrent that swept down from the mountains, and the larger animals were being removed to places of safety. It was curious to see a herd of placid camels wading knee-deep in the middle of Kalakaua Avenue. Birds and monkeys were perched on the highest levels of their wire netting cages, squawking and chattering alarm as they eyed the swirling flood that had invaded their homes. We discovered in an hour or so that the storm had but paused to gather strength for a fresh and more furious assault. Of a sudden, the wind rose to the proportions of a gale with an officially recorded velocity of 55 miles an hour. We had barely time to get down our canvas when the ground of the garden, softened by the soaking, began to yield to the strain imposed by the roots of the bending trees. With a crash, our magnificent papaya yielded. Warning crackles preceded by a bare second the leveling of first one of the finest algarobas and then another. A third was hurled across the gateway to the garden, barring our exit. As the day wore on, the gale increased in demonic fury. It stripped the surviving trees of their beautifying vines, denuded the bushes of their bloom, and snatched huge limbs from the trees that resisted its onslaughts. At last the 2 trees under which our trailers stood began to lean, and the earth about their broad-spreading but shallowly embedded roots cracked. Their maze of branches protected us to some extent from the wind, but it seemed highly dangerous to remain beneath them. So by hand we moved the trailers out to the center of the lawn, anxiously calculating the distance from other groaning giants. It seemed now and then as though the wind must blow the bungalows over. We roped them down for safety's sake and moved them from time to time as the direction of the wind changed. It may be imagined that we spent a fearsome night, but we came through unscathed. When the storm finally passed out to sea, after raging for 3 days, to an accompaniment of earthquake shocks not felt in our section of the city, we surveyed an indescribable wreck. The beauty of the garden was ruined. A dozen of the finest trees were felled. One of them had descended upon and crushed the roof of the little cottage on the beach, and the occupants had had to flee to other shelter. Many of the bushes were whipped to mere stems. A tangle of telephone and light wires lay beneath the matted jungle of algaroba branches. And yet the two trees under which we had pitched our camp still stood, clasped, as it were, in each other's arms. Their interlocking branches had saved them. It took the owner of that property, supervising the labors of a crew of 5 Japanese woodcutters, 6 weeks to clear away the debris. A part of the task was the felling of all the remaining algarobas. They were deemed too dangerous to be permitted to survive. They told us afterward, those Honolulu folk, that such weather was unusual. The word provoked a smile. We had been hearing it everywhere on the mainland for a long time. The people of every locality seemed to feel a personal responsibility for their climate and an inordinate pride in it. The feeling must be inborn, like love of country or religious instinct. But the magic word unusual explains everything. Especially is that true when bad weather hits California. It's an ill wind, however, that blows nobody good. We had been looking longingly at the clusters of ripe coconuts at the inaccessible tops of the leaning palms that edged the Hawaiian coasts. Now the ground was littered with them. We stocked up heaps of them like squirrels gathering in their harvest against the northern winter. So great was the abundance that we could well afford a few to share with Daisy, the elephant, at the zoo, who reveled in them. Daisy's method with the coconut was a marvel of efficiency. She laid it on the iron-capped post to which she was chained, and, holding it there with curling trunk, rent it asunder with one stab of her gleaming tusk. A second gouge neatly scooped out the white meat. Then she finished off with the shell and the fibrous husk to which it clung, and not a vestige of the coconut remained. After the storm and the earthquakes, Honolulu treated us to a tidal wave. That, too, was unusual, so much so that dense throngs of dark-skinned folk stood for hours on the banks of Nuuanu Stream, which flows through the heart of the city, staring at the turgid waters. We had not heard of the tidal wave. Our first thought was of a boat race. "What's going on?" I asked one of the bystanders, a young Chinese. "No savvy," shaking his head, but he pushed forward a friend who could speak English. "What are the people looking at?" I persisted. "Water run wrong way," this more accomplished fellow explained. "Never see in Honolulu before." The tidal wave was backing up the current. The stream rose 2 feet. That was the only evidence we saw of the tidal wave, though on the northern coast it manifested itself in the form of 2 or 3 combers several feet high, and did some trifling damage to property. We formed a low opinion of Hawaiian earthquakes and tidal waves, but were prepared to admit that the storms are all that the most exacting could expect.
This audiobook presentation is made possible with funding from logsdonandco.com. Let Logsdon & Co. help you step back in time with our growing line of classic attire. Whether you are into vintage hunting, classic camping, or antique automobiling, we have the outfits you need to immerse yourself in the experience of a past age. Our products are reproduced from original garments and patterns from the early 20th century and are made to be durable and practical. Our line of clothing and accessories for recreating the golden age of outdoor sporting and camping has everything you need to start your next adventure. Count on us for fast shipping and excellent customer service. Check it out on logsdonandco.com.
Chapter 16. Halcyon Days Around Honolulu. A comical little old Chinaman wearing a squatty black felt hat over an inquisitive dome drifted into our camp one day and frankly inspected our belongings with the thoroughness of an insurance adjuster computing losses after a fire. He noted the pots simmering on the gas stoves, the oilcloth-covered dining table set for a meal, the phonograph mounted on a homemade taboret in a corner, the soapbox bookcase 4 stories high, full of papers, books, and magazines, the typewriter, pens and ink, and letter paper on a folding card table, the wash bench full of buckets and washboards, the smoke curling from the pipe of the wood stove, the clothesline full of garments flapping in the breeze, the wire basket which I had salvaged out of the sea, now full of fruit and hanging from a ridgepole. He peered into one of the bungalows and saw that there were beds. At last he gave a grunt of understanding and uttered his first words. "No more house?" He had figured it out. We were victims of the big storm and had been driven to this miserable existence by the loss of our home. The luxuries of his mode of living would have been to us privations. But at least he slept within 4 walls and under a roof, and those who couldn't were deserving of his sympathy. We never did learn the object of our guest's visit, unless it were merely to satisfy his curiosity. He calmly seated himself and remained an hour. The time would have been spent in studied silence had he not endeavored to make conversation, for he had no further observations to volunteer. He had a fairly sufficient understanding of English for social purposes, but a limited expression. He was able to tell us that he had been in Honolulu 35 years, that he had a wife and progeny in China, but was never going back. Why not? Too muchy fight. Presumably the allusion was to national and not domestic disturbances. We had other visitors who readily divided themselves into 2 classes. There were the total strangers who had read in the newspaper of our squatting on the mayor's front lawn and wanted to see how such freaks lived. And there were the host of new friends we had met on the steamer. Some of these latter were residents of Honolulu. Others were tourists like ourselves, except for the mode of living, spending weeks or months on the islands. With them we visited and went picnicking and sightseeing and bathing almost daily at Waikiki. On one memorable occasion, just as an illustration of the social possibilities of camp life, we entertained 20 guests at a card party followed with supper. To people who have never cooked on camp gasoline stoves, that may mean nothing. Others will understand that the production of a hot collation for 20 persons on 3 such stoves, yes, they were all working at once on that red-letter day, was a feat surpassing the extraction of rabbits, hens, and pigeons from a magician's stovepipe hat. And, of course, it rained. All morning we had looked anxiously at the sky and prayed that the daily showers would perform and retire before noon. But no, the clouds behaved as if they had been invited to the party, gathering promptly at the appointed hour and cutting loose just as the first hands were dealt. And yet we succeeded, by dint of adding to all our spread of canvas the shelter of our 8 rubber blankets stretched around the margins of our canopy, in keeping 5 tables of card players dry during a series of intermittent showers that lasted for several hours. Illumination is a camping problem that had taken us 6 months satisfactorily to solve. We started out with a carbide lamp and an oil lantern. The carbide lamp was of a cheap and ineffectual type, and soon choked up and went out of business. The lantern was reliable, but its rays, of course, were feeble, and a second one did not help much. Back at Pasadena, we had met a camper, the brilliant light of whose gasoline lantern captivated us. We had investigated this contrivance before leaving home, but eschewed it because we had heard the fragile mantles would not stand the jolting of transportation. Our Pasadena friend told us that he avoided mantle breakage by exercising great care in packing. On his advice, we added a lantern of this type to our equipment, and it proved to be a luxurious and profitable acquisition. By packing the lamp in its original container, a strong cardboard case, and wrapping the box in a protective padding of old potato sacks, we carried it in safety over thousands of miles of rough road. By the light of this one lantern, suspended from the roof of the tent, our card party continued long after darkness fell. Coming over on the ship, some of the officers had predicted that we were going to be disappointed in Honolulu. One of them asked, "How long are you going to stay?" "A month," I answered. "You'll be tired of it in 10 days, he asserted. It's pretty, of course, but the island is so small that you can see everything worthwhile in a week. After that, you will be bored. Nothing to do then but visit the same old places." As soon as we had landed, we had engaged passage for return by a ship scheduled to sail in a little less than 5 weeks. The next day, having had time for a preliminary survey of the field to be explored, we canceled that engagement and booked ourselves for a sailing 9 weeks distant. And when that date arrived, we should have been glad to extend it by still another month. We pitied the tourists who came in on 2 or 3 round-the-world cruises during our stay in Honolulu. These folk were hustled into automobiles at the dock, driven around the city, given a fleeting glimpse of the Pali, herded aboard their ships and carried away to the Philippines or Japan, and given to understand that they had done Oahu. Always these ships stopped for about the same length of time at Hilo, on the island of Hawaii, whence their passengers were motored up to the volcano and back, and with these 2 or 3 excursions they had covered the Hawaiian archipelago. Perhaps some of them afterward wrote books about Hawaiian life. The Pali, of course, is Honolulu's most striking scenic attraction. It lingers in the memory, I think, because of the breathtaking suddenness with which the sublimity of its view smites upon the consciousness. On the way up to this fearsome precipice, from the city, one follows the floor of a narrow and constantly rising valley, hemmed in on each side by the sharp slopes of high hills. There is no hint in these confining walls of the surprise at the summit. There, between 2 pyramids of jagged rock, the gateposts of this groove-like pathway is the end of the world. Only a low stone parapet stands between you and the hereafter. 1,000 feet below is spread the map of a new country, scored with faint white lines in parallel groups running at various angles, like the geometric pattern of a carpet. You are looking upon a pineapple plantation. The white marks are strips of paper laid along the rows of fruit to keep down the growth of weeds. The direction of the rows is governed by the slope of the field, and as the ground is broken into gigantic waves, like the bosom of an angry ocean, the lines always straight must turn at sharp angles again and again to follow the contour. In the distance, that blue expanse edged with white is the sea, beating against the rock-bound northern coast of the island. Mount one of the pyramidal sentinels, and you can see the southern coast from which you have just come. On each side, in the distance, mountain peaks of bare brown rock as sharp as needles rear their heads in serried ranks. Sleepy little villages, 3 or 4 of them, dot the valley before you, beyond the pineapple plantation. Engrossed in the startling vision of the depths, the visitor misses at first the ledge hewn out of the face of solid rock on the right that carries the Honolulu Road down into the pit. A marvelous feat of engineering, that road. It achieves the seemingly impossible. Creeping here under the beetling brows of overhanging cliffs, crossing there on a concrete arch, a yawning fissure, doubling on itself when it meets an impassable barrier, it writhes down the face of the wall, edged always with a substantial coping, and in safety carries a constant stream of traffic to the bottom. It is the connecting link of an excellent modern highway, approximately 100 miles long, that, after bisecting the island, encircles the eastern half. The Pali is the demarcation between urban and rural Oahu. Behind is the sophisticated city with its cosmopolitan population and its metropolitan ways. In the valley and along the coast beyond dwell simple villagers in primitive fashion, cultivating pineapples and sugar cane, plowing submerged rice fields with water buffalo, and following the customs of the Orient. Not that there is no touch of the Orient in Honolulu, with its heavy preponderance of Japanese and Chinese, but here there is little of the leavening influence of a white admixture, and no trace of the dominant industry that spoils the city, the intensive cultivation of the tourist trade. In our camp at the base of Diamond Head, we soon felt perfectly at home, even in our relations with the tradespeople, who came to regard us as a fixture of the tourist colony. The iceman made daily calls. The shops delivered goods at our door just as if we lived in a house. The factory-made ice cream was sent out on Sundays and charged to this party of peripatetic strangers, despite the lack of immovable assets as security. Every morning Ashika, the pretty little wife of our yard boy, brought over fresh eggs, of the size of which she was inordinately proud. "See," she would say, holding up a particularly impressive specimen, "Ali same 2 eggs." And Fukunaga supplied us not only with mullet newly caught, but with delicious papayas from a large grove back of his house. Hawaii is singularly deficient in the variety of its fruits and vegetables. We had expected an abundance of all kinds with which we were familiar, with strange tropical produce thrown in for good measure. But whether because the volcanic soil is unsuited to the culture of the staple products of the temperate zone, or because the suspended animation of freezing winters is necessary to their development, many of them were absent from the island markets. Papayas, pineapples, bananas, guavas, and a few other fruits are produced in commercial quantities. Hawaii grows also small and disappointing oranges. Garden truck, except for a large variety of greens, is grown on a very limited scale, and the vegetables imported from California are more highly esteemed than the native products. Coconuts, of course, were always at hand, and we usually had 2 or 3 open to be munched between meals. Swive was useful in replenishing the stock we had gathered after the storm. He regarded coconuts as fascinating playthings and constantly brought them to us, begging us to throw them across the lawn that he might have the pleasure of retrieving them. After a few rounds of this game, we would confiscate the coconut, whereupon Swive would disappear to scour the neighborhood for another one. In an hour or 2 he would turn up, proudly carrying his prize. But after all, he was not so good a provider as another camp dog whose acquaintance we had made in our travels. That animal was truly well trained. He invaded the kitchen of a private house near his master's camp and proudly brought back a whole side of bacon. What Oahu may lack in a variety of edible vegetation, it makes up copiously in insect life. We were speedily on intimate terms with flies, mosquitoes, ants, centipedes, and a certain black beetle whose insinuating domesticity suggested the habits of the cockroach. Of these, the ants were the most troublesome. The centipedes asked for nothing but to be let alone, and minded their own business. The mosquitoes were poorly armed, and more given to song than to suction. The beetles modestly desired only the shelter of the interiors of our bungalows, but the ants were multitudinous, aggressive, ferocious, destructive, and ubiquitous. When my wife complained of the incursions of the ants, which invaded the refrigerator and all the food supplies and climbed the legs of the tables, I thought to balk them by smearing with kerosene all the parts of our outfit which touched the ground, and by standing the table legs in tin cans filled with the same odorous fluid. The ants seemed to thrive on kerosene, and with lusty strokes swam the ponds to reach the table legs. Then we resorted to ant powders and pastes. These they ate as fast as we could buy them, or so it seemed, for the creatures multiplied and the chemical compounds disappeared. There was positively no way of dealing with these pests, and in a week or 2 we gave up the battle. The best we could do was to scald out the refrigerator every day and brush off the insects as fast as they climbed the table legs and showed themselves. By such methods we kept their numbers down to something like the figures represented by the issue of German paper marks. It would be a supererogatory addition to this sketch of camp life on Oahu to attempt a dissertation upon the scenic features of the island, of which hundreds of volumes doubtless have been written, but there is justification for spiking the assertion of the ship's officer that one would be bored by Honolulu in 10 days. Though we are not much given to browsing in museums, there are 2 remarkable institutions in Honolulu, the contents of which invite prolonged inspection. It took us several days to explore the group of parallel narrow valleys, each sheltering a separate suburb of the city, through which streams pour down from the hinterland to empty into the ocean. We visited pineapple and cane plantations and spent profitable days in going through a sugar mill and refinery, and the largest pineapple cannery in the world. We climbed the Punch Bowl, picnicked on Mount Tantalus, inspected the great naval plant at Pearl Harbor, encircled the island, and made several trips to the Pali, to which no one can do justice in a single visit. One cannot get in touch with the genuine native life without leisurely roaming about the more remote villages in the interior and along the northern coast. We made diligent use of our time, but had not half exhausted the resources of Oahu when the advent of our sailing date compelled us to fold up our tents and steal away. Chapter 17. A Side Trip to Kilauea. Spanning 2,000 miles of the Pacific to visit Honolulu without getting a glimpse of Kilauea, the active volcano on the neighboring island of Hawaii, would be like journeying over halfway across our continent to Yellowstone Park and ignoring the geysers. It is an overnight trip of something less than 200 miles by steamer to Hilo, the principal seaport of Hawaii, and before our return to the mainland, we abandoned our camp for several days to make the excursion with a party of friends who proposed to explore Hawaii in hired cars. In the winter months, Hawaii is even damper than Oahu. A week or so before our arrival, Hilo had been deluged by a rainfall of 28 inches in a single day. The director of the government observatory at the volcano told us that in that vicinity it usually rains 361 days in the year. Not steadily, of course, but there are only 4 days annually without some measure of precipitation around Kilauea. The interests which control the steamship line and the hotel and automobile service on the island of Hawaii are diligent in apprising the Honolulu tourist of the activities of the volcano when there are any. During our stay at the Diamond Head camp, they had been significantly silent. The volcano performs periodically. The crater is a vast pit 8 miles in circumference, encircled with steep pitched walls several hundred feet high and floored with solidified lava in indescribably contorted masses. If you can fancy a lake of molten black glass whipped by a furious gale into grotesque waves, twisted here into seething whirlpools and there flung into curling combers, if you can conceive of such a lake writhing in the frenzied grasp of a hurricane battling with a cyclone, being instantaneously frozen solid, even to the very spume in the air, and then, under the influence of a sudden contraction, cracking into irregular, jagged, piled-up flows, you may faintly picture the stopped-up chimney of the Devil's Workshop as seen from its coping. But there is one chink in that plugged flue, an opening through which His Satanic Majesty is constantly endeavoring to clear the draft. Here, dropping from the level of the bottom of the larger pit, is a smaller and deeper well, perhaps 1,000 feet in diameter, connecting directly with the subterranean fires. Its walls are perpendicular. They encircle a vast tube within which molten lava rises and falls with the varying pressure of the titanic forces underlying the whole island. At the time of our visit, the volcano having been for several months quiescent, the lava in this inner pit, called Halemaumau, poetically and with scornful disregard of the verities, translated for the benefit of tourists, House of Everlasting Fire, lay at a level of 500 feet below its rim, and, save for 2 little red openings of less than 2 yards circumference each, its surface coating was solidified and cooled to dull grays and black. Lying prone upon the edge of the wall and peering into the depths, or standing perilously on the brink and leaning over, Supported by the hand of another person, one could see the molten rock sloshing around in the fire hole in a vain effort to escape. This sight was to many of the tourists a disappointment. They felt cheated. An active volcano on exhibition days should be belching streams of liquid fire high into the air and devastating the surrounding country with the horrific overflow. Kilauea is capable of this, but the devil sleeps between his periods of labor, and his awakening is deliberate. He had had a long nap. The uneasy stirring of glowing lava in his nostrils was a premonition, local observers thought, that his troubled slumbers were about to terminate. We remained 3 days at the volcano house, overlooking the edge of the big crater, hoping that something would happen. Our time was well occupied with repeated visits to the brink of Halemaumau and in rambles among the unique lava formations in the vicinity, long, dark subterranean tunnels through which the fluid rock has drained away down the mountainside on the occasion of previous overflows, and where, enveloped in pitch blackness, our guides entertained us by singing weird Hawaiian melodies. Tree molds formed by the overwhelming of forest lands and the utter consumption of huge tree trunks, leaving in the cooling lava a perfect outline of their forms, even to the delicate tracery of their bark. Sinister cracks in the broken crust through which issued heat sufficiently intense to scorch paper held a foot or so below the surface. 6 minor craters so long dead that erosion had covered their inner slopes with a soil deep enough to support dense growths of vegetation. We scrambled down into the smoldering depths of Kilauea itself, and hiked across the very center of its contorted surface, following a well-defined trail over the smoothest and safest places, but nevertheless cutting our inadequate shoes to pieces on the jagged edges of the lava slabs, which are sharper than broken glass. Came the eve of our departure. My wife and I had been on a long hike in the pouring rain and had returned to the hotel after dark, wet, bedraggled, and weary, resolved upon early retirement to refresh ourselves for the morrow's journey by automobile along the southern and western coasts to a remote part of the island. We had, indeed, turned in for the night, when pandemonium broke loose in the lower regions of the hotel. There were excited cries, the patter of running feet, a sudden noisy gathering of guests on the piazza beneath our windows. We leaped from bed and raised the shades. The sky was illumined by an intermittent dull red glow directly over Halemaumau. Kilauea was breaking loose at last. We hurriedly dressed and learned that scouts had gone down by automobile to the brink of the fire pit, a 6-mile journey. At midnight they returned with the report that the fire holes were spewing out fountains of molten lava and spreading the glowing mass over the surrounding surface. We roused our sleeping chauffeurs and set forth, half-dressed but protected from the steady downpour of rain by slickers and rubber hats, for Halemaumau. It was an awesome experience, that midnight view of the beginning of an eruption. 12 automobiles were parked near the edge of the precipice, and 70 shadowy figures were grouped upon the brink, faces illumined by a strangely unsteady light from an unseen source, staring, fascinated, into the inferno. I fancy that even a structural iron worker, used to scrambling along the slender beams of skyscraper skeletons, would have hesitated to stand on the edge of Halemaumau that night and lean over to look into the angry depths without the reassuring grip of a supporting hand. For my part, I wiggled along to the rim on my tummy and asked the guide kindly to hold my shins while I stuck my head and shoulders over. A hot blast all but took my breath away as I discerned directly beneath me what had yesterday been merely a couple of half-sealed portholes in Hades. The seals were now broken, and Kilauea was unloading. To the accompaniment of deep-toned roars, great masses of lava were being hurled into the air from these two seething cauldrons, and falling upon the sides of the cones which were forming around them, the liquid rock was spreading rapidly over the surrounding surface. 3 acres were flooded with fire. Those parts of the floor of the pit not yet covered were stirring and heaving under the pressure of the forces below. Strange shapes formed, vanished, reappeared as the running rock followed the lines of unseen crevices, cooled and turning upon itself, again exposed an incandescent surface to the beholder. The slosh, slosh, slosh of the waves of lava against the hardened sides of the cones was accompanied by dull boomings and the hiss of escaping steam. Overhead, the lowering clouds glared with reflected light. There was a sense of impending horror. Suppose the lid that was holding down this hell, now groaning and cracking under the strain, should suddenly blow off and overwhelm us in a rain of fire. Irresistibly, the spectacle lured us again and again to our precarious vantage points. Even after we had returned to our automobiles in the wee small hours of the morning, we went back for one more look, and the scene was seared upon our memories in searching lines of flame. And yet we had seen but the formative period of an eruption. Gradually, in the days and weeks and months to come, the lava in that immense tube would rise 500 feet, break over the top, and flood the whole surface of the ancient crater, and then the satisfied demon would compose himself for another long rest. The level in the flue would sink as the seething fluid withdrew into the bowels of the earth, and all would be once more as it was at the time of our arrival, save that another layer of millions of tons of lava would have obliterated the old surface of Kilauea. The Kilauea crater lies upon the eastern slope of towering Mauna Loa, at an elevation of 4,000 feet. At infrequent intervals, another crater at the summit of this peak, an altitude of 13,675 feet, becomes active, and the pressure forces lava through subterranean channels to find vent at various points at lower levels, whence it issues in vast rivers to sweep down toward the sea, searing and annihilating everything in its pathway. In our journey by road around the southern coast of the island, we passed over several of these lava flows, one of them dating back 60 years, another as recent as 1919. The black streaks of desolation, some of them 2 miles wide across an otherwise verdant landscape, bore eloquent testimony to the treacherous disposition of Mauna Loa. The fertile lands at the foot of the mountain, striped with broad scars where their vegetation has been consumed by streams of molten rock, are dedicated to agriculture and stock raising, and hence are well populated. Yet, strange to say, comparatively few human lives have been lost in modern times in manifestations of volcanic activity. We saw one house on the mountain slope which had been miraculously spared. Pouring seaward, a fiery stream of lava was diverted from its course just above this habitation, passing within 200 feet of it. At another place, a glowing river divided barely in time to spare a large herd of cattle, the branches reuniting below them and leaving the frantic animals marooned on an island surrounded with impassable barriers of fire, where many of them starved to death before the lava cooled sufficiently to permit their escape. Along the western coast of Hawaii, as yet unspoiled by the presence of hordes of tourists, one may, with a little leisure, form intimate contact with native life in its virgin simplicity. Here, stock raising and coffee culture are the chief industries, sugarcane not being so extensively cultivated as on the northeastern and southeastern slopes of the island. The Kona districts are rich in historical associations connected with the arrival of Captain Cook and the activities of the pioneer missionaries, and in surviving monuments of early native customs. Near Honolulu, the ancient city of refuge, where in olden times lawbreakers betook themselves for sanctuary, we visited a Hawaiian family whose life and domestic arrangements well illustrated the results of the contact of Western civilization with the untutored islanders. Mr. and Mrs. Kahalamoku, which our guide translated as steamboat men, aged respectively 104 and 103 years, dwelt in a grass hut of the style of architecture prevalent in Captain Cook's time, modernized with a galvanized iron roof. In a frame wing added to the primitive structure lived the second, third, and fourth generation, the latter raising a brood of children who attended school, spoke English, dressed in American style, and doubtless danced to the music of our latest and most elegant jazz records, played on a wheezy phonograph. All day long the old couple basked in the sun at the door of their hut, following the regimen which had so notably prolonged their lives. No Hawaiian in the country districts who has the use of a few square yards of ground needs to work. Bananas and taro, from which latter poi, the national dish, is made, grow virtually without cultivation, and the sea is full of foolish fish. The younger generations are industrious and ambitious, but those whose memories go back to old times are inclined to take life easy. Why not? Their requirements are simple, and nature supplies them. The islanders call Hawaii the paradise of the Pacific. Did Adam and Eve, when on their good behavior, earn their bread in the sweat of their brows? Mr. Kahalamoku's galvanized iron roof was a concession to a custom universal on the island of Hawaii and to some extent in vogue on the other islands. There is very little running water on Hawaii, except that brought down from the higher levels in the flumes for the purpose of floating sugarcane from the fields to the mills, owing to the fact that the rainfall seeps away rapidly in the volcanic soil. Hence, drinking water is collected in cisterns, to which it is conducted without loss by the sheet iron roofing. In some places we saw immense sheds of iron erected for the sole purpose of catching and conserving the rain for irrigation purposes. There is an excellent automobile camp near Kilauea, maintained by the Hawaiian National Park authorities, where such a shed has been provided to supply the needs of the tourists. Incidentally, Had we known of the existence of that camp before we saw it, it would have altered our whole program. We should have sailed from San Francisco to Hilo, and after a fortnight or so of camping in the Hawaiian National Park, from which base we could have explored the whole of the island, we could have removed our outfit to Honolulu. I mention this for the benefit of any reader who may contemplate a motor camping trip to the archipelago, as it offers a much less expensive and more satisfactory itinerary than the one we followed. But it would be well, in view of recent volcanic activities, to make preliminary inquiry as to the present availability of the campsite. At the end of our journey around the coast, we spent the night at a pleasant little inn, an old private house now dedicated to public service near Kealakekua, and on the following day embarked on a small steamer at Kailua for Honolulu. Kailua, once the seat of Hawaiian royalty, whose ancient palace still stands there in an oppressive state of dilapidation, is now the principal seaport of the West Coast, and the advent of the steamer every 10 days is an event that brings together 200 or 300 people from the surrounding territory. Offshore, the diminutive steamer lies for several hours, loading and unloading her miscellaneous cargo in small boats. On this occasion, she took aboard 40 head of scrawny cows for the Honolulu market. The half-starved beasts were driven into the water and forced to swim out to the vessel, where, terror-stricken but fortunately ignorant of the purpose of this strange voyage, they were slung over the side to the forward deck. I shall never forget the sufferings of those miserable cattle during that distressing trip. At midnight I stood looking down upon them from the deck above. They were lined up in 2 rows, one at each side of the ship, flank to flank, tied by the horns to the outer rail so closely that they could barely turn their heads. The passage is always rough, and the little boat, rolling and pitching violently, flung the poor brutes this way and that at the whim of wind and wave. Cattle are as subject as human beings to the malady of the sea, but there was no room for these suffering brutes to lie down. They simply had to stand and bear it, with piteous groans. Now and then a despairing cow, unable to endure the agony, would double up her forelegs and sink to the deck, her whole weight hanging from the rail by her horns. But none of this valuable cargo must be tortured or trampled to death. So at such times a cowboy would crawl perilously along the rail, astraddle of it, carefully working his way past the ropes and horns of the standing cattle until he reached the foundered brute, to loosen its bonds and force it to its feet. Then it would be tied up tighter than ever, and beaten with a rope's end to punish it for having yielded to exhaustion. There are large cattle ranches in Hawaii where prime steers are raised for the island markets. A cattleman from one of these stood with me in the darkness, looking at these pitiable living skeletons. I asked him if they were headed for a fertilizer plant. "No, indeed," he answered. "Tomorrow, when they arrive in Honolulu, they will be half dead, just enough life in them to carry them to the slaughterhouse. In the afternoon the job will be finished, and the next day the carcasses will be retailing on the blocks of the Chinese butchers at the price of fancy meat." That explained a lot. There were just 2 shops of the hundreds in Honolulu where we had been able to find good meat. One, operated by Americans, dealt in island beef from the big ranches. The other, owned by a Chinese firm which dealt extensively with the principal steamship lines supplying their passenger steamers, handled Australian meats. The rest, conducted by Chinese and Japanese butchers, were vending the sort of beef represented by these scraggly cows that range the scrubby Kona coast, picking up a living where they may. We had already parted company with the smaller Oriental dealers after one or two experiments with their unpalatable wares, but of course we had no idea of the origin of their supplies. It would be cruel to feed to a fastidious dog the meat offered in most of the Honolulu butcher shops. Chapter 18. Palm Springs and the Imperial Valley. Welcome home. The time was midnight. The voice that of the genial little Irishman who looks after the welfare of the Brookside Park Camp, Pasadena. We had landed at Wilmington Harbor a good 3 hours before sundown, and fought like demons with a confused, surging mob of other impatient passengers to secure the services of one of the scurrying baggage inspectors. For the arriving voyager from Honolulu is an object of greater suspicion to the state of California than is the European traveler fresh from the marts of Paris to the United States customs officers. California lives on agriculture, an industry second in importance only to the cultivation of tourists. The Hawaiian Islands are infested with certain ruinously destructive insect pests. Therefore, the importation of plants, seeds, and most fruits is rigidly forbidden, and the few fruits which may enter California must have been thoroughly inspected and certified before shipment. The inspectors at the Wilmington docks are painstaking. They turn one's personal belongings inside out in particular search for necklaces of seeds, with which all feminine visitors to Honolulu are loaded up by the souvenir shops. Many of these seed necklaces carry the larvae of destructive insects, and such are ruthlessly confiscated. An orange or an apple carried in the larder of the steamer from California to Hawaii and served to the passenger on the return voyage may not be brought ashore. Its mere presence in island waters has subjected it, in the eyes of the law, to infection. We saw one passenger, a fat man who evidently wanted to get his money's worth from the steamship company, subjected to deserved humiliation. He had been accumulating fruit in his stateroom and had come ashore with a grip full of oranges and apples. When he noted that the baggage of other voyagers was being very thoroughly overhauled, he removed the fruit from his bag and stuffed it into his overcoat pockets. The transfer was observed by a young woman clerk in the inspector's office, who reported it. When the fat man's turn for examination came, the inspector asked him, "Did you bring any fruit ashore?" "No, sir." "None whatever?" "Absolutely none." Deftly, the inspector plunged a hand into one of the traveler's bulging pockets and brought forth an orange. "What's this?" he asked, thrusting it under the other's nose. The fat man and his baggage were carried off to the office, where the culprit was detained until the business of all the other passengers was finished, and doubtless given a good scare over the possibility of a heavy fine into the bargain, all for the sake of a little fruit that he might have bought on the dock for less than he paid the steward for bringing his bag ashore. It may be imagined that with 16 pieces of baggage and all the contents of our 2 cars and trailers to be examined, we were, with the exception of the fat man, the last persons on the dock. and we too fell under the displeasure of the law before we had proceeded a mile from the pier. We were not prepared for the necessity of traveling after dark, and as we passed through the streets of Wilmington, a bicycle policeman who spoke with a strong German accent hailed and halted us. "You ain't got no lights on your trailer," he complained to my wife. She undertook to explain that we had just landed from the steamer, that our oil lanterns were packed away in an inaccessible place, but he interrupted her. "That's all right. I got to comply with the law. I do my duty. I have warned you. Go on." Without censure from other policemen, we drove through Los Angeles and in the middle of the night pulled into the dark and silent camp at Pasadena. We were unloading as quietly as possible and speculating on the surprise which would overcome Danny on finding us there in the morning, when from the shadows rang out his cheery voice, "Welcome home!" After our long voyage, it seemed like home. It was our third stop at this particular camp, and we knew every foot of the ground for miles about. There were many old friends there, too, as we discovered in the morning. The Pasadena camp is so popular that many tourists would winter there if permitted to. But the time limit is 2 weeks. At the end of that period, one must move. Those who wish to stay longer, however, can remove to Santa Barbara or San Diego for a night or two and return to Pasadena for another 2 weeks. There are many ways of beating the devil around the stump. Before our departure for Honolulu, we had made a side trip from San Diego into the Imperial Valley and had spent the Christmas holiday at Palm Springs, a little winter resort on the edge of the desert. The rare beauty of several green canyons through which the melting snow flows down from the mountains to lose themselves in the hot sands of the arid waste invited further investigation, and soon after our return from the islands, we set forth for another tour of the Imperial Valley at Palm Springs, joining some friends whom we had met in Yellowstone Park, and who were now spending the winter in California. From Pasadena to Palm Springs is but a short day's run over excellent roads. Passing through the heart of the Orange Belt by way of Riverside and Redlands, one crosses the mountains over easy grades at a comparatively low elevation and descends into the desert on their eastern slope, heading southward then along its border. The road is flanked on the left by illimitable stretches of gray and brown and reddish sand, from which rise broken groups of purple mountains in the dim distance. On the right, by forbidding barren foothills backed by lofty snow-capped peaks. From the tops of even the lower mountains between these peaks may be seen the Pacific Ocean. Palm Springs is an oasis, a green gem in a brown setting. Here, warm mineral waters gushing from the desert long ago spread their claims to medicinal virtue, and a little health resort sprang up, supporting a few very modest hotels. Then came a group of cottages, housing a colony of artists, attracted by the striking combination of palm-clad canyons, mountain brooks and pools, grotesque vegetation struggling for existence in vast wastes of shimmering sand, an atmosphere of unsurpassed clarity, glorious lighting effects, and an equable climate. Came, too, a host of invalids, victims mainly of tuberculosis, some of whom live in luxury in the delightful bungalows that line the main street and its dozen crossroads, and others of whom dwell in deplorable surroundings in one of the dirtiest and most unsanitary automobile camps to be found anywhere in the United States. The tourist camp is an acre of sand edged on one side by a row of cottonwood trees and on another by a stable yard where flies breed by the million. The first comers pitch their tents under the trees to escape the midday heat of the glaring sun. This part of the camp is in the possession of a virtually permanent population. Needless to say, we were not among the early birds, and our problem in selecting a site was to determine how we could get far enough from the horses' playground without getting too near other obnoxious features of the place. Wood was scarce. The desert is naturally unproductive of substantial fuel. A small boy, however, offered to supply our needs for a moderate fee. He said he would bring us as much wood as we could use in a day. "Where are you going to find it?" we asked. "Well," he said, "there's a man who takes his car up into the mountains and brings down big loads. He has a lot of it. He ain't here today. I'll take it from his woodpile." We declined this alluring proposition, and by carefully combing all the surrounding territory, we gathered a really respectable supply of small bits: old laths, box lids, discarded tent pegs, scraggly branches of mesquite. That night, as we sat around a feeble campfire under a canopy brilliantly lit with stars, a fellow camper observed that old tires make excellent fuel. The camp was littered with all sorts of junk, and I happened to have observed, before dusk, a discarded tire. I dragged it in and threw it on our fire. Sure enough, it caught readily and burned brightly, giving forth cheerful heat for 2 hours. I was jubilant. It was worthwhile to learn that old tires, everywhere abundant in the wide stretches of the West, could be so usefully employed. The next morning I went scouting, and by dint of an hour's labor gathered a collection of 6 tires. We invited several friends to enjoy with us a spectacular campfire after the evening meal. Kindling a small blaze of wood for a starter, I was just encircling it with the first tire when a woman from a nearby tent appeared on the outskirts of our group. "Mister," she said, "if you are going to have a fire tonight, please don't burn any tires. My mother is sick, and the smoke makes her cough worse. That tire you burned last night was terrible." Of course, there was nothing to do but desist. It was true that the blazing rubber sends forth dense clouds of black smoke and a none too pleasant odor, and while we avoided these by sitting to the windward of the fire, the results must have been annoying to the sufferers from tuberculosis. We apologized for our thoughtlessness and confined ourselves to the burning of wood, but the newly acquired knowledge proved useful later on, when we were located where we could use tires without incommoding other people. And I passed the information on to other campers for what it is worth. At Palm Springs, if one could stand the camp and its millions of flies, particularly objectionable visitors under the circumstances, one might profitably spend a week or more in visits to the canyons, which come down from the mountains like the imprints of the fingers of a gigantic hand pressed into their side. Within a range of 12 miles are 6 of these verdant streaks in the brown rocky slopes, each with its own peculiar characteristics, each watered by a limpid stream, each guarded by sentinel palms, strangely out of place in that burnt-up country. But by the time we had explored 3 of these picturesque fairyland gateways to the desert, we felt that we must get away from that awful camp, and on the 4th day, in company with our friends, we fled. But not until we had got rid of an incubus. I had spent many hours at this camp in wrestling with the refractory gas stoves. One of them in particular had abused my patience to the limit. Finally, I took it apart, cleaned it carefully, and fitted it with a new generator. When I lighted it preparatory to the cooking of dinner, it shot up a flame of gasoline 2 feet high. I overhauled it again and repeated the performance. By this time, I was furious. I stood the stove back of our camp and decorated it with a pasteboard placard bearing this legend: "Gas stove for sale. 2 bits." In 10 minutes, a little girl came along. "Are you the people that own that gas stove?" "Yes." "We have one like it, and Father thinks we could use some of the parts. Here's your 2 bits. She held out a quarter. "Take it away, quick," I said, "and I'll give you that quarter if you'll promise not to bring the stove back." South of Palm Springs, there is 15 miles of rough going, perhaps even now replaced by a good road which at the time of our visit was being built north of the resort on a line several miles to the east of the town, to connect with the old road at a point some distance to the south. But after that 15 miles come 60 miles of new concrete, skirting the edge of the Salton Sea. Our old blue book, vintage of 1920, says of this section, "Use caution on the 8-foot concrete road, as bad breaks are liable to occur at any time owing to the excessive heat. Frequent passing places are provided on this road, northbound travel having the right-of-way. There is no danger of any serious trouble unless the tourists should be unfortunate enough to be caught in a sandstorm." Well, times are changing rapidly. The road is 16 feet wide for the entire distance. The excessive heat still prevails, but there wasn't so much as a crack in the concrete, and if sandstorms are frequent, we were lucky enough to miss them. Over the entire stretch are 3 cars and trailers, for our friend also was hauling his own hotel, bowled smoothly along at 35 miles an hour with ample opportunity for the drivers to take in the grandeur of the constantly changing skyline of the mountains to the west. All along the shore of the Salton Sea, which once submerged this whole area, are to be seen the marks its diminishing waters left high up on the bordering slopes. A clearly defined ancient beach line. Near Indio, where the irrigated area of the Imperial Valley begins in groves of date palms and fields of alfalfa, we had been unexpectedly held up on our former northward journey. A sign planted in the middle of the road warned the traveler, "Stop, U.S. officers." 2 armed inspectors had stepped out of the brush at the roadside to ask questions. Where were we going? Whence had we come? What was in the trailers? They were particularly curious about the trailers, and after an examination of the interior of our cars, they had demanded the opening of the bungalows. "What are you looking for?" we asked. "Liquor, drugs, and Chinamen," one of them answered. We had no such cargo, but the inspectors had to be shown. There was room for a dozen Chinese in each of the trailers, and we were very near the Mexican border. On this trip, however, there was no delay at Indio, as the inspectors have no interest in the southbound traffic, and we were soon on the irrigated dirt roads near Brawley. Yes, the Imperial Valley lives by irrigation and applies the life-giving water to its roads. The highways are broad, and a dike in the center divides them into 2 sections. While travel passes over one side, The other is flooded for the purpose of obliterating its ruts and settling the dust. When it dries, it is scraped and opened to traffic, and the process is repeated with the opposite side. We arrived in El Centro, the arcaded city, in mid-afternoon. Gone was that incongruous community Christmas tree which a few months before had adorned the intersection of its main streets, loaded with cotton snow that defied a December temperature of 100 degrees. Now, in the late days of March, the artificial snowballs might have withered away in the blistering heat of this city, which builds its houses out over the sidewalks to enable the pedestrian to walk in grateful and necessary shade. My wife stopped in the business section to do some marketing, while the rest of us sought the camp. She was attracted by this sign: Chicken, Johnson's grocery store. "I want to see some roasting chickens," she told the clerk. "We have no chickens," he replied. "Oh, I saw the sign and thought—" "What sign?" he asked. She pointed to the legend over the door. The clerk smiled. "That's the name of the store," he said. "Chicken Johnson is the proprietor." Curtain. Meanwhile, having arrived at camp, I was seeking a parking place. Established campers warned me to keep off an inviting-looking bare space in the center. It appeared to be a good place for a camp, but the bystanders said it was a newly filled hollow, and the caretaker had been soaking it daily with a hose to settle the ground. Only a thin surface layer was baked. Beneath that, there was a swamp. Before I had picked a campsite, our passenger car arrived. The ground was badly cut up with shallow drainage ditches, and in trying to avoid these, my wife drove headlong into the concealed mud of which I had neglected to tell her. The heavy car immediately foundered. From the opposite side of the slough, Mr. S., our fellow traveler, witnessed a lady's discomfiture and gallantly rushed to her assistance. His intentions were excellent, but after 3 steps he came to a sudden stop. He was almost knee-deep in black mud. When he slowly and painfully extricated a foot, it came up loaded with muck and was bigger than the leg of an elephant. "My gosh!" he yelled in consternation. "If I can't get out of this, Mrs. Ferguson, I don't see how you ever can." Politeness demanded expressions of grave concern and sympathy, but the ludicrousness of his situation convulsed us with uncontrollable laughter, especially as, in the excitement of the moment, instead of retracing his 3 steps to firm ground, the hapless rescuer plowed straight across the morass by a slow and painful process, in which the extraction of each leg was like pulling a pile out of the oozy silt revealed in the ocean's bed at low tide. Getting the car out was not a difficult matter. We unhooked the baggage car trailer, and with the aid of 2 log chains and a length of rope, were enabled to hitch up to the mired car while the towing vehicle remained on solid soil. At the first pull, the rope broke, but at the second, the passenger car emerged safely from the swamp. Mr. S. borrowed our spade and shoveled 100 pounds or so of mud from his legs. He was busy all evening scraping away the underlayers with a putty knife. We asked him if he would mind repeating the performance to enable me to get a snapshot, an opportunity I had missed, but he declined to let me shoot the scene. He held for the length of our stay a very poor opinion of the El Centro camp.
This audiobook presentation is made possible with funding from logstonandco.com. Let Logsdon & Co. help you step back in time with our growing line of classic attire. Whether you are into vintage hunting, classic camping, or antique automobiling, we have the outfits you need to immerse yourself in the experience of a past age. Our products are reproduced from original garments and patterns from the early 20th century and are made to be durable and practical. Our line of clothing and accessories for recreating the golden age of outdoor sporting and camping has everything you need to start your next adventure. Count on us for fast shipping and excellent customer service. Check it out on logsdonandco.com.
Chapter 19. Homeward across the Mojave Desert. From El Centro to San Diego is a half-day's run through delightfully picturesque and diversified country. 30 miles straight away across the desert, up the 7-mile climb of the wild and rocky Devil's Canyon. In every section of the West, the Devil has an infinite store of canyons, slides, frying pans, kitchens, and other property carelessly scattered over the landscape. To the summit of a 4,000-foot divide, and thence up and down forested mountains nearly all the way to the coast. We lingered a few days at San Diego, returned to Pasadena for our 4th visit, and set out almost immediately for a farewell journey to San Francisco. On that last side trip, we covered nearly 1,000 miles. The expedition was a disappointing one, despite the attractions of the mountain scenery on the inland or ridge route over the Tejon Range to the foot of the San Joaquin Valley. For it rained nearly every day during the first week and about half the time thereafter. This made the mountain grade slippery and the concrete in the level valley treacherous. To get off of the paving with one wheel in the adjacent mud meant trouble, as we found to our discomfiture, when a passing driver, monopolizing more than his share of the narrow road, forced us over. Our leading car skidded when headed back to the paving, turned at right angles, and headed down a 4-foot bank, at the bottom of which it came to rest with its trailer still on the road. We unhitched and pulled the ditched car back, uninjured, but we had hardly proceeded a quarter of a mile when we came across another car in the ditch, badly in need of help. The rain was descending in torrents, and Grandfather and I felt it running down our spines in chill streams as we unhooked the trailer again and pulled the stranger out. He offered pay for the service. We told him we were merely passing along the friendly help we had received from others, and that he could square himself by giving a lift to the next victim. Before we had coupled up the trailer and scraped the mud from our shoes, this chap was gone. 10 minutes later, a mile up the road, we found him in the ditch again, this time in company with another car with which he had collided. As this was on the outskirts of Merced, where help could readily be procured, we concluded that we had done our share of the Good Samaritan business for the afternoon and passed by, like the Levite, on the other side of the road. The garage man at Merced told us that evening that he had been busy since noon in dragging cars out of ditches all through that section. At the Oakland camp, we waded around in mud during 3 more days of rain, and the miserable weather prevented a repetition of those delightful journeys into the back country which had so enchanted us in the autumn and which were the main object of our visit. The middle of April found us back once more at Pasadena, overhauling our outfit for the long trip home. We felt, as we surveyed the baggage car with its cargo piled up to the level of the roof, the imperative need of lightening our load. So we sorted over our belongings and, filling a huge dry goods packing case with such articles as could be dispensed with, including our big tent, the oil stoves, a collection of books, the phonograph and its records, and a large assortment of souvenirs, we shipped it eastward by steamer. When we repacked the car, we were able to keep within the height of the edge of the tonneau, and the weighing of the box showed that we had sloughed off 480 pounds. April 21st was the date fixed for our departure. It was rather early, in the opinion of other campers, who were awaiting the advent of warmer weather for their homeward trip to cross the mountains even on the Santa Fe Trail. But we wished to stop over for several days at the Grand Canyon, Santa Fe, and Colorado Springs, and for business reasons I must be home by June 10th. In view of the probability of delay from unforeseen causes and mindful of the limitations imposed by our trailers, we thought that 50 days was none too much to allow for the journey. As it turned out, it was more than ample. Our calculations were partly based on the condition of the road as we had known it 3 years before in the course of a westward tour. Long stretches of it had been wonderfully improved in that period, enabling us to make much better daily runs than we had figured upon, and we were extremely fortunate in encountering no setbacks through adverse weather. The sun was shining brightly as we climbed the long serpentine grade of Cajon Pass and paused at the summit for one last long look at verdant California. Before us, from that point on to the eastern border of the state and far beyond, was a limitless waste of sand and sagebrush, mesquite and cactus, dotted at infrequent intervals with little oases of willow and cottonwood trees. From that high elevation, we should have had a magnificent view of the desert into which we were about to plunge. But the air seemed strangely hazy off in the distance, and nearer small clouds of dust were swirling fitfully over the road. As we descended, we found we were being propelled not alone by gravity, but by a powerful following wind. We concluded that this was one of those air currents that flow over all mountain passes. But as we had got down to the foot of the grade at Victorville, the wind increased in velocity, and before us rose a yellow, opaque wall. We realized suddenly that we were on the edge of a desert sandstorm. So far, it had been merely dusty. As we advanced, the clouds of dust grew thicker, and the particles of which they were composed progressively coarser. The fine grains of sand stung where they had hurled against tender skin. They filled the air. It was at last impossible to see a car length ahead. We felt that it would be as dangerous to stand still as to go on, for it would be folly to pull off the road into the loose sand, and a car standing on the road would invite collision in the obscurity. We switched on our lights, concentrated on keeping to the ruts faintly defined at the front wheels, and plugged away, bumping now and then over small drifts heaped by the wind upon the roadway. There were only 4 or 5 miles of this blind driving, for we were passing through an area which had been cleared of sagebrush preparatory to experimental irrigation. As soon as we re-entered the brush country, where the roots of vegetation in some measure resisted the force of the wind, the air cleared a little and we were able to see 100 feet of the road before us. But at Barstow we had to make camp on a dump behind the railroad station in a high gale. It was no fun to have the wind snatch away the lighter articles of our baggage as fast as we unloaded them, nor to be obliged to rope everything down. Finally, we managed to stretch a sheet of canvas to the windward, strongly tying it between two cottonwood trees. But outdoor cooking was impossible, and dinner had to be prepared and eaten in one of the bungalows. The reports of westbound travelers coming into camp convinced us that we had encountered only the fringe of the sandstorm. The wind had been behind us. They had bucked it head-on for 50 miles, and the condition of the paint on their cars bore eloquent testimony to the cutting force of the driving sand. Tourists who have not crossed the Mojave Desert discuss its supposed dangers and difficulties with more or less apprehension. That great desolate sweep of burning sand has, of course, swallowed up thousands of lives and takes its annual toll of foolhardy travelers inadequately equipped and incapable of taking care of themselves in a trackless waste. But those who stick to the Santa Fe Trail are safer than they would be on Broadway. There is no point on the journey of 166 miles from Barstow to Needles where the tourist is more than 25 miles from a settlement, none where he is over 10 miles from a gasoline station and food and water supply. Seldom is he out of sight of a railroad over which several trains pass daily. And there is hardly an hour of the day or night when a broken-down car will not be hailed by a fellow traveler and offered assistance. It is a fact that one encounters more automobiles on the desert than at any other point outside of the towns on the Santa Fe Trail between San Bernardino and Albuquerque. The reason is obvious. The trail is one of the most used of 3 roads that bridge the desert, and travel from a wide territory at each edge converges at the bridgehead. In 1920, we had crossed the Mojave Desert at night to avoid the blasting heat of a July sun. Now, in April, we crossed by day and found the temperature quite tolerable. But as much cannot be said for the road. That desert road is the one long stretch that seems to have undergone no improvement in 3 years. If possible, it has deteriorated. Many miles of it were long ago macadamized and then left to the tender mercies of heavy travel and the unfriendly elements. The macadamized surface is now the worst part of the highway, and the driver's attention is concentrated on keeping off it. It is pitted with deep and jagged chuck holes, some of which must be taken with the wheels on one side of the car, as it is impossible to straddle them, and there is not sufficient room on the side entirely to avoid the paving. However, a leisurely ride through the desert, especially on the natural sand part of the road, where the driver has opportunity to divert his gaze from the highway to the scenery, is not without its compensations. Always there are mountains to north and south, grotesquely shaped dunes and buttes, a landscape varying in hue with the time of day, splashed with red and brown and yellow and gray and purple and all the intermediate shades. And oh, the indescribable sunsets, tinging the edges of the leaden clouds over the distant peaks with violet flame and setting ablaze the western sky with hues that change faster than the eye can record the fleeting impressions. Of desert camps there is little to be said. Blessed are the garagemen who provide them. Of course, if you carry an adequate water supply, you may camp where you please and be quite as well off as on the sand lots adjoining the gasoline stations in the settlements. But 8 people require a great many gallons of water for external as well as internal use, to say nothing of culinary needs, and we were obliged to stick to the settlement camps, where the garage proprietors obligingly furnish water and ask nothing in return but your patronage. The garage camp, incidentally, is an institution all through the arid Southwest. We found it not only in the desert, but at Kingman, Springerville, Detil, Winslow, and Albuquerque. Even in the desert towns, the proprietors of these free campgrounds provide, in addition to water, a crude frame shed under which you may camp if you wish, primitive toilet facilities, and electric light. Wood is, of course, scarce all through this country, and the wise camper carries as much with him as he can, replenishing the supply from time to time as he notices stray pieces along the road. We entered Kingman with our cars covered with odds and ends of firewood gathered on the outskirts of the city, where they had been left in the ditches by a road-building crew. Several nights during our journey through the mountains and over the plateaus between Kingman and Santa Fe, we deemed it prudent to drain the water from our radiators, and it was a common thing to find a coating of ice in our water buckets in the morning. At Grand Canyon, we encountered our only snowstorm, and were clothed for a few hours with a 2-inch layer of white. Happily, however, with cold nights came, coincidentally, ample supplies of fuel, and while the interiors of our bungalows were not exactly comfortable dressing rooms when the thermometer hovered near the freezing point, we slept under thick layers of blankets, and, clad in flannelette pajamas, with the legs tucked into heavy wooden bed socks, we suffered but trifling inconvenience. Give me a snowstorm at any time in preference to a sandstorm. We ran into another sandstorm near Winslow, Arizona, and a third, the worst of all, as we approached Albuquerque, New Mexico. We could see this last one coming late in the afternoon, when we were still 20 miles from the end of our day's run. Great yellow clouds were banked directly in front of us, like the smoke of some tremendous conflagration, and as we entered them the sun was blotted out in an instant. For nearly 3 hours we crawled through the opaque pall and reached camp long after dark, as full of grit as if we had just risen from sandy graves. At this camping place there were no facilities for indoor washing, and to attempt to clean up in that cutting, wintry sand blast was out of the question. So we drove to Harvey Hotel, operated in conjunction with the railroad station, and availed ourselves of the luxurious opportunities provided by that hostelry. I feel yet the flush of shame that suffused my cheeks under that thick layer of dust as the bellhop held open the door and 8 grimy intruders marched in single file. Had we been clean, we should still have been objects of hostile suspicion in the lobby of a first-class hotel, owing to our bizarre camping togs. But the bellhop, whatever his mental reaction, let us in, and we slunk off to our respective washrooms and probably, in process of our return to normalcy, stopped up the drain pipes with silt. Not for the coveted prize of the Brown Derby would I have entered the hotel dining room that night, despite the removal of the exterior layers of soil from face and hands and neck and ears, even if the head waiter could have been bribed to let us in. We betook ourselves to the lunch counter, where the sword swallowers from the roundhouse of the railroad do regale the inner man, and were served without demur. It should be said for Uncle Fred Harvey, of blessed memory, that over the lunch counter he served, and his heirs and assigns serve, the same excellent fare that appears on the tables of his hotels, and that evening 8 bedraggled campers dined sumptuously and thanked their stars that they were not sitting around the flickering flames of a brace of temperamental gasoline stoves in a rocking, wind-racked bungalow. Chapter 20. Meeting the Jinx at Santa Fe. We lay no claim to the discovery of Santa Fe. We had reason to believe, from the names scribbled on the walls of its ancient buildings, and on every smooth surface that would bear the scratch of a jackknife or the imprint of a lead pencil, that other tourists had been there before us. Besides, there was La Bajada. If you have climbed La Bajada, you must have been to Santa Fe. And we had been solemnly warned by hundreds of motorists who professed to speak by the book of their own experience that we were going to have trouble at La Bajada. La Bajada lies about 20 miles west of Santa Fe. Eastward bound, one approaches it across a gently sloping plain and sees the road zigzagging up its steep side, switchback fashion. At the foot, fat squaws from the neighboring pueblo of San Domingo assail the ears of the traveler with guttural cries, offering trashy pottery. They are picturesque, but they must not be snapshot, until the little matter of compensation has been delicately arranged. A few days before our arrival, 2 men and 2 women in a flivver had tarried at the base of La Bajada to traffic with the Indians. The men had alighted and aimed their cameras at the squaws. There were protests, but the pale-faces had rashly persisted. A half-dozen bucks who had been lounging behind a pile of rocks appeared on the scene as if by magic, and without a word they laid hold upon the flivver and turned it over on its side, occupants and all. The women, of course, were scratched and bruised, but by the time white reinforcements had arrived on the scene, the red men had prudently disappeared. The peaceful aborigines cling firmly to their rights and are not to be trifled with. La Bajada rises swiftly, and its hairpin turns are sharp. We were too busy to count them, but were told that there were 26. Some of them cannot be made by a car with a long wheelbase without backing. Our passenger car, skillfully driven, made all but 2 of the turns straight away, and no difficulty was experienced in getting around the loops that had to be maneuvered. The other car, with a shorter wheelbase, climbed the hill without a stop. The trailers made not the slightest difference in the mounting of this bugaboo hill, the last, by the way, of which we heard any dire predictions. It is curious how people will worry themselves into a blue funk over some of these mountain grades. We could not help wondering what motorists who talked with awe of La Bajada would think of descending Mount Wilson in the middle of a moonless night, as we did while we were camping at Pasadena. There's a real grade for you, 9 miles of it, rough and rocky, narrow and steep, with violently sudden turns at precipitous points. We had gone up to look at the electric stars of 40 cities in the valley, twinkling far below us, and to peer through the mammoth telescope at the other stars overhead. On the return trip through the blackness, we were glad there was no trailer behind us, for when we had to back, we could not see how much room there was between our rear wheels and eternity. Once, rounding a rocky corner with extreme care, I scraped the inside running board on a projecting boulder, which my eye had missed because my attention was riveted on the inches between my front wheels and a yawning void. La Bajada did not seem very terrifying after this. Yet, at the top of La Bajada, we encountered a tourist, westward bound, who swore that he would not drive down it for love or money. He had with him in a brand new car of expensive make 2 women and a little girl. He offered another motorist $3 to pilot his car to the foot of the hill. The bargain was struck, and this faint-hearted driver and his passengers got out and walked. What business has such a man to undertake a transcontinental journey? Santa Fe offers a choice of public camps. We hit upon one near the heart of the town, presided over by a Celtic lady who regarded the world, and the camping fraternity in particular, with grave suspicion. Every night she made the rounds of the 2 acres of grazing land frequented by inquisitive burros, which constituted the camp, and made notes of the license numbers of the cars for comparison with her register. Early in the morning, before her tenants were up, she repeated this tour of inspection, and if there were any latecomers on the ground who had arrived after her retirement, she locked the gate to prevent their escape without payment. A very sensible precaution, no doubt, but a trifle inconvenient to campers who were not in arrears. The firewood at this camp was kept under lock and key and doled out by the proprietress in 20-pound lots. When you paid your rent, you draw your ration. The good lady never weighed her allotments. She said she knew to a nicety how much was required to make 20 pounds, and no blarneying tongue, not even grandfather's, could make her add so much as a twig to an armful that she offered as the prescribed allowance. It was a pleasant camp. There were little square cook sheds, each containing 4 big brick fireplaces with a common chimney, with a broad plank running from each corner post to the center to serve as a table. An irrigation ditch bordered one side of the campground, and a dirty stream formed another boundary. Yet drinkable water at the time of our visit was scarce, owing to the laying of a city main in the vicinity, which necessitated the shutting off of the piped supply in the daytime. While this work was in progress, we had the alternatives of helping ourselves from the ditch, in which ducks disported themselves, or patronizing the wells of our Mexican neighbors across the street. These wells, uncovered save by the sheds that sheltered the buckets, in yards frequented by cows and burros, were none too inviting. 3 years before, we had passed through Santa Fe, coming down the Rio Grande from Taos. On that occasion, we had bogged ourselves in a quicksand near Española, 30 miles north, and had been obliged to remain in the middle of the road all night while 2 of our companions went to Santa Fe for help. In charge of the wrecking crew, which came to our relief next morning, was a competent Spanish mechanic, a youth called Joe Chihuahua, after the Mexican state from which he hailed, whose unflagging good humor, industry, and skill compelled our friendship and admiration. One of our first acts on the present visit to Santa Fe was to hunt up Joe and renew our acquaintance. He remembered us, as well he might, since he had spent the better part of a day in digging us out, and said with his quaint accent at the end of our call, "Well, you get into trouble again, you call Joe. I come." 2 days later, we called Joe. Of a Sunday, we planned a side trip to Frijoles Canyon to inspect the habitations of some cliff dwellers. The trail carried us over 20 miles of rolling mesa, across the Rio Grande, on a ramshackle bridge up the long, rough slope of Buckman Hill, with its splendid view of river and mountains, and through a scrub forest on a high plateau. We were just 30 miles from Santa Fe, fateful figure, and had started the ascent of a sharp grade when something snapped. I let the car slip back to the level and got out and got under. Seeing nothing wrong except a broken brake lever spring, which I quickly repaired, I essayed to start. Nothing doing. The engine ran, but the car wouldn't. Further investigation proved that the shaft was turning, but would not turn the wheels. I was at the end of my resources. We were 10 miles from the nearest habitation in either direction, Buckman behind, the ranch at Frijoles Canyon ahead. We had met but one car since leaving Santa Fe, and as it was now past the middle of the afternoon, it did not seem likely that we should see another. We prepared to spend the night where we were, making ourselves as comfortable as we could. The next day I should go back to Santa Fe in the stage which makes daily trips to the canyon, and return with the other car and a tow rope. Fortunately, we were on the bank of a small stream. A sign by the roadside said, "Last water for 6 miles." And there was an abundance of wood. But we had had no lunch, and there was no food in the car. Apparently, it devolved upon me to hike up to the canyon for food supplies while the others fixed up a makeshift camp. The girls volunteered to accompany me on this 20-mile stroll. We had labored only a few hundred feet up the hill when we heard in the distance the roaring of a motor engine. Luck was with us. It was the stage coming down. The driver took a sympathetic interest in our plight, suggested that we had probably sheared a pin off of a gear wheel, and offered to take 6 of our party up to the ranch house in the canyon, where he said there were excellent hotel accommodations. His passengers, who had to be unloaded at this point to enable him to carry our people back to the canyon, were very polite and patient about it, and remained with my wife and me until the stage reappeared, when we all embarked for Santa Fe. We were loath to interrupt their journey, but they insisted upon making the sacrifice, and we gratefully accepted the relief this plan afforded. The next morning we sought out Joe Chihuahua, who listened attentively to our tale of woe and a recital of the car's symptoms. "Broken axle," he diagnosed laconically. "In an hour, I get 2 old axles, and we start." We did our 30 miles of bouncing in the old baggage car and Joe went straight for the hubcap of the stranded vehicle. "Aren't you going to look her over first to make sure what's the matter?" I asked. "Broken axle, I tell you," said Joe with an air of finality. And as he gave the last turn to the hubcap, the flange of the axle fell off in his hand. With canny intuition, he had even guessed which axle to tackle. It was but a moment's work to insert the substitute axle, and we drove blithely up to the canyon to collect the rest of our party, who had been having such a comfortable time that they were reluctant to leave. But never again shall we venture by automobile within 30 miles of Santa Fe. It was a day or two later that we fought a memorable battle with the Indians and fled from the field in utter rout. Joe had advised us to visit Tasuki Pueblo on the Taos Road, a short distance from the city. When we drove into the hollow square of the pueblo, flanked on 3 sides by long, low communal dwellings and a picturesque adobe church, the place seemed deserted. But as we parked our cars and disembarked, unlimbering a battery of cameras, children popped out of the doorways on the ground floor, and a few ancient squaws appeared on the upper story, waving their arms and shouting. We interpreted these cries as invitations to buy the beadwork and pottery with which the Indians had been trying to tempt us ever since our arrival in Santa Fe, especially as there appeared to be so much competition among the various groups of barkers. But as we proceeded with our picture-taking, we were speedily undeceived. One of my daughters was focusing upon the old church when a shower of small stones and bits of adobe fell about her head, and a wrathful squaw, armed with an iron bar, rushed out and stuck a dirty palm over the lens, yelling angrily, "Naw, naw!" From the dark interior of the nearest house, a young buck emerged. "You got no right to take pictures here without permit from the governor," he cried. "All right. Where's the governor?" I asked. "He not here. Out in the field. For permit you got to pay." "How much?" $5. I explained that while I knew the Indians objected to posing for pictures of themselves, I was unaware that they were averse to having their pueblo photographed, and we would put our cameras away. "But you already take pictures," he declared. "Now you pay." "Not a cent," I replied. "If you have a rule against picture-taking, put up a sign so that white people may know it. We didn't know it, and we won't pay." "Then you get out quick," he said. "You no pay, you stay, you get into trouble." It seemed quite likely, for an audience of a score or more of militant squaws had been listening in. We got out, quick, but we sought the governor. I was curious to meet the ruler of these belligerent folk and get his point of view. By dint of repeated inquiry of other workers in the fields, we found His Excellency, clad in blue overalls and a broad-brimmed straw hat, plowing for corn. He was distinguishable from his fellow laborers only by his advanced age and the surpassing ugliness of his wrinkled, weather-beaten face. First, assuring myself that he understood English, I carefully and at great length explained our position. We were travelers from a far country. That we might preserve memories of the strange things we saw in our journey, we made pictures wherever we went. Till now, nobody had objected because we did no harm and made no profit from our photographic enterprise. We had been friendly with his people and had bought their beads and pottery at our camp and more at the pueblo and given presents to their babies. Now, when we returned their visits and sought to take pictures of their houses, they beat us off with sticks and stones and hard words. Did he think that this was right? I was deeply affected by my own eloquence, and in a moment more would have burst into tears of self-pity in contemplation of the terrible ill-treatment to which we had been subjected. But the governor only said, "Huh." Oh, I thought, all this has gone over his head. This James Fenimore Cooper stuff won't do. I must try again, using words of one syllable. So I started to recapitulate in kindergarten terms. His Excellency listened patiently to the new version and said as before, "Huh." I was through. As soon as the governor was sure of that, he replied, "Indian custom demands that there shall be a decent interval between speeches." "You take pictures, you pay," he declared. "Everybody pays." "How much?" $2. The young buck had said $5. The cost of living was going down, or somebody had been trying to get a rake off. I told the governor that I didn't think the privilege was worth the money. He pondered this for 2 minutes and responded, "Huh." Then to the horse, "Gee up." Off went the plow, up the furrow, with the governor behind it. But anyway, we had the pictures. Chapter 21. Back to the concrete. From the summit of El Cajon Pass on the western rim of the desert to Clinton, Iowa, on the Mississippi River, the distance is over 2,000 miles. Of this, about 50 miles through cities and towns is paved road. The rest is gravel, dirt, and sand. I can recall a time when we should have abandoned a projected trip into the country in the vicinity of our own home if we had learned that a 10-mile stretch of the paving was closed for repairs, involving a detour over dirt. We had long since changed that attitude. Some of the fastest roads in the country are those western gravel and dirt highways, well scraped after a rain. New Mexico and Arizona are pursuing a liberal policy of road improvement, and sandwiched in with long sections of the miserable Santa Fe Trail are fine, broad new highways that fill the soul of the jolted tourist with delight. But there's just one fly in the ointment. The road builders, particularly in New Mexico, leave the construction of the culverts, which traverse the right-of-way in average numbers of 4 or 5 to the mile, until all of the rest of the work is done. You bowl along merrily until you come to one of these unfinished culverts, when they shunt you off into a ditch to carry you around it. Now, in Arizona, it is assumed that any car can leap into and out of a ditch. The flivvers do it blithely. Therefore, the road builders do not bother to grade a pathway down the slope that leads around a culvert and up again on the other side. They figure that the traffic will do its own grading. These repeated dips from a roadbed graded 4 or 5 feet high took a lot of the joy out of our lives. Approaching one on the heels of a flivver, we would see that agile critter jump down the rough embankment, poise itself for a spring at the bottom, and hop back to the road on the far side. By the time we had crawled painfully in with our trailers and inched our way out again, the carefree flivver would be disappearing in a cloud of dust in the distance. The same conditions prevailed when a bridge was out or under repair. If the stream were anything under knee-deep, your native never missed the bridge. He jumped his car across the rocks. The tenderfoot tourist must learn to do the same. But, as I have previously observed, we had 4 spare trailer springs. On the afternoon of the second day out from Santa Fe, completing a run that most tourists make in 12 to 14 hours, we crossed the divide at Raton Pass, another of those long corkscrew affairs, and found ourselves on the eastern slope of the Rocky Mountains, camping at Trinidad, Colorado. From there, it was but half a day to Colorado Springs, where, in the shadow of Pikes Peak, we rested up for a week. Once upon a time, a tourist driver at this resort, pointing out to me a passing motor camper, had sneeringly remarked, "Them people throw a side of bacon and a roll of blankets on the running board of a car and kid themselves into thinking they are enjoying life." Well, that was before the days of camping deluxe. We had, at Colorado Springs, a very pretentious establishment. The campground was sententiously named the Pikes Peak Cottage City, and boasted long rows of one-room bungalows, which, unlike the shacks at Oakland, California, were laid out along pleasing curved streets and surrounded with fine old shade trees. Not that we needed shade, for the weather was cold and blustery throughout our stay, and we were glad, especially in the long evenings, to take refuge in the cottage, which served as our dining room, and bask in the warmth of our gasoline stoves. There was a sink with running water in our apartment and a disconnected gas plate, for the season was young and the camp management not yet prepared for summer business. In the warm days that come with June, when the trees are in full leaf, that Colorado Springs camp must be a very delightful and comfortable headquarters for the tourist with a side of bacon and a roll of blankets. Just one phase of our homeward journey had given us real concern. In all our wanderings through the northern part of the country, on the outward trip, we had been singularly fortunate in avoiding the mud which so often makes the unpaved roads of that section impassable. Once or twice, it is true, we had had to circle around an isolated mud hole by way of a rancher's cornfield, and we had plowed through some stretches of soft stuff which, though deep, had a solid bottom. But now, at Colorado Springs, we had before us the broad reaches of the Missouri and Mississippi valleys, at a season when their alluvial soil would have been drenched with the spring rains. Some of these middle western roads in the gumbo country seem to have no foundation. You simply can't travel them when it rains. If you are lucky enough not to slide off their crowned surfaces into the ditches with which they are always edged, you have the alternative of sinking in. We had figured out ways of dealing with all conceivable mishaps except this one, getting bogged with our heavy trailers in a place where a touring car could get no traction. It does seem as if the things one worries most about never happen. While we remained at Colorado Springs, incoming campers reported sandstorms, rain, and mud, and the appearance of their cars corroborated their tales of the difficulties they had encountered. Those who had come through central Kansas and Missouri were unanimous in advising us to keep off the Santa Fe Trail, which we had planned to follow to Kansas City, and the local Chamber of Commerce strongly endorsed this council, laying out for us an alternative route across the northwest corner of Kansas into Nebraska on the Pikes Peak Ocean-to-Ocean Highway and the DLD, the Detroit-Lincoln-Denver, through Omaha, joining the Lincoln Highway just outside of Clinton, Iowa. By the time we were ready to start, the weather had settled, and the roads until we got out of Colorado were dry. In Kansas, there were plenty of evidences of the late rains in the swollen streams and several ugly-looking mud holes at low-lying points of the road. When we reached the first of these, we stopped to chart a route through it. A westbound tourist on the opposite side, likewise sizing up the situation, asked if there were any very bad mud holes behind us. Our negative answer surprised him. He said he had been through a half a dozen that afternoon and had just got stuck in one of them. Cheering information. We wasted a quarter of an hour in vacillating between the relative advantages of the right, left, and center of this little swamp. Every mud hole is a gamble. The worst-looking ones, we soon found, often offered the smallest difficulties. When we finally mustered up courage to make the plunge and went through without so much as spinning a wheel, we felt foolish to have wasted so much time over it. After that first experience, we had a little more nerve and took 5 in succession without a pause. Presently we came to a stretch of deep mud 200 yards long, scored with ruts that looked to be almost hub-deep. We did not see how a car could drag 1,300 pounds of trailer through that morass. In the distance, a road worker was approaching, driving 6 horses to a scraper. We waited until he plunged into the swamp and splashed his way across, almost knee-deep, to firm ground on our side. "Think we can get through this?" we asked. "Reckon you can," he replied. "Will you wait here to give us a pull with those horses if we get stuck?" "Sure." Anticlimax. We sailed through with the greatest of ease, waved our hands to the scraper man, and were done with mud until we reached the state of New York. With eastern Colorado, we left behind the treeless, semi-arid region of prairie dog colonies, bleaching cattle bones, and wind-swept garage lot camps, and entered into a country dotted with small towns whose residents took pride in shaded streets, cultivated gardens, and clipped lawns. Nearly every one of these communities had a more or less attractive campground in some nearby grove, with free fuel and water and light, and sometimes the additional comfort of a shower bath. The roads here in Kansas, Nebraska, and Iowa were as a rule scraped immediately after every rain, and were for the most part in fine condition. On the whole, I do not know but that a carefully maintained dirt road in dry weather is preferable to some of the neglected macadam of the eastern states. And from the day we left Pasadena until we had made camp in Buffalo, we had but one rain on a scheduled running day, a light drizzle at that, which merely slowed down our progress. The smaller towns of the East, it seemed to us, were running ahead of the big cities in the matter of provision for the automobile camper. Cleveland had a newly opened camp, merely a vacant lot provided with a hydrant and electric lights on the lake shore, and I am informed it has now been abandoned. Buffalo and Albany had no public camps. Between Buffalo and Niagara Falls, there are a dozen or more excellent privately maintained campgrounds, and Schenectady, near enough Albany to serve visitors to the latter city, has set apart a section of its principal city park for the motorist. Syracuse, too, has an excellent camp. We journeyed homeward down the Hudson and cut across from Newburgh to the Delaware River, making our last stand at Bushkill, Pennsylvania, in a little dell on the bank of a brook just 1 year from the date of our start. It had been a year of health and happiness, a year of new experiences, constantly changing environment, broadened outlook, fresh friendships, unaccustomed independence. Once we had pitied the gypsies. Now we envied them, for we understood that they get out of life an essential quality that the rest of us miss. I think the motor camper who wanders long enough and far enough gets to some degree the point of view of the professional tramp. The gap that separates the two is, after all, not so wide. Put a tramp in a flivver and instill him with some notions of cleanliness and honesty, and you have bridged it. After a year on the road, we do not flatter ourselves that we are seasoned campers. In the midst of real hardships, we should probably have been as helpless as babes in the woods. We never had to make a fire by rubbing sticks together, or kill game to keep ourselves from starving, or sleep in a rubber blanket under a bush, or find our way through dense forests by the position of the stars and of the moss on the tree trunks, or build ourselves a house of brush to save our lives in a blizzard. We fought no bears, snakes, or mountain lions. None of these experiences falls to the lot of the tourist who carries his bed and board with him in his car. He will learn that it is not fatal to have wet feet, that pneumonia or even a cold does not necessarily follow the discomfort of undressing occasionally in shivering haste to crawl under warm blankets, that a bath in a bucketful of tepid water is sometimes a luxury, that the overtures of annoying insects are at least friendly in intention and may easily be endured, and that almost any food, after a long, active day in the open, provided the quantity be sufficient, constitutes a royal repast. There were 2 questions that were repeatedly put to us in every camp frequented by other tourists from coast to coast and back, and which may arise in the minds of readers contemplating membership in the Amalgamated Order of Motor Campers. How do you like the trailers? Would you use trailers if you had the thing to do again? For a hurried trip, no. When there is time for leisurely travel with a party of 4 or more persons to the car, and it makes no great difference whether the day's run is 50 miles or 200, the trailer, with its luxurious sleeping quarters and its baggage-carrying capacity, is worth all the trouble and anxiety it may cause, provided always that its freight is proportioned to the power of the car. While on smooth, level highways its presence may be virtually ignored, it cuts down the speed of the careful driver by at least half on rough roads. One feels its pull in ascending and its push in descending mountain grades, but with an engine equal to the task and good brakes, this is not a serious handicap. Wear on trailer tires is small. We used 2 sets of cheap fabric tires in our 18,000 miles. Spring breakage, in our experience, was excessive. This could be minimized by the use of heavier springs. It is worth noting, however, that the speed limitations imposed by the trailers affected a great saving in car springs. We had difficulties with trailer bearings due partly to neglect and partly to the fact that our load was too heavy for the bearings used. Doubtless this trouble, too, could have been averted by the substitution of larger wheels and proportionately heavier bearings. Add to these difficulties the drawback of maneuvering a trailer on a small camping ground and the limitations in backing it, though with practice considerable headway can be made in this operation, and the case against the trailer is summed up. On the other side of the ledger is the supreme comfort of the roomy spring beds with thick mattresses, the ever-ready place of refuge in bad weather, the certainty that you can keep dry while making camp in the rain, and the feeling of security that comes with sleeping in enclosed quarters 2.5 feet above the ground. Besides, the interior of the trailer may easily be heated with a small oil stove or a gasoline lantern. It is mosquito-proof, and the occupants can cook and dine under its shelter when outdoor conditions are unfavorable. We heard many stories in the early days of our trip of campers who had started out with trailers and abandoned them along the road when they reached the mountainous country. We saw some of these vehicles, not abandoned but offered for sale at camping places. In every case, they were homemade affairs, built very much like push carts and usually equipped with wagon wheels and iron tires. No wonder the owners wanted to get rid of them after a few miles of bouncing over the mountains. After all, our view of the trailer for camping purposes might have been summed up in fewer words. It may be 20 years before we have the opportunity to take to the road again for a protracted period of gypsying, but our own trailers are in storage, waiting for the day. Thank you for listening to Motor Camping on Western Trails by Melville F. Ferguson, read by Vic Zarley.